What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Izuku was the son of Lucifer Morningstar of Hazbin. Izuku does have a very powerful quirk, but it only works in one place: hell. Still, he aims to be a hero, and with a loving half-sister who wants to help even the worst devils in the enigmatic radio demon, he may just succeed. If the worlds let him. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Mrotrax for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. Prologue. Papa Don't Preach. As Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, he wrote a quote that many a tale aspire to explore and man live their lives around. The quote in question: "Not all men are created equal. Some are born into privilege, others struggle day to day. Some become great, others fade into the background." Now, this is not the first time such thoughts have been written, but this iteration is perhaps the most quoted. Why bring this up? The same can be said for demons. For every Alistair or Vox, there are countless street thugs or streets bums. While the evil you did in life plays a factor, there really is no telling what will happen to something in hell. Will they rise above and rule or fall under the heel of another? Even the demons born in hell are not exempt from this rule. Their birthright does not entitle them to any respect or power. Not even the daughter of the devil himself is respected by most. Now, perhaps one does not believe in hell. There are many afterlives for the sinful, unworthy or cruel. But one type of demon is constant in any and all ethos and mythologies: the Antichrist. The demon that lives among mortals, seemingly blending in among us and waiting for the most opportune moment to reveal themselves, so that evil may overtake and rule the world. How will they do this? Destroying faith in all that is good and getting the masses on their side. Some common traits include being born of a human, being off in some manner, but still remaining under the suspicion of most, and having a warped sense of beliefs and laws. But a common bit of ignored or forgotten knowledge. The Antichrist, for the sake of his mission, is stated to become a peacekeeper of sorts. So, with that said, wouldn't it make sense that in a world where 80% of all humans had superhuman abilities, or quirks, and where the title of superhero was a job, that Antichrist would be among them? The best part: Lucifer Magni, the king of hell itself, hadn't even been trying to do such a thing. The opportunity was sporadically thrown onto his lap. 15 years ago. Inko Midoriya, age 18, had been on her way home from a visit with her best friend Mitsuki Bakugo, celebrating the blonde woman's soon-to-be-born child, Inko's own godson Katsuki Bakugo. Inko was a lovely young woman from a good family. She had never done anything wrong in her life and was quite humble. Her quirk of attraction allowed her to pull small objects toward her, although it often took her a few waves of her hand. Ironically and possibly in spite of her quirk's name, Inko had never had a boyfriend. Any man who showed interest in her was often more interested in Mitsuki. The joke was on them, however, as Mitsuki only had eyes for her husband Masaru, who saw Inko as a little sister. It had been a lovely evening, takeout was exchanged, Mitsuki shifted from being her usually loud and proud self to a sobbing and worrying mess, who had hugged Inko desperately, and the two had begun daydreaming about how cute Katsuki was going to be. As Inko made her way home, she kept her guard up. It wasn't too late in the night, but no pro-hero was officially stationed in her neighborhood. Unfortunately, while she had kept an eye behind her and the other for cars or other people, she had not focused on her side. The cloth with a foul odor had suddenly covered her mouth as she was pulled into an alley and into a van. She soon lost consciousness. She had awoken, bound, gagged and surrounded by dozens of men and women in cloaks with hoods, some wearing goat skulls. The room was filled with pentagrams and candles, along with pictures of demonic creatures. They were chanting something, but Inko held no care for the words. Her head was still spinning, and she tried to attract something to cut her binds, only for her hands to be grabbed and forced open. The apparent leader of the group then stepped forward and stabbed her chin, drawing blood which was poured onto a goat skull, as another hooded person erected a barrier to protect them, and another shot flame at the bloodied skull. Inko was left very close to the now burning skull, which began to float and crack as it spun wildly. She desperately tried to escape, but to no avail. The bright flash suddenly filled the room, blinding everyone. A thud was heard, along with an annoyed "Ow." The kidnappers cheered, glad that whatever they had been doing had seemed to work. However, the figure that came from the smoke was not at all what Inko had been expecting. The being that emerged wore a very Draper white suit with a black bow tie and a red undershirt. He also wore a white top hat, with a purple snake and red apple on the brim, and carried an apple-topped black cane that matched his hat. His eyes are yellow with black pupils, and he had red cheeks, almost like apples. His eyelids were purple, like eyeshadow. Also, unlike in the many books and movies where similar things occur, the being made no grand declaration of freedom or announcing his presence like All Might did. In fact, he looked dazed. Confused, even. His eyes were unblinking and his form stiff. They caught the attention of the celebrating cultists. Several whipped out pictures, which based on their confused looks, did not match what they had in front of them. "Did you make sure she's a virgin?" the apparent leader asked the nearest follower. "Yeah, boss." The follower then turned to the trio who had been chanting, lighting candles and drawing pentagrams. "Did you morons miss up? Are you shitting me? We've been practicing for months." A female voice hissed out. "My arms are practically stuck in the motions. It's a miracle I get anything done at the office." "Well then, maybe this place isn't good enough." Another hissed. "I told you to do it in that desecrated temple, but no. You all have allergies or some shit. You know I'm scared of the dark. We're summoning a demon for Kami's sake. That's way scarier than anything in the dark. Did we even summon the right one? I thought we agreed on Mara." A man with closed eyelids called out. "Mara? I thought we were going for Akuma." "It's the same thing." "No, the spirituality and belief changes everything. You're overthinking this." Inko, in spite of the fear she should be feeling and her desire to escape and go home, was becoming embarrassed to witness such petty arguments. The squeak suddenly ended all conversations, and the summon began to step forward in wobbling steps. Very, very slow wobbling steps, with the apple cane seeming to be the only thing keeping him on his feet. Suddenly, the cane got stuck, but he moved forward just for another pair of steps before he paused, as if realizing he no longer had his cane. He grasped at air twice, a slight twitch in his eyebrows. He then fell face first towards the ground, only to land right back on his feet and smile, revealing razor-sharp and sparkling teeth. The chorus cheered. "Good evening, fellows," the being said. "What is it you wish of me?" The way he talked, he was calm, affable. But Inko saw his eyes. They looked like his tone, but there was a malice and anger within them. The leader stepped forward, dragging Inko along with him. The being in front of him spied this, and for a split second, Inko was sure she saw some more anger at him directed at her. Or was it her state? "My lord." "Lucifer," the being answered. "Lucifer Magni." The leader continued. "We have brought you to our world so that we may serve you and bring your power to this diseased earth. We pledge ourselves to you and offer you this virgin, whose blood helped give you form." He tossed Inko at his feet and he looked down at her, raising an eyebrow. "So, you have no plan?" Lucifer asked. The cultist's glee vanished. My lord. Are you expecting to do everything?" Lucifer asked. "And to bring me here, you roughed up." He cut off Inko's gag with a single claw. "What is your name, my dear?" "Inko. Midoriya Inko," the terrified woman managed to say. Lucifer's eyes narrowed and he stood back up, rubbing his forehead. "Allow me to clarify." Lucifer groaned. "You ladies and gentlemen summoned me away from my realm, and darling wife, pledged your lives to me, offer me a rather innocent-looking woman who seems to be much like my daughter, and then expect me to use my power to fit your idea of what this world should be. Is that correct?" "Wife. Daughter?" the leader and several others asked, only to find a cane lifting their faces upwards. "Open your mouth when you speak, mumbling is pitiful." Lucifer growled, his eyes suddenly becoming shadowed as he tossed his cane away. "You didn't even know who I was and act with surprise to find I have a family. Did any of you even truly think of what to do if I, perchance, was not amused by what I saw?" He began to grow, his mouth becoming feral and darkened. Sharp wings burst from his suit as black and blue flames erupted from his palms. The snake on his hat began to glare and drip flaming venom as its fangs grew. "If there is one thing I cannot tolerate," Lucifer growled, his voice becoming deeper and booming, as if thousands were speaking in his stead. "It is incompetence and doing half-ass work." It was then that the cultists knew they'd done fucked up. In a second, they were all either dead or frozen in fear. Until Lucifer snapped his fingers. The second they heard this, heat erupted under them and they were dragged to hell, screaming all the way. "Ah." Lucifer smiled after he returned to normal. "Music to my ears." He then spied Inko. "Now, Inko my dear," Lucifer mused, sealing up her cut cheek with the flames he had wielded, leaving her with a scar. "What to do with you?" Inko winced under the burning and smell of singed flesh, as well as in revelation she was not out of danger yet, but before she could say anything, a finger silenced her. "Please. Allow me to think." Now that he had dealt with these morons who had pulled him from Lilith and Charlie, Lucifer had a moment to realize where and when he was. A day in hell was roughly the same as a year or two on Earth, but it shifted on occasion. Here he was, the devil himself, temporarily summoned to a world filled with powerful beings. It would be a shame on his own part to not do something before he returned to hell. But what? Empower a supervillain? Curse someone? That endeavor fellow was appending. But then he recalled the young woman at his mercy and realized something. The world full of superheroes. The perfect opportunity to try for an antichrist. This was not Lucifer's first attempt at an antichrist. He had tried before. Many times. Too many times. At least. 64 or so, last he recalled. Evidently, something always went wrong. The child couldn't show subtly and was found out, or went full native, or worse yet, outright rejected their demon heritage and became a hero that opposed him. If it was going to work out this time, Lucifer would have to make sure certain things went differently. If nothing else, he could gain another child. Charlie needed at least one sibling she could be in easy contact with. However, Lucifer was no mere opportunist. He was a happily married opportunist. Every time he had tried for an antichrist, he had had his darling wife's blessing to do so. Minus that one time with that Rosemary lady. Lucifer whipped out his phone and called one of the two beings he loved more than almost anything else. Lily? He cooed over the phone. Yes, darling, I'm fine. Just summoned Awa. Yes, they actually did manage to get me, but evidently I was not the one they wanted. No, I'll be right back down, but before I do so. I do believe I have found it this time. The right conditions for an antichrist. The mother. Right here. Lilith Magni, the queen of hell, looked at the terrified young woman who with a single yes or no, may hold her husband's son. Oh, she is adorable. Lilith cooed. Alright, you can do a Zeus this time. But the second you get home. But of course, infernal cupcake. Lucifer smiled, ending the call and then turning his attention to Inko. Inko woke on her couch in her home, with a tear-stained Mitsuki yelling at the cops and heroes, while Masaru gave her warm towels and laid food out for her. What? Inko asked in confusion and relief. Hearing her voice, the blonde bombshell had abandoned her tirade and rushed to hug her best friend. The second they hugged, Inko burst into tears and held onto her best friend with all she had. As she later found out, Inko had been found the building unconscious and the only living person. The pros could find no clue as to what happened, except that Inko's kidnappers had been part of the creature rejection clan. After giving her own recollection of the events, which, perhaps for the better, was fuddled and hazy, the tests Inko went through once she had calmed down enough proved what many feared. She was pregnant. However, no father could be identified. The Midoriya parents were disgusted when their daughter decided to keep the baby. So disgusted in fact, that to Inko's shock and tears, they decided to have nothing more to do with her, promising to ride her out of their best will. Luckily for Inko, her parents suddenly died in a car accident before they could do this. And every month or so, she would receive gold and jewels to cover expenses. Her only clue as to where they came from was a simple question in an envelope from Italy. Do you really think the rich are honest with how much they have? Mitsuki was also there to help Inko out, getting her a job in modeling, and then as a makeup assistant. The soon-to-be mother didn't touch the gold and jewels, and by the time of her third trimester, Inko had enough saved up to live comfortably for life, especially when she refused to leave her apartment. When the day finally came, she cried more than she ever had in her life as she held her own wailing baby in her arms. A tiny little boy with freckles and wisps of green hair. I love you, Izuku. Inko cooed, kissing his forehead and cheeks. The baby calmed down and reached for his mother, who hugged him gently. While Izuku may not have come to her in the best of ways, Inko did not, nor would she ever regret becoming a mother. And even though she had no idea how, why or what kind it would be like, she knew her little Izuku would do great things. MHHH. From hell, Lucifer and Lilith watched the scene through special opera glasses that showed something very different. When they saw Izuku, his skin was chalk white and two tiny horns poked out of his hair. And his freckles were larger, like tiny red circles. Oh, he has your cheeks, darling. Lilith cooed. As freckles. Lucifer sighed. What's wrong with that? Lilith asked. They're adorable. And he is a baby, after all. Perhaps they'll fade. Too much red in the face. Lucifer moaned. The color contrast will make him seem less threatened. Oh, never mind. Mom? Dad? The rulers of hell turned to a girl with blonde hair and cheeks like Lucifer in a red dress poking her head from behind the door. This was their daughter, the princess of hell herself. Gerald. Lucifer beamed. Come here for a moment. Charlie, as she preferred to be called, obeyed her father and took his opera glasses before looking down and letting out a very undemonic coo and squeal. Oh, he's so cute. She beamed before realizing something. Wait. Is he on Earth? Why is there a demon on Earth? That right there is your new baby half-brother, Izuku Midoriya. Inside every demon is a rainbow and lost cause. At 14 years old, with broccoli-like hair and freckles, Izuku Midoriya was not considered normal in the eyes of many who knew him, and not just because he was quirkless. Although that point was probably the cause of more of his problems than any other. Actually, if that alone had been the one thing off about him, his life, while still not that great, would be more tolerable. No, the reasons Izuku was considered not right. were more societal-based. It was unfortunately well known his single mother was never married and that Izuku being conceived did not happen out of mutual affection. Many said he was likely the son of a villain, and they were wrong. Then there was fact that his grandparents died suddenly after his mother announced her intent to keep him, which made some of the old-timers and traditionalists even more wary of him. His only friend was his god brother Katsuki Bakugo, a certifiable genius with great tenacity and a natural at fighting, even with his literal explosive quirk. And even that last part no longer applied. The second Izuku was deemed quirkless, Katsuki outright abandoned and he began to bully him, unless his mother was nearby. In fact, Katsuki seemed to think it was his job to make Izuku remember he was worthless. In stark contrast, Mitsuki Bakugo and her husband Masaru were the only adults in Izuku's life that he trusted. Mitsuki often praised her godson's intelligence and kind-heartedness, sometimes even begging Inko to switch sons, while Masaru often helped Izuku with homework and applauded his thinking of the bigger picture. And the two were aware of their son's attitude problems. But not how he treated Izuku. And in spite of everything, Izuku did not have it in him to tattle on his only friend. Why, one would ask. The part of Izuku held on to the promise he and Katsuki had made each other when they were 3 years old. That they would become great heroes together, protecting the innocent with smiles and striking down evildoers with their overwhelming power. And if Izuku told everyone what Katsuki did, the explosive blonde would be blacklisted from all Hero Academia and have another reason to go after him. So that was his life: breakfast, go to school, endure bullying, go home, occasionally fanboying over whatever hero he saw, have dinner with his mom, watch All Might videos, and go to bed after homework. In spite of all this, Izuku continued to live his life the best he could and didn't seem too bothered by his bullies and critics. Especially not today. This was because, unknown to all but his mother, there was a place that Izuku could be whatever he wanted to be. And at this place, on this special day, something monumental was about to happen for someone who he truly and deeply loved. The only problem? Getting there and back in time for dinner. Splat. Luckily for him, a shortcut just revealed itself. Not the bloodied body in front of him. No, if this was anything like the past, he just had to look upwards and… Yep, there they were. Oh. Moxie-san. Millie-san. He beamed, waving to the figures who were heading back into a red portal. The two figures paused at their names being called, looking down to see who it was. They were most definitely not human: horns, red skin and hoofed feet, even if one wore boots, with no visible noses. One of them had white hair and wore a suit, the other, a female, had black hair with white streaks and wore a very punk-like outfit. Oh, you're… Moxie started, only for Millie to clamp her hand over his mouth and shoot him a worried look. Hey, Izu. Millie beamed. Before you ask, he was a sex offender. And with that, any care Izuku might have held against them killing someone, died. Alright. Can I tag along? Izuku asked, reaching into his wallet and handing out all the yen he had. For you, Izuku. Moxie, pulling his wife's hand off his mouth. It's free. The two imps, stifling chuckles as they did so, wrapped their tails together to help Izuku upwards. Once he had a firm grasp, then pulled upwards and tumbled back into the portal. The other side of the portal revealed a land with a red sky, tall, sturdy and colorful buildings, all with a slut gothic or horror feeling to them. The people who lived here were a myriad of colors, shapes and sizes, some with multiple limbs and many resembling fusions of human and animal. The atmosphere reeked of violence, intolerance and bloodlust, with screams and fights being clear for all to hear. Welcome to hell. Population. A fuckton. Yes, you read right. Izuku's happy place was the place 95% where people spend their lives avoiding. The two imps helped the boy upwards, then got on one knee and bowed, as did their boss and his adopted daughter. Welcome back, Prince Izuku. Moxie and Millie's boss, Ltaizo, the O was silent, beamed. Can we get you anything? No, Litso-san. Izuku smiled, feeling something funny in his moith. Actually, can I borrow a mirror? The secretary of Imp, Luna, tossed Izuku one. And he smiled at what he saw. While still the same height, weight and hair, Izuku's skin was now chalk white and his freckles were now larger red dots, resembling apples. And atop his head were two small ram-like horns. His teeth were now much sharper and pearly white. And his eyes, once fully green, now were golden yellow with green highlights. Never going to get used to this. He mused, tossing the mirror back. But I do like it. Arigato, Luna-san. The teenage hellhound simply nodded as Izuku smiled. You'll get your travel fee in a few days. Be safe until then. Izuku assured the imp staff, although he was unsure if he or the one he was coming to see would pay. And then, with a snap of his fingers, another thing he couldn't do on Earth, he disappeared in a spiral of green flames. Wait, if he's here. Luna mused. Oh, fuck. Guys, it's about to start. The other imp staff raced to the TV, flipping to the most watched channel in hell. History was about to be made. History that could either break their company or get them way more business. Blitzo hurriedly prepared some popcorn and pops as they settled in. Pentagram City. 666, Studios break room. A spiral of flames appeared with no announcement, but the four in the room were not alarmed. In fact, one in particular was beaming at the sight of them. A beautiful blonde in a red suit, much like Entertainer from the vaudeville days. She had apple-like cheeks similar to his own and in his mind, a smile that could melt even the hardest heart and filled him with hope. She was the Princess of Hell. And the reason they knew each other? Charlie Ni-chan. Izuku beamed once the flames vanished and he spied the person he had come to see. Izuku Avanto. Charlie beamed back, hugging her little half-brother, who returned the embrace. Wait, did I say it right this time? Please tell me I didn't call you dad again. Hi, Ni-chan. Izuku assured her. I missed you. I missed you more. Charlie smiled, breaking the hug to kiss his forehead. And someone else did too. The other woman in the room had gray skin, white hair that was topped with a pink bow, and what looked like an X-eye patch over one of her eyes. She smiled at the sight. Ordinarily she'd be jealous of anyone being this close to Charlie. Let alone a man. Amanda Mayor Vaggie. Izuku beamed in self-taught Spanish. And with those words, any resentful feelings died. Hola chico. Como estas? Vaggie smiled sweetly at the one male she could honestly say she had an inkling of trust in. Mostly because, thanks to the difference in time between hell and earth, she had seen him as both a teenager in front of her and as an adorable nanito. Comme si comme ça. Izuku sighed, not wanting to burden these two with his problems. Today was a special day for one of them in particular. I'm not too late, am I? Nope, right on time. Charlie assured him, patting her baby brother's head. We saved you some donuts, help yourself. They're all your favorites. Izuku beamed and made his way over to a snack table, where he saw pink glazed donuts. One of his sister's bodyguards handed him one, while the other continued chomping on another. Hey Razzle. Hi Dazzle. Izuku smiled and waved, his mouth now full of donut. The two imps waved happily back at him before continuing their snacks. Izuku took a few more donuts before returning his attention to his sister and Vaggie. Okay, you remember what to say? Vaggie asked as she fixed up her girlfriend's bow tie. The Princess of Hell took a deep breath and then smiled. Yes. Let's do this. Izuku smiled. He wished he could have his sister's confidence. Vaggie begged. Just look at me, and I'll mouth it to you. The minute Charlie deflated, Izuku began to worry. Come on, Vaggie. The Princess of Hell groaned. I know what to say. I just feel like we need to. I don't know. She grabbed and throws a donut away, which Izuku was quick to catch and stuff into his mouth as his sister continued. Make things sound more exciting. As if a light bulb went off in her head, she stiffened and then beamed. Whoa. What if I sang a song about it? Vaggie asked, having heard this before. You knew I was gonna say that. Charlie cooed as she booped Vaggie on the nose, getting a light chuckle from her girlfriend. Because I know you. Vaggie smiled sweetly as she fixed up Charlie's bow again. But please don't sing. This is serious. Well, you know, I'm better at expressing myself and my goals through song. Charlie smiled as she stood on the table as Razzle and Dazzle happily continued munching on donuts, watching her with the eyes of veteran bodyguards, feigning no care when they were poised to attack the instant somebody threatened their princess. But life isn't a musical, Han. Vaggie reminded her beloved, a point that Izuku was reluctant to but did not an agreement in. I like your singing, Charlie Nee. He weakly said, getting a slight smile out of her. Oh, thank you Izu. The Princess of Hell cooed as she lightly pinched her brother's cheeks. But maybe you should play it safe this time. The green-haired demi-devil noted. Fine. Charlie sighed, relenting her beloved and brother probably had a point before remembering something and bouncing in her steps as she pulled out a piece of paper. But I have these other ideas of what to say. The highlighted bits are the best parts. Vaggie took the paper and gave it a look over. It's all highlighted. She noted, then taking a closer look. Is this a drawing? Izuku looked down at the sheet of paper, seeing devils now with halos standing on a cloud with a rainbow over them. Yes. Charlie beamed. That's the happy ending, see? Everyone smiling and happy in heaven. Izuku looked at the picture. Well, it's not the most detailed, but it's cute. The Princess of Hell pouted and turned away. Izu, not everybody was gifted with sketching skills. Charlie reminded her brother with an annoyed look that then returned to an excited one. Oh. Speaking of, any new entries? With an excited look, Izuku produced his notebook and handed it to Charlie, who gleefully skimmed through it as Vaggie, exasperated and honestly just wanting to get this affair over and done, pinched the bridge of her nose. I don't think it's that simple, just please. Follow the talking points we went over. She begged, then grabbing Charlie by the shoulder to emphasize. And do not sing. Okay, fine. Charlie groaned before adopting a British accent as she saluted Vaggie and made her way over to Katie Killjoy. I'll just have to resort to my impeccable improv skills. Izuku smiled happily, shooting his sister a thumbs up. Alright, now that she's got that. Vaggie smiled, then her face turned serious. What's wrong, Izu? Nothing. The green-haired boy assured her. Nothing. Vaggie, not believing a word, asked. You're here on time, meaning you didn't scold him for whoever they killed. He was a sex offender villain. Izuku groaned in exasperation, stuffing a donut in his mouth. And in the time you've been here, you've scarfed down more donuts than Raz and Daz. Izuku would have denied it, but his mouth was full, and Razzle and Dazzle looked famished. He looked down at the box and saw there were only 2 donuts left. Doman. Izuku apologized. The imp simply took the box and gave him a playfully dirty look. Vaggie's smile returned, now sad. Charlie would be so much better at this, but her interview was starting. The moth demon then saw that the interview was probably not going to go well. Katie Killjoy was off on one of her tirades and had said something to make Charlie's confidence begin to falter. She shot her beloved a loving smile, and Charlie shot one back before spying Izuku looking at his feet with a saddened look. Vaggie mouthed I got this and motioned Charlie to go on. The blonde demoness did so reclinantly, shoving her brother to the back of her mind to focus on this important matter. Come on, Chico. Vaggie cooed as she sat Izuku down on the floor. You can tell me. We had to do our career aptitude tests. Izuku explained. Well, we were supposed to. But everyone wants to be heroes. Kachan started his usual spiel, and then Sensei pointed out how I wanted to be at the same school he was applying for, and then everyone started to laugh. I pointed out I could go there, they got rid of no quirkless rule, but… Las Nina's son Unamirda. Vaggie sighed in anger under her breath. Izuku didn't need to finish his story. Charlie had mentioned this Kachan before, the one being, aside from the eldritch daughter, that the Princess of Hell outright loathed. And Vaggie was in that boat as well. Not knowing what to do here, Vaggie gave Izuku a hug and patted his head. Well, whatever they say. They're idiots not see you for who you are. A kid, smart kid who just wants to help. If they can't see that. Fuck him. Also, don't tell Charlie I cursed. I hang out with Kachan. Izuku reminded her. The interview then began, with Charlie explaining her new passion project. In the wake of the yearly purges from Heaven's exorcists in order to deal with the overpopulation of Hell, Charlie was starting up a place where one could go to in order to work towards being redeemed for their sins. She hoped that in doing so, more people would go to heaven and fewer, if no one at all, would have to die. She called it the Happy Hotel. Wait, is it really a hotel? Izuku asked Vaggie. I thought it was more like a rehab center. Technically, it is. Vaggie sighed. But this is hell, do you really think people are going to go to that? We did some test audiences, 9 out of 10 stopped listening after rehab, so went with plan B, a hotel. Everybody at least listened after that. So, is there like a reward system and therapy? Izuku asked. Charlie didn't go into too much detail. Is more of the hotel available after you reach a certain level? Ordinarily, Vaggie would be annoyed by someone asking these questions. But not with Izuku. Hell, if anything, Izuku was acting like a real journalist by actually asking questions. Further proof that the Spider-Woman who had been badmouthing her princess had not earned her place in the natural way. From the way she carried herself, Vaggie suspected that in life and maybe even in hell, Katie had, well, sucked up in certain ways. Immediately, people began to laugh and chuckle. And before anyone could do anything, Charlie began to sing. Oh no. Vaggie groaned. Izuku smiled and danced along from his spot with Vaggie. He never got tired of listening to Charlie sing, no matter the song or tune, anything his big sister sang was phenomenal. And it always brought back memories. Memories which unfortunately were cut off when everyone apart from himself, Vaggie and the sinners, started laughing at Charlie's ideas as finally and sadly, the song came to an end. Charlie wasn't deterred however, revealing that the Happy Hotel already had someone in it. Angel Dust, a porn star under the employ of Valentino the pimp and porn lord of hell. In life, if Izuku recalled right, Angel Dust had also been a member of the American branch of the Metal Liberation Army, as well as a vocal supporter of Harvey Milk. A proudly LGBT gangster with a quirk that allowed him to hide, grow limbs, he was also known for being talented at guerrilla warfare. He apparently had died overdosing on cocaine while in the midst of an orgy. Charlie proudly remarked that for 2 weeks, Angel had not started any fights, drunk any alcohol, had any kind of drug and had not been engaging in sexual endeavors not related to his work. Izuku beamed, happily the universe was being kind to his sister. Sadly, this had been ruined when it was revealed was in the midst of helping another turf seeker Cherry Bomb in a battle with the local kingpin Lord Serpenter. And at that point, everything went to hell. Charlie had somehow, Izuku didn't recall how, began to fight with Katie, who had transformed into a spider demon. Baggy, Razzle and Dazzle started fighting with the filming crew after pushing him to the side. "Stop," Izuku called out. Charlie kicked Katie away as her co-host, Tom Trench, appeared in flames, screaming for help. "Stop, please," Izuku begged again. Demons alike were now screaming as they moved to finish whatever battles they odds started. Baggy had already killed 2 cameramen, and the 2 imps were ready to attack. After what had happened in school and seeing his sister's dream demolished, Izuku had enough. "I said stop." The pressure was felt throughout hell, making many pause in their steps. Only the overlords and royal couple were not completely scared by this pressure. In fact, Lucifer himself broke out into a small grin at this feeling. "Looks like my boy is showing off." He chuckled, both pitying and meaning to thank the sinner who brought this on. Was wondering what it would take. Lilith mused, a look of intrigue on her face. Back at the studio, all eyes fell onto Izuku, whose schoolboy uniform was now replaced by a green suit that was matched by the green flames that danced around his form before leaping off him and wrapping around Katie, who was now battered and bloodied by Charlie, who aside from a rip in her suit and messy hair, was unscathed. "Who the fuck are?" the spider began. "I'm her baby brother," Izuku hissed. Here was the truth. Izuku Midoriya did actually have a quirk, and a very powerful one at that. In fact, Izuku's quirk was potentially the most powerful ability of all time, easily surpassing any copying, stealing or stock-holding power, able to dwarf any creation power, and render any and all transformations meaningless. Antichrist. Its full abilities were not known, partially due to Izuku not being able to train it. What was known is that it gave Izuku a demonic appearance, curse-like magical powers and reality warping. The only problem, and reason for so much of the unease and pain in the young man's life, was that said quirk only worked in one place in all of the multiverse. Hell only weakness, aside from the one previous stated, was that if any holy or religious-based object came close to Izuku, he'd feel ill. If any entered his body, it would feel like a swarm of angry hornets were racing through his body, stinging and ripping at his flesh. Luckily for him, religion was fairly low on many people's lists in his time. Once 80% of humanity gained superhuman abilities, beliefs had been silenced or, if they hoped to survive in this new world, heavily edited. So, while on Earth he was nobody, in hell, Izuku was almost everything he wanted to be. Respected, adored, feared. Yes, Izuku did not lose sleep knowing that in the one place his power worked, many cowered at the thought of him. They were all among the worst people to ever live, so if he could do that, he was doing something right. And now, he was feeling vengeful. Izuku could take insults to himself. He could handle his dream being insulted. He could even gladly admit his weaknesses. But if anyone ever insulted his sister, who does this bitch think she is? A voice in his voice suddenly asked him. She's not even an overlord. The boy smiled. Let's just say it was a good thing no hero actively monitored the Pentagram City part of hell, because what he was about to do would have gotten him blacklisted from any hero school. But the single raise of his hand, Izuku levitated Katie upwards. He then clenched his fist and a sickening yet satisfying crunch filled the room, and Katie was pushed inwards. Izuku's eyes then burst into green flames, and his teeth grew sharper. Transmutation. Izuku growled. The sun turned water into wine. I'll settle for changing blood to wine. Katie's form crunched and buckled to Izuku's will, and soon, in place of the spider demon, there was a bottle of wine with her eyes. Huh. Izuku mused. You know what? I understand why Kitsuki does this. It's exhilarating. Mr. Trench, would you care to take a drink? Don't mind if I do, Your Majesty. Tom beamed as he downed as much of the wine as he could, ignoring Katie's protests. Charlie stuck out her tongue at Katie, who was then turned back to normal, but now weak and gasping for air. The Princess of Hell then turned to the camera and said. This is optional. The doors will be open in 2 hours. If you want, you're welcome to try. Baggy then moved in and hollered. Angel DOES. I think you did this good this time, darling. Lilith mused. He may just be the one to succeed. But of course. Lucifer smiled. Still. Doesn't mean either ourselves or them will make it easy for him. Now, forget the children for a moment. Where were we? The King and Queen of Hell then returned to their alone time. MHHH. The limo ride to the Happy Hotel was unbearably awkward and uncomfortable. Luckily, no one gave them trouble. Whether or not this was because of many still recovering from the purge, or if the display of power played a part was undetermined. Angel Dust had been jovial when he saw Izuku. He'd always been good with kids, and one that knew most of his pre-hell life was automatically on his protect list. Hey there, kiddo. Kicking or kissing any fine asses? He asked. From him, this was probably the nicest thing that could be said. Izuku, dry and now feeling shame in what he had done, had simply waved. Charlie was off to the side, her head hung in shame and embarrassment. Baggy was in the middle, her rage barely contained. Izuku was on the other side, shooting his sister concerned looks. What? The spider demon asked. What? Baggy asked before tearing out her hair. What? What were you doing? Angel Dust sighed and rolled his eyes. I owed my girl buddy a solid. Isn't that a redeeming quality? Helping friends with stuff. Not with turf wars that result in territorial genocide. Baggy snapped back. Izuku, not liking where this was going, huddled closer to Charlie. His half-sister brought him closer to her, although neither was sure who was comforting who. Hey, you win some, you lose a few hundred. Angel laughed as he continued to play with the car window button. It wasn't that bad, anyway. Baggy, having had enough of the window going up and down, along with the porn star shit, manifested a knife and hit the switch, narrowing her eye in irritation. She had missed. This time. Aw, come on. I had to. Angel whined, brushing his hair back. My credibility was on the line. I mean, what kind of reputation would I have if people found out I was trying to go clean? He adopted a devilish and seductive smirk, taking his chest. What was it, anyways? Izuku often asked. It just rose out my entire persona. Their credibility? Baggy asked indignantly. What about the hotels? Your little stunt. It made us look like a fucking joke. Angel Dust simply scoffed. No, babe. Jokes are funny. I made you look. Sad. And pathetic. Like an orphan with no arms or legs. Oh. With progeria. As Charlie hid behind her hair, Izuku almost vomited, quickly reaching into his backpack and pulling out a paper bag labeled for stomach. He then lost his lunch in said bag, which, once he was done, Baggy threw out the window, where it hit a demon. Great. Angel groaned as he started looking around. Now I'm bummed thinking about it. Hey, this thing have any liquor? Can you please just try to take this seriously? Baggy asked, some desperation clear in her tone. Inwardly, Izuku mused how unlikely that was. Well, he was nowhere as bad. Angel Dust's stubbornness and pride reminded Izuku of Katsuki. Fine, I'll try. Angel Dust answered as he flicked a dust nunny away, then smirked. Just don't get your taco in a twist, baby. Was that you being racist or sexist? Baggy snapped. Whatever pisses you off more. Is there seriously no liquor in here? Angel groaned. Baggy, seeing as this wasn't getting anywhere, returned to sit next to Charlie, her arms crossed under her shirt. I'm gonna kill him. She announced, with the finality of someone going to out buy milk. Too late, toots. Angel retorted, before realizing something and laughing. Hey, wait a tick. Would that make me double dead? Ha, and where exactly do I go? To double hell. Sorry, you're stuck with me, bitch. Get used to it. Grrrr. Come near to Malparito. Baggy angrily cured as she grit her teeth and a skull appeared in place of her pupil. Charlie gasped and covered Izuku's ears, then putting herself in the middle of her girlfriend and little brother. Baggy. She shouted in shock. Why you said. Baggy's rage dissipated as she realized what she had done. Nissan. Izuku cut in. You do remember I go to school with Kachan, right? That boy said all but one curse word. Besides, if I say it's Spanish I can't get in trouble right away. In spite of adoring her baby brother for his being such a cinnamon roll that must be protected at all cost, a small part of her couldn't help but smile at Izuku's loophole abuse. She was a demon, after all. Baggy evidently shared in these thoughts, shooting the boy a grateful look and mouthing a gracious. I don't know who this Katsuki is. Angel started. But he sounds like somebody I'd hate, then like a lot then hate again. The closest I have to a friend on earth. Izuku explained. Not comfortable about prying, mostly due to the tone in the boy's voice bringing back some memories of before he was the sexy and baddest gangster he was now. Angel Dust opted to do what he did best, pointing what he felt was the real upside of the situation as he looked out the limo's window. Listen Princey, Princessa and some Baralita, who cares if some jagoffs got hurt? Most of them are ugly freaks. Just look around, you got a bunch of fucking harlequin looking babies down here. You want to talk? Baggy growled under her breath. Angel Dust simply smirked and motioned to his form. Hey. This body is flawless. Everyone wants some of me. And I've got the creepy fan letters to prove it. He reached into his. Whatever it was, revealing a rather disturbing fan letter. One with a dirty naked middle-aged man, who ironically had a no Angel Dust tattoo, licking an Angel Dust body pillow attached with a message saying, "Show me your feet." It was signed, Breerin, #1 fan critic. Baggy growled in annoyance. That was really uncool, you know, Angel. Charlie said, the first word she'd said to him all day. Uncool. Baggy snapped, not at Charlie, but in general annoyance. Uncool. Charlie, after that train wreck, there is no way anyone is gonna wanna stay at the hotel. She turned her attention to the cause of most of her annoyance. All thanks to you and your selfish bullshit. Does that mean I don't have a free room anymore? Angel asked. All he got was an exasperated Baggy with wide and twitching eyes and her arms outstretched. Ah, well shucks. The four finally arrived at the happy hotel, exhausted and drained. Izuku, see, could we meet up on Saturday instead? Charlie asked. I need some time to myself. Hi, Nissan. Izuku sighed in sadness. He understood. He didn't like it, but he understood. As Charlie left to make a call, Izuku prepared to summon a portal. Espera Chico. Baggy called out, rushing deeper into the lobby and then returning with a round plate wrapped in tinfoil. I figured you may want to take it easy after all. That. And since no one else is here. She unwrapped the tinfoil, revealing what was probably Izuku's second favorite meal of all time, Baggy's own, homemade paella, a family recipe 6 generations old. Gracious, Baggy. Izuku smiled, giving her a hug. The moth demoness cringed slightly at the hug, but then adopted a kind smile and patted him on the head. Anada. Baggy smiled. Now, you better get on home before your mom worries. I'll tell Charlie. With a grateful smile, Izuku snapped his fingers, summoning a portal. Izuku. Baggy stopped him. You know Charlie loves you, right? Izuku smiled. I know. He said. Next time it'll be better. The moth demoness smiled sweetly, exhaustion was catching up with her again, but she wanted to make sure Izuku stepped through the portal before relaxing. Buenos noches, Chico. Baggy smiled. Buenos noches, mi hermana. Izuku then stepped through the portal, just missing the visit that would change his sister's life forever by a mere second. The second he stepped out of the portal, Izuku found he had returned to normal. His skin was back to normal, and the apples that had decorated his cheeks were now freckles. The biggest downside of all this was losing his horns. Izuku had always liked them. With a sigh, Izuku made his way back home. Mom, I'm back. He announced. Inko Midoriya was a tired woman. Not exhausted, but drained. She was still quite fetching at 32 years old, having never had money problems due to not only her inheritance, but also the gold and jewels she received monthly. Her figure was healthy and attractive. This helped her and her best friend Mitsuki in their careers as models, something Inko hid as much as she could. The one noticeable turn-off to men, aside from her son, was the scar on her cheek from when she had been kidnapped all those years ago. It wasn't too bad, giving her a tough girl-like look in spite of her gentle nature. But while Inko may not have had a romantic relationship in her life, she honestly felt that she didn't need one. Above all, she loved Izuku and supported his relationship with his half-sister, the one being in the universe she trusted to keep him safe, aside from Mitsuki. How was your day? Inko asked as she finished a cup of tea, then sniffed the air. And what smells so nice? Izuku smiled at his mother and peeled back the tinfoil. Agini made paella for us. Izuku answered. My day was okay. Inko caught the hold in her son's words. Is Charlie? She started. The announcement didn't go so great. Izuku sighed, looking down at his feet. I kind of. Maybe. Cursed the news lady. Inko's brow turned stern. Izuku Daiki Briner Hirokashi Midoriya. She started. She insulted Charlie Ni and okayed the Jeffrey Dahmer cooking show in hell. Izuku quickly added, fearing his mother's disappointment. Inko's anger vanished when she processed what her son had said. She was already leaning towards to ignoring Izuku's act if it was to defend his sister's honor, but now it was assured when he told her how the person he attacked greenlit the show for a cannibalistic serial killer. So, she smiled and kissed her son's forehead. You're not mad? Izuku asked. Well. Inko confessed, half faking being deep in thought and otherwise being honest. I am a little disappointed you didn't try and settle the matter as well as you could have. Izuku hung his head in shame before Inko rose it back up. But at least your power for a good cause. So. No internet tonight. Izuku smiled, being able to live with that. With that, they sat down to eat. The paella dinner was delicacy and the highlight of Izuku's day. It was sadly also the last meal before the last day of Izuku's life. Too rich and powerful, eh? Lady Killjoy officially feared for her afterlife. The king of hell himself was in her room. And while he spoke calmly and smiled kindly, she was a fool if she thought she would emerge from this unscathed. Awfully big ego for a mere reporter. Lucifer mused, slowly standing up. I do believe you need to be reminded of the order here, miss. What was your name again? He gave her no room to answer, lifting her upwards with only this thumb. It's quite lucky for you that my wife is too busy. Lucifer smiled. She'd be far more brutal than I. In spite of everything, Katie did what many would do in this situation, she begged. My king, please. Have mercy on me, your son. My dear son didn't do shit. Lucifer hissed, his horrifying true demon form slowly manifesting, himself growing larger and larger, and his skin becoming blood red. Must be the human in him, going to have to speak to him about that. The first rule of being royalty in hell. When it comes to punishing arrogant sinners, you never do a half-ass job. 80 screamed, and no one cared. For the next few months, Tom Trench would be the sole newscaster for 666 News. Again, no one would care. In fact, viewership would go up. The next day was the straw that broke the camel's back. Itsuki did something that awfully put him on hell's pending list. Hey Deku. He smirked as he ready to leave with some cronies. There is a way to get a quirk. Take a swan dive and hope you get one in your next life. While horrible for having his former friend say that, today was a bad day for Izuku in general. It was the anniversary of his mother's kidnapping and his birthday, both of which were filled with bad memories. Inko had a therapy session, and no one had forgotten what sensei had revealed the day before, so the whole day, people were laughing at him. The teachers all called him delusional and told him to grow up. Grow up. The same words Charlie's critic said. And then Todd had led Izuku to thinking that if he hadn't been there, Charlie could have focused and actually done well in the interview. Just like his mother could be leading a normal life without him. And then, after destroying a hero analysis notebook, Kitsuki Bakugo had suicide baited him. In his mind, Izuku honestly thought this would be good for everyone. He took out a piece of paper and pinned it to the roof. I'm sorry mom. But I only caused trouble here and I can't take it anymore. Please, be happy. I'll check in every day. Thank you for everything you've done. I love you more than anything. And with that said, he jumped off the roof, committing a mortal sin and being sent right to hell, where he could use his quirk to help make Charlie's dream come true at least. At least, that's what would have happened. Before you consider taking that fool's advice, might we have a moment of your time, Prince of Darkness? Izuku saw he was not alone anymore, there now stood 3 hooded figures. We represent someone who wishes to make your dream of becoming a hero reality. The first started. They wish to speak with you. Your sister will be in the immediate area. The tallest assured him. Regardless of what you decide, we will return you to your home at the end. With nothing left to lose and perhaps something to gain, Izuku shot Inko a text telling her he'd be a little late and jumped into the portal. It would be nice to have one more dinner with her. The minute he saw the red suit, the young demi-demon knew who this was. And he was surprised his pants were still in a decent state. "Good day, my dear lad." His host smiled, revealing a big toothy grin, and fixed his monocle. "I do so hope my associates weren't too rough." Alabama, 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 Alabama. Izuku managed to speak with a shaking pointed finger before the demon took said hand in a handshake. "That's right, Alistair. A pleasure to meet you, my boy. Quite a pleasure. Can I offer you anything? Tea? Bourbon? The blood of Katie Killjoy?" Izuku was too scared to make a sound. Alistair, the radio demon. A demon just as, if not even more powerful than the overlords of hell. But unlike the overlords, he had no interest in territory or power. He went as he pleased and few could stop him. Aside from Vox, he was probably Lucifer's favorite non-family citizen of hell, and even Lucifer didn't like seeing Alistair more than needed. According to Vaggie, when he'd first came to hell in the 1930s, Alistair had slaughtered 3 of the primordial overlords without much trouble in a single night before moving to other turf seekers, broadcasting his massacres through all radios in hell. No one could hear anything else for months, they only stopped when Alistair decided to start up his own radio show. Izuku had heard through Charlie that Alistair had used Beelzebub's intestines to strangle the overlord and then kept them as a jump rope, made Mephistopheles burn himself to death after stabbing his eyes out with his horns, and cowed the 7 deadly sins into entertaining him. That was all that was known of that last bit. The sins refused to speak of what had happened or outright screamed and ran for cover whenever asked. And the owl demons were just as quiet as to whatever Alistair had done to not only get Stolas to pay attention to earthly matters and gain worshippers, Asukates, but also made him go from heterosexual to whatever he currently was. "Please excuse the sudden summon, but I saw you on the picture show yesterday with your sister and just knew I had to meet you. And may I just say, my boy, bravo. Never did like newscasters, arrogant buggers." Izuku didn't move, terror stricken in his form. "My dear boy, you can relax." Alistair smiled, his face then shifting into a radio. "If I wanted to hurt you, we wouldn't even be speaking." Izuku's pants were finally in need of changing. This was not helped when Alistair's face returned to normal along with his jovial tone. "Now, let me ask you something, and please, answer as truthfully as you can. What do you know of voodoo, my dear boy?" Izuku began rambling. You gained your powers from Loa, you're a Boker, and had to be taught by someone else from a very early age, given how strong you are. On that note, your mother probably was Voodoo Queen. Petro Voodoo is left-handed and evil, enables you to look into someone's past to see desires and dreams. Voodoo is the folk magic most people associate with voodoo, and where I assume most of your powers come from engas or talismans that house spirits, your microphone is probably one. Alistair smiled, glad he was doing this with someone who had a brain and at least some knowledge of his powers. It made this far more entertaining. Chumps and desperate fools got boring so fast. Excellent, Izuku my lad. Alistair beamed. Could have done without the rambling, but you're new to this, and it adds to your charm. Now, you want to be a superhero, if I understand. Izuku nodded and Alistair waited. But my quirk only works here. There it was. The hook. Well. What would you say if I told you I could make it so that your quirk worked on Earth as well? Alistair asked. Izuku's head snapped upwards. Unknown to him, Charlie was in the other room, struggling to get through the doorway, which was blocked by a muting glass of sorts. I've tried for years. Izuku started. How would you even? A mental blocker too, nothing I can't handle. Alistair assured him. Why? Izuku asked. Why would you help me? Like I told your sister. Alistair beamed. Boredom. And while the hotel's inevitable failure will definitely keep me entertained, my work needs a new muse. A new focus. And you, my dear Izuku, are that focus. Izuku was starting to get a clearer picture. So, you'll. If you accept, yes. I'll broadcast your adventures all over hell. Everyone here knows a bunch of your other half-brothers, sisters, cousins and whatevers tried the Antichrist route, but this time they'll experience it with you. Just imagine, your triumphs, failures, passion. All of the ingredients for some wonderful entertainment. Alistair then moved in for the kill. And it may even help your sister's hotel get some patrons. Izuku was still hesitant, which Charlie, still desperately trying to get at him, was grateful for. Alistair was a deal maker, he never did anything without hiding what he truly wanted. Of course, if you don't trust me, and I can't say I'd blame you. The radio demon pointed out. You can just go back to your boring, dreadful life. Try and become a hero without your quirk. That'll be a story for the ages once it comes here. Remind your darling saint of a mother how you struggle when all you want to do is help but are held back by a handicap. Grin and bear those fools who will never see you for who you truly are. Settle for a minimum wage job. Izuku was seeing more and more of Alistair's points. Or, be a real hero and take a gamble for the future. Alistair smiled. Let me help you become a name that is respected and feared. You could be the one to truly save or damn the universe. And all I ask is that I share your story with the sinners here in hell. Izuku looked down in his feet. Maybe it was because of the last 2 rough days. Maybe the shit in his pants made him so uncomfortable he ignored his instincts. If you do this, Izuku said, I want you to promise Charlie Nee and the hotel will not come to harm. And I only want my quirk to work when I'm actually doing hero work. Alistair smiled. So, it's a deal, then. The green pulsating magic erupted Alistair's outstretched hand, voodoo and hoodoo symbols floating around it. Izuku looked at the hand. Then at Alistair. He thought about his sister, his mother. His dream. His dream. All he wanted was to help people. If he had to make a deal to ensure that he had a real honest chance. So be it. Deal. Izuku said, taking and shaking the hand. The ease. Alistair grinned evilly. Instantly, the magic left Alistair's hand and forced itself into Izuku's body. Instantly, the boy began to feel a sick, demented and yet intoxicating feeling engulf his form. Izuku, no. Charlie screamed as she finally broke through, but was held back by Alistair's cane. 4 years after Chapter 1. In a world full of quirks, heroes and villains, young Izuku Midoriya had learned very early on that not all men are created equal. This was extremely true for him. Having been conceived by the union of the King of Hell himself and his human mother. Although unaware of the full details, Izuku was a very bright child and had picked up on the fact that there was probably a good reason his daddy was not around. The fact that his mommy never talked about him was the first clue. The second was that whenever it came up, people often were questioning or outright didn't comment. And finally, there was the fact that even Inko herself did not seem to fully recall anything about him. The only thing Izuku did know about his father was that he had saved his mother after she had been kidnapped. This had made Izuku think that perhaps his father was a hero, and thus, his already dead-set dream of becoming like All Might was solidified. Which brings us to today. Being at the age when a quirk is supposed to awaken and yet with no sign of his own manifesting, the boy and his mother had gone to the doctor, but this visit ended in sadness and heartbreak. According to the doctor, who was very blunt and borderline rude about the whole affair, Izuku was actually quirkless, meaning no superpower for him. Saddened by the fact but not willing to give up on his dream, Izuku tried to see the bright side to the situation. There was no rule outright saying a quirkless person couldn't become a hero. Right. Izuku had asked his mother if he could still be a hero. He had needed her to say yes. Sadly for both Midoriya, sadness took a hold of Inko, and she had hugged her son, apologizing and crying as if this was all her fault. HHMH. Sensing the sadness of his currently youngest child, the King of Hell decided that it was time to make his move. Seeing as his daughter was saying goodbye to the guests at her birthday party and his darling wife was in the midst of punishing the latest batch of fornicators, Lucifer did not announce his temporary unavailability. He had snapped his fingers, creating a portal to Earth. He couldn't actually go without being summoned. At least not in full. Looking upwards to the snake on his hat, the reptile slithered into the portal with a letter in its mouth. The snake suddenly manifested into the youngest Midoriya's room, dropping the letter and spitting poison onto it. Before Inko could attempt to fling the creature away from her baby boy, the letter sizzled and became screaming smoke that took the form of the person who had both given her greatest treasure and haunted her dreams at night. Now then, let's get straight to it. Lucifer's projection said. Inko, our son, isn't quirkless, like that foolish doctor claimed. The boy indeed has an ability, but at the moment it can only work or be trained in one place. That place, of course, is hell. Hell. The mother had screamed in shock, taking her son into her arms and moving him out of Lucifer's eyesight as much as she could. Mommy? Izuku asked. Is this my daddy? Inko wanted to deny this question. She truly wanted to say no and run away. But, wrapped up in feelings of failure and desperation to save her baby boy from having his only desire destroyed, she nodded a reluctant yes. Yes, son. Lucifer explained. My name. Well, just call me Dad. Now, I have tried many times in the past to have a child like you, Izuku, and they all sadly ended in failure. But you son, are special. Having been born in the era of superpowers or quirks, I knew that this time it would work, and it has. He then turned his attention to Inko. Now, if you'll agree, I'd like to take Izuku down with me for a while, so that he can meet his half-sister Charlie. She's been wanting to see her half-brother since his birth. Explained Lucifer. Not to worry, he will return unharmed by breakfast time. Every instinct told Inko to refuse him. She knew what he was. She knew what he could do. But he was Izuku's father, and every child had the right to meet their parents. She looked down at Izuku, cleared his tears and kissed his forehead before turning to the devil. Fine. But promise me he will be okay and safe. She begged. Of course. Said Lucifer said with the tip of his hat as the smoke started to subside. Grab onto Kane whenever you're ready, Izuku. The boy did just that and was soon pulled into the portal. Izuku. Inko called out in desperation, regret suddenly filling her. She would not move from that spot until the portal reappeared an hour later, a sleeping Izuku with a note attached to him. In exhaustion and desperation to make sure her baby boy was safe, Inko had slept in her son's bed that night, holding her son with all the love and desperate strength in her form. Hell, Magni Castle. Princess Charlie, sensing her father closing a portal and having said goodbye to her friends, rushed into his study. However, in her excitement and curiosity, she had not been looking where she was going and felt something knock into her and tumble backwards, the princess rolling along with it until they hit a wall. Lucifer couldn't help but chuckle at the scene and was quick to record it and forwarded Lilith. Oh we. Izuku groaned and he and Charlie tried to untangle. Sorry about that. I wasn't Luo. Charlie started only to drag her word as she looked at who she ran into. A little boy with similar features like hers turning towards her father. Said little boy was looking at her in confusion. He tilted his head. Charlie titled her own. They blinked at the same time and then stuck their tongues out at each other, giggling. Then they made a few funny faces before Charlie managed to sneak her fingers into the boy's armpits and began to tickle him, only for him to do the same for her cheeks. Even the King of Hell couldn't help but smile at the scene. Daddy? Who is this? The Princess of Hell asked once the giggles stopped. For the afterlife of her, she was certain she should know who this was. My dear Charlie, this is your half-brother Izuku Midoriya. Lucifer beamed. Izuku. Meet your half-sister. My oldest and dearest child, Charlie. Said Lucifer. And instantly, Charlie remembered. The baby her parents had shown her. This was him. Izu. Charlie beamed, hugging the boy and taking him into a hug. Wait. I have a sister. Said Izuku once he finally realized what was going on. Half-sister. Lucifer clarified, but he went ignored as the two of them hugged with tears on their eyes, one for having someone to call a sibling, the other for finally meeting her brother. They even nuzzled noses. At that point, Lucifer's tolerance of the cuteness died. Well, you two have fun. He announced, moving towards his office. Izuku noticed and reached for his father. But daddy, don't you? Sorry son. Lucifer mused, checking his pocket watch. I have 1,000 things to do, an entire reality to keep from collapsing, rebellions to squish, souls to torture. But Charlie is here, she can help you have a passable birthday. I thought you thought I was going to train you to use your quirk, which you don't even know. Lucifer mused. I suppose I could tell you. Are you familiar with the term Antichrist? Izuku was not, but to his knowledge, nothing that ended with anti was good. His father, seeing this realization dawning on him, smiled. Yes, my son. You are the latest in a long line of half-demons who will disrupt the societal norms that the bug guy and humans have kept for millennia. Like I told your mother, I have been trying to create an antichrist for centuries and they always failed. So, to prevent myself from most likely being disappointed again. Until you prove that you'll be better than all of them, I'll only acknowledge you for Charlie's sake or paying Inko's parental support. Charlie had this intensed. So, you don't love mommy? Izuku asked, praying for a negative answer to that question before feeling a sharp sting. Izu. Charlie cooed worried, hugging him gently. I wouldn't recommend praying here, it harms even half-breeds like you. And love? Lucifer asked, stifling a chuckle. No, Izuku. Your mommy and I only met the night I put you in her belly so she could give birth to you. The only reason I even did so was so that I could shake things up in this frightfully boring world you call home. My heart belongs only to my wife Lilith. Charlie's mother, who okayed you because your mother was cute. But, since you mentioned Inko. Izuku grabbed an oil sack that was filled with golden coins, jewels and pearl necklaces. Happy birthday, buy something nice and give the rest to your mother, she'll get another next month. In case you're wondering, I stole it from the Vatican. They are far richer than the public believes, and what better way to vex them by having them support you and your mother, in spite of you being of my blood. Izuku had stopped listening after stole. What all those people thought was true. He was the son of a villain. The villain. By all means, pursue your dream, become a hero. Lucifer said. Just don't expect to get very far, the mortals of any time never truly do except darker being as heroes. But don't take my word for it. Give it your all son. If things don't work out, when you get here you can rule over any section of hell. Or maybe actually build a purgatory, the mortals believe in it so much we may as well have something, hell's getting so crowded. Well, I must be off. Lucifer then left, leaving the 4-year-old just standing there. Charlie had never truly been angry before now. She had often been annoyed when her parents were too busy for her. She got irritated when her daddy stole her bike to ride around when he had his own. She dreaded seeing some of the overlords and grin and bore it whenever someone mocked her for asking questions or trying something new. But this was the first time she truly felt anger for her parents. She knew her father well enough to know that, in spite of being the literal devil himself, he would not have brought her half-brother just to tell him to prove himself worthy of his notice, nor to tell the poor boy he was indeed not born of a loving union. No, her daddy was playing at something. Something that no doubt had to do with his grudge on his former boss and friends. But right now, that didn't matter. She saw so much of what she wanted to believe in this little boy. And right now, this little boy needed one person to believe in him. Without another word, she picked an uneaten slice of birthday cake and offered it to Izuku, a hopeful look on her face. Perhaps Izuku just wanted to distract himself, but he took the cake. And devoured it. Yummy. He frowned, then looking down at his feet. Anne. Play might you. Charlie, knowing this wasn't enough, racked her brain to find something to cheer up her brother. She vaguely recalled a song she had heard her parents complaining about, something about inspiring hope in mortals. In her desperation, she began to sing it. But the music seemingly coming along with it as she sang, her guards Razzle and Dazzle were playing the necessary instruments. The song picked up Izuku's attention, and he turned his attention to his half-sister. The way she sang the words, it was as if she was speaking them to Izuku, who slowly but surely reached towards her. Charlie took the slowly tearing up boy into her arms, gently brushing his tears and hair. She smiled at him, a warmth filling her form. A new feeling filled her. Warmth she wanted to always hold, desperation to keep this boy happy, a refusal to see him sad. And blinding rage at those who didn't believe in him. She didn't delude herself, the fact he was the only sibling she knew played a factor, but Charlie Magni honestly couldn't describe what was happening, but she knew one thing. She loved her little brother unconditionally. And to keep him happy, she would keep smiling and ignore her own hurt at what was going on. After a few verses, Izuku slowly and gently reached for his half-sister's face as she continued to sing, never breaking eye contact with him. Her smile never faded either, as tears begun to escape her own eyes, the lyrics' meaning coming to her. In spite of the pain in her own heart, Izuku began to clear Charlie's own tears, a weak smile crossing his own face. His sister, in spite of the fact that he had only known for a few minutes, should not be crying, he told himself. He recalled All Might once saying in an interview. When you have to save someone, they're usually in a scary situation. A true hero saves not only their lives, but also their hearts. That's what I believe. So no matter how scary things get, give them a smile, as if to say, I'm okay. The people in this world who can smile are always the strongest. If only the boy had known the full story behind that line. Charlie kept singing gently and smiling all throughout the song, Izuku smiling back at her and gently hugging her as the lyrics began to come to an end. Arigato, ni-chan. In spite of the foreign tongue, the warmth and desperation in Izuku's words told Charlie everything he meant. The waterworks then really started, but she simply pressed him close to her chest so that he couldn't see her tears as she began to ugly cry, still singing as she did so and doing all in her considerable might to keep the tone and tune going. But Izuku was not easily deterred. He gently pushed himself free and wiped his half-sister's tears and then kissing her forehead and eyelids like his mother often did when he got scared. Please don't cry. He begged. You know why? To their surprise, perhaps due to the song, they then said together. Because I am here. Razzle and Dazzle freely cried in spite of themselves. The song began to wind down, and the sibling's smile stayed firm before a yawn escaped Izuku, and he fell asleep. I'll always be here. Charlie whispered a promise into her brother's ears. No matter where, when or what, I'll always look over you, Izuku. The picture then fell out of the boy's pocket, one of him and his mother. Seeing the kindly woman, Charlie opened a portal to send her brother home. But just before she did, she jotted down a note, stuffed it in his pocket and kissed his forehead. She then gently pushed him inside. As his children bonded, Lucifer watched from afar, a smile on his face. Not just at the bond between his two children, but how smoothly this was going so far. The biggest mistake he had made with the other antichrists, he had been quick to realize, was that he waited far too long for their connection to him to be revealed. This time, he'd make his child want to be an antichrist. One of the upsides of lowered religion in this time and place. Only the truly devoted or curious poke their nose into business like this. All he had done was employ class and rather elementary reverse psychology. By motivating Izuku to become the greatest half-demon, he was all bust, ensuring that the Antichrist would come about this time. The mortals of Izuku's time all clung onto their precious symbol of peace, so it stood to reason that when Izuku eventually eclipsed All Might and all other heroes, they would flock to him and do whatever he wished. And then, it would time for him to stick it to God and for the denizens of hell to have their day in the sun. When Izuku awoke the next morning, he and his mother found the note. If you ever want to see me, call this number and they'll bring you to me. They may be imp assassins, but the founder owes me a few favors. Anytime, any place. Don't hesitate. I'd love to get to know my baby brother. Stay gold, Izuku. Stay gold. Somehow, the letter filled Inko with hope and assurance that there was someone out there who cared for her son, and she smiled, nodding at Izuku's unasked question. The little boy had then quickly drawn a picture that he would keep in his room, hidden away from Albert himself and his mother. The image of a teenage girl with apple-like cheeks, blonde hair and golden eyes filled with kindness and care. Charlie Ni-san was the title. And thus, an unbreakable bond began. Izuku would visit Charlie at night or whenever he needed comfort, his sister applauding his kind nature and never giving up on his dream. She would also take down the names of anyone who was cruel to him or mocked his dream, waiting for them to either come to hell, so that she could educate them herself, or complying a list of imp to deal with at her signal and then she could educate them. One must remember she was still a demon after all, violence to protect what she treasured came to her. On that note, while they had not met formally, Inko and Charlie had formed an unspoken agreement, protect and comfort Izuku in their own ways. While Inko did not know the full details of that list for imp, she adored Charlie for being the one to give Izuku determination in his dream. The feelings were returned to the point that meeting Inko just once was placed high on Charlie's bucket list. And when Charlie shared her own dream, Izuku returned the determination and support she had given him. Because as Izuku saw and learned more about hell and the sinners who called it home, he was able to realize what many did not: villains were rarely born, they were made, often with little chance to redeem themselves, especially in his time. Where the titles of hero and villain were thrown around almost willy-nilly. The green-haired boy in particular recalled Destro from the beginning of the Age of Quirks, how he and his followers were more misguided than anything and had fought for an ultimately good cause. But were unable to see others' viewpoints, which was, as Charlie described, the first step towards redemption. In spite of his matured look on such matter, Charlie refused to let Izuku seek out or speak to sinners for the longest time, often confiding him to either the palace or the penthouse of the Bulighting that would become the Happy Hotel. But one day, a certain female moth demon had caught Charlie's eye and, partially in happiness to her dumping the abomination boy who he had never liked, Izuku struck up a conversation with the one who his sister would come to love. Not long after that, he had run into angel dust. But that's a tale for another day. Long story short, the two children of Lucifer had each other to them for the best in their lives, even if they seemed to be on different levels of best. And they adored each other for it. If she had lived on Earth, Charlie would have become Izuku's true greatest hero. And if he had lived in Hell, Charlie would use Izuku as proof her redemption idea needed to be at least tried. Good evening, ladies and gentle demons. All over Hell, demons young and old dropped whatever they were doing and listened. Unlike with their king, when this voice spoke, all, even the overlords touted to be stronger than its owner, listened. Alistair the radio demon here, glad to be back from my creative hiatus with a brand new project I'm sure you'll be wanting to listen to. Not that you have much of a choice, though. Ha 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 ha. This immediately set everyone on high alert, yet also intrigued. This a tale as old as time, one of a rebellious child finding their own way only to inevitably pummel down into the fiery pit of failure. The voice became deeper and more pronounced as it said that last bit, before returning to the jovial state most were familiar with and feared. Or, on the off chance. Rise up and succeed. Only this time. The child in question is the son of our own king. Izuku Midoriya. The silence fell across Hell. Several drinks were dropped, thumbs lost by demons cutting themselves, and some murders averted when killers missed their killing shot. That's right, sinners. Yours truly has an exclusive deal with the newest Prince of Hell, and shall be broadcasting his journey into the cusp of heroism for you all to hear. Lucifer rose an eyebrow in surprise and intrigue. He had no doubt Izuku would end up like some of his other children. But at least now he'd have a much better idea what was going on in his son's life. This would make things much easier to manipulate, now that he had information in almost real time. At the formerly happy hotel, now labeled Hazbin, Baggy held Charlie's hand as Angel and Husk poured themselves lighter drinks, and Nifty sat down next to the princess and her lover, offering the former a tissue. And now, for your listening pleasure. The very first episode of Prince Izuku on his journey to becoming a hero. Will be Rise of Fall. Let's tune in. A maniacal laughter, accompanied by cheesy yet catchy show tune music, overtook all ears in Hell, as sinners and demons raced towards the nearest radio they could find and huddled in to listen. Episode 1. Hell ain't a bad place to be. Several hours earlier. Charlie Magny had been on cloud 9 for most of the day, and the previous night after Alistair had offered his aid to the hotel. With such a feared and powerful backer, even if he didn't believe in her mission, things were certain to sail a little more smoothly. Especially for her beloved Baggy, who was no longer a one-woman staff. With the inclusion of the adorable, if also slightly psychotic, Nifty as a housekeeper and Husk as the front desk clerk and bartender, even if the bar defeated the whole purpose of redemption, but perhaps it could be used for rewarding milestones. She'd sleep on it, the moth demon could fully integrate into her role as manager. Charlie also assured the two volunteers that they would get paid for their efforts, which instantly made Husk smile genuinely for the briefest of moments. Sure, he was bound to use most of his pay for gambling, but if it made him genuinely work harder, Charlie accepted that. Nifty, on the other hand. Well, Charlie had to remind herself Nifty had died in the not very progressive 1920s, when the role of a woman was pretty much a housekeeper and cook while the man handled everything else. One might be forgiven for thinking the adorable cockroach demon would have grown past that. But in Hell, very few are progressive in positive manner. Which was part of the hotel's mission. On top of curbing and or eventually cancelling the purge, the Princess of Hell hoped that it would show everyone, especially her father and his ex-employer, that just like in life, the afterlife was not always cut in black and white. The only thing that Charlie wished could be better was the day itself. She had to wait one more days before Izuku could come over freely, so that she could share the good news with him, and then fully enjoy his latest sketches and notes on heroes. And then she saw her baby brother conversing with Alistair. All the happiness and relief she had felt went straight down the crapper, replaced by fear. Especially when she heard what Alistair said. Well, what would you say if I told you I could make it so that your Quirk worked on Earth as well? Charlie ran towards them, determined to stop whatever was going on before it happened. She was blocked and knocked on her ass, however, by a glass wall. Rushing to her feet she tried to ram through, but was bounced back. Izuku, don't. She screamed as she began pounding on the wall, but it seemed nothing she said could be heard. Don't listen to him. Don't take his offer. Again, she was not heard from within the room, but Baggy, Angel and Husk suddenly appeared, having heard her screams. What in the name of all that is scientific is going on? Another voice cut in as Baxter, a glowhead fish demon and proud mad scientist, stormed and formerly a recluse. Charlie had offered him a job and studying redemption. Like many, he was hesitant to believe, but if it was for science. Peering into the room, he understood. As a demon of science, Baxter could not stand Alistair's unique abilities. They defied most conventional theories he knew and, Well, no scientist enjoys what they cannot understand and analyze. Back to the main focus. Charlie's desperation grew by the millisecond. She and the Oyers knew all about Alistair. Hell, Husk was the closest the radio demon had to a friend, but Izuku had only heard stories of what the radio host serial killer Voodoo King had done. And the boy was half human, meaning temptation was all too possible for him. Why? Izuku asked from the other side. Why would you help me? Charlie normally would have stopped to listen to Alistair's answer, but her instincts were telling her otherwise. Baggy on the other hand, heard everything. Like I told your sister. Alistair beamed. Boredom. And while the hotel's inevitable failure will definitely keep me entertained, my work needs a new muse. A new focus. And you, my dear Izuku, are that focus. Izuku was still hesitant, which Charlie was grateful for and made her calm down slightly. Alistair was a deal maker, he never did anything without hiding what he truly wanted. Of course, if you don't trust me, and I can't say I'd blame you. The radio demon pointed out. You can just go back to your boring, dreadful life. Try and become a hero without your quirk. That'll be a story for the ages once it comes here. Remind your darling saint of a mother how you struggle when all you want to do is help but are held back by a handicap. Grin and bear those fools who will never see you for who you truly are. Settle for a minimum wage job without someone special in your life. Izuku was seeing more and more of Alistair's points. And sadly, so were the other demons. No way the kid'll settle for that. Angel spoke up. He'll die before that happens. Idiota, Lila habitation. Baggy snapped as she pointed to her love. Although she found herself agreeing. Or. Alistair smiled, getting everyone's attention. You be a real hero and take a gamble for the future. Let me help you become a name that is respected and feared. You could be the one to truly save or damn the universe. And all I ask. Is that I share your story with the sinners here in hell. Fear was replaced by rage in Charlie's mind. Was that all Izuku was to Alistair? A subject for a radio show? Entertainment for the masses? No. No, 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 no. Her brother was not that. He was smart, kind, determined, and all he ever wanted to do was help others. I'd listen to that. Husk admitted when he realized what Alistair was going to broadcast. A nice change up to his usual lie murders. Me too. Angel followed. While she didn't say anything, in the back of her mind, Baggy shared the thought. From inside the room, Izuku looked down at his feet. No. Charlie whispered, fearing the worst. No, 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 no. Don't. Izuku, please. If you do this. Izuku said. I want you to promise Charlie Nee and the hotel will not come to harm. And. I only want my quirk to work when I'm actually doing hero work. Charlie's worry subsided a little, but she was otherwise overwhelmed by regret. He was trying to help her by accepting this. She wasn't alone in this. Baggy mirrored Charlie's reaction, and Husk dropped his drink in shock of the boy's selflessness. Why couldn't this be like that? Angel whispered to himself in lament. From inside the other room, Alistair smiled. So. It's a deal, then. The green pulsating magic erupted Alistair's outstretched hand, voodoo and hoodoo symbols floating around it. Izuku looked at the hand. Then at Alistair. Charlie held on to hope. All Izuku wanted was to help people, but he was too kind-hearted. Surely he wouldn't accept anything from such a villainous sin. Deal. Izuku said, taking and shaking the hand. The world went silent. All emotions died. Except for, of course, the sinister smile of a certain stag demon. Be at ease. Alistair grinned evilly. Instantly, the magic left Alistair's hand and forced itself into Izuku's body. Instantly, the boy began to feel a sick, demented and yet intoxicating feeling engulf his form. Izuku, no. Charlie screamed as she finally broke through, fully transformed to destroy the obstacle to her path and racing towards him. But she was suddenly held back by Alistair's cane. Izuku's body twisted and crunched as an inhuman roar filled the air of Pentagram City, shaking the area around the hotel. His nails grew sharper and his skin fluxed between chalk-white and normal, his freckles growing and shrinking. Green flames danced around his forms, along with the voodoo symbols that had accompanied Alistair's magic, and two wisps of hair shot upwards, straightening into horns. He then, rather unceremoniously, crashed to the floor in his usual in-hell appearance. But going from his smile, it felt different. Either that, or he was so happy to see his half-sister that the direness of the situation did not cross his mind. Charlie Nee. Izuku beamed happily as his sister, still fully transformed, stood in between him and Alistair, whose smile never vanished, even with Baggy's spear at his neck and Angel pointing a Tommy gun at his head. How dare you? Charlie roared at Alistair, who only seemed amused with her rage. Now my dear, hold on. That's no way to treat a business partner. Or your brother's sponsor. Alistair smiled, not at all worried for his life as he whacked the Tommy gun aside and flicked Baggy, spear and all into the nearby wall. The cane with that. You. Did what you, Mommy Inko and dear old dad never did for him. Alistair pointed out. The silence that followed was beyond deafening. Ouch. Angel grimaced, totally sincere in that feeling. Damn Al. That's harsh, even for you. Husk mused, taking a gulp from his flask. The reindeer demon simply shrugged and took a good look at his new subject. I don't feel that different. Izuku pointed out, giving his demon form a feel. Aside from some sharper claws, nothing felt out of the ordinary. Like I said, mental block. Alistair said, finding his nails more interesting than anything else. You know, I actually did suggest checking the young prince's brain. Baxter said. But apparently, even in hell, open head surgery on minors is frowned upon. Heraphilos and Al-Zarawi must be turning over in their graves. He went ignored as Charlie pushed her way to her brother and gave him a look over. You? Why did? How could you? She wasn't sure what to say, but settled for hugging him. Well, how about you give them a go? Alistair suggested. All eyes turned to him. Just a quick little test. He suggested. A trip into the human world to see if the transformation stays. If it does, the deal is sealed. If it doesn't, I retract whatever voodoo or hoodoo is inside the boy and we can act like this all never happened. No way in Kane will we act like this never happened. Baggy growled as she pulled herself off the wall. Maldito hi-ho de puta infirma. Language, my dear. Alistair said, his smirk growing as he returned his attention to Izuku. Well, go on your highness. For every high, there must come a low. Not even a few seconds that he had been brought to Alistair by the radio demon's flunkies, Izuku stepped out of the portal and winced under the afternoon sun. It was then that he realized his skin was lighter than usual. He pulled his hand back to see it was chalk white and his nails were now short claws. He moved to his mouth to feel his teeth were sharper. He inched upwards, finding his ears were now pointier. He dropped his backpack and searched for his phone, turning on the camera to examine himself, only to let out a startled shout and drop said phone. Realizing this, he reached for it. And it zoomed back into his hand. What had Izuku seen? He was in his demon form. Pure white skin. Large, apple-like freckles. His hair now with two noticeable, but rather small horns. Gold around the green in his eyes. Sharper teeth. And telekinesis for a start. Izuku looked at his other hand, which suddenly burst into a tower of green flames that vanished just as quickly, but not before slinking downwards and frying what looked to be some moving sludge. The boy fell onto his butt as a smile began to cross his face. This was real. His quirk worked on Earth. He could be a hero. And then the thought came. All at once. I'm gonna kill that. I'd fuck. Filthy emitters. Mutations are better off as villains. Izuku clutched his head and ears, trying to block them out. They kept coming. No one will miss a few yen. I better get paid for this. Bitches need slapping. Get a job, you lazy crip. Why don't the elderly just die already? For the Meta Liberation Army. More profits, less paying. My legacy will trump. Izuku stifled a groan, begging them to stop. He rushed to the roof, hoping to see something that would distract him. He did. But it made things worse. Every person he saw had what looked like a groaning face on them, each a different color and with a kanji on them. Pride. Greed. Lust. Sloth. Gluttony. Wrath. Envy. Izuku then spied Katsuki Bakugo, who was coved with the pride and wrath symbol faces. In spite of this, Izuku tried to focus on his former childhood friend, hoping that Katsuki's ego would distract him from whatever was. Worthless Deku should take my advice, then I'll never have to. Everything went silent. Water dripped from Izuku's face. Brown sobs began to break through. He had thought about it, the backest part of his head. But to actually hear it. Without realizing it, Izuku rolled back into the portal. In spite of it being mere milliseconds, the return to hell could not have been any slower for Izuku. Gasping for air and opening his senses again, he looked around. No sins on backs. No thoughts to be heard. Everything was normal. A nervous smile crossed his face, and he wiped the tears from his eyes. Oh thank Kamau. Izuku sighed and then ached. Right. Keep forgetting that. So? Charlie asked. Well. I can transform. Izuku said. But. He began to sweat again at the memories of the thoughts. Here you go, your highness. Izuku looked down to see a small cockroach demon with red hair, handing him a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off of his brow. Arigato. Nifty. She proclaimed. Wonderful to finally meet you. And nice to have a man here. I mean, no offense, the others are pretty, but Alistair is never around, and Husk is oh my gosh, you're drenched. She pulled off Izuku's school uniform and dashed away. Leaving him in his all-night underwear. Beep. Izuku was quick to hide behind Charlie. Don't worry kid. Angel cooed. I've seen worse. And better. That does not make me feel better. Izuku and Charlie snapped together. Angel cackled before rushing out, shouting. Hold on, I got a spare tux. Once he was out of the room, Alistair snapped his fingers, and soon, Izuku was in a green suit very much like Charlie's, although the coat had tails like Alistair's. The prince should look and act the part. Do drink suddenly appeared in front of Izuku. Dina Colda and blowjob. The gruff cat demon said. You're too young drink, but definitely need something to take the edge off of whatever spooked you. Izuku took the drinks and downed them as Husk helped himself to a beer. Arigato, Husk-san. He smiled. You heard of me? Husk asked, confused. Well, sort of, I know you were a Black Ops soldier in Vietnam, you're the closest Alistair has to a friend. And you're one of the few sinners who prefers their full demon form. Izuku added. The less I see that ugly mug, the better. Husk growled, downing his beer. If you don't mind me asking. Izuku asked. Considering how skilled you were. Dip for the ages. Husk explained. Never gamble with somebody who looks like they have an anger problem without some defense. Angel finally returned, but saw Izuku had apparently changed. Oh well, maybe next time. The spider demon shrugged. Looking good, Izu. Izuku smiled at Angel's words of encouragement and was treated by the sight of Aggie handing him a glass of water. "¿Qué diablos pasó ahí fuera, chico?" she asked in concern. Izuku's relief vanished as he recalled what had happened. Charlie hugged her brother as he regaled the others in the room. As the others offered looks of pity or worry, Alistair smiled, delighted by this unexpected side effect of his deal. Things just got much more interesting. An hour later, Izuku fell asleep in Charlie's arms. She gently picked him up and dialed a number on her phone. Imp? Charlie asked. It's me. Yes, another return trip, thank you. And? Remember that hit I kept putting off? Well, no more. All Izuku could hear when he suddenly awoke, his cheek slamming onto the apartment floor, was the sound of cooking and his mother whistling a tune. And he was grateful. Izuku? Inko called out. Are you home? You're early. Is everything? The boy's gratefulness returned when he saw his mother had no such kanji faces on her. And he rushed to hug her. Izuku? Inko asked in concern as he hugged her tightly. She then smiled and returned the hug. What's wrong, sweetheart? I love your hugs, but one like this? Reluctantly ending the hug, Izuku racked his brain for an explanation, only for the explanation to come out for him. Yep. In her baby's boy place, Inko now saw a white-skinned, apple-freckled, sharp-teethed and clawed young man with golden-green eyes. Surprise. The boy said weakly in Izuku's voice. My quirk works now. Izuku? Inko asked, as her entire body became filled with fear, confusion and sadness. Fear for what her son would no doubt experience if he pursued his dream bow that he could, confusion and wondering how in the universe this came about. And sadness, no regret and disgust in herself. Izuku suddenly returned to normal and collapsed, to his mother's worry. Hurriedly putting dinner on hold and putting her son to bed, Inko went to the bookshelf and took out a Bible. She opened it to find several scraps of paper. From the smoke emigrated the shadow of the king of hell himself. What did you do? Inko demanded. Why, Inko my dear. The shadow of Lucifer cooed. How lovely to hear from you. And with such passionate venom. Said venom increased in the woman's voice. What did you do to my son? Oh Inko, Inko, Inko. That's the beauty of it all. Lucifer chuckled. I didn't do anything. Neither did Alistair. That name struck a chord with Inko, but she had little time. All that little Izu just went through today. You did that. Inko took a step back in shock as Lucifer just had a sneer on his face. Think about it, you never actually said he could be a hero. You also let him go meet me and Charlie. You never truly looked into his school life. Now granted, in hell most desires are pretty out in the open, so he probably tuned them out, the benefit of my blood. But on earth. With his quirk, Izuku hears and feel every sinful thought. Every curse, all the lust, the racism, the ignorance. And you of all people raised him to see the good in everyone. To do the right thing. There's only so much a lad can take. Inko could swear she felt Lucifer's voice grew even more cocky. So, whose fault is it that your son was coddled and shown the best? He was right. She never had said the words Izuku needed to hear. She never outright crushed or enabled his dream. He turned to Charlie for that. What kind of mother was she? Images of her parents' disappointed faces when she announced she would keep Izuku filled her mind. The disappointment, disgust and shame they had felt. She felt it too. This history is repeating itself. Lucifer sighed. But then another image filled her head. Her son's smiling face. How he always worded his dream. I want to be the kind of hero who saves everyone with a bright smile that says everything will be okay. It was a mother's duty to aid and protect her son, regardless of her own limitations. And for Inko Midoriya, limitations were very few when you had millions, possibly billions in treasure from child support. She stood firm and glared at the silhouette. He won't fall. Unlike you, she said, then adopting a smirk. She then blew on the smoky outline, ending the discussion before she went to her computer and made several orders for immediate delivery from Deterrent Technologies. Lucifer was taken aback by this, but pleased as well. Mostly because that little bit of dialogy gave him an idea to torture someone. "Let me Destro." He beamed. "I need to see his reaction to this." When Izuku awoke, his mother told him that he was going to stay home for the rest of the year. She then revealed that she had ordered for rush same-day delivery, sense-canceling headphones and a visor, so that Izuku could learn to filter out the thoughts or tune them out. Inko also announced that, aside from a meeting with the principal in a few days, she would be sticking with her son until they not only figured out how his powers worked, but got him registered and enrolled into UA. And so, training began. And not just on Earth. "Angie, you never told me the prince was such a cute little cinnamon bun." Jury Bomb. A self-proclaimed spunky teenage powerhouse and Angel Dust's best friend. Frequently ranked high on the list of she-sinners you want to have sex with. Since the death of her boyfriend Franklin in the aftermath of the last extermination, Cherry had been building up her own turf, mostly by taking over weaker neighborhoods and trashing the likes of Serpenter and the lower poorhouses. "Alright, get ready for a montage." Cherry smirked. "Somebody, crank up the tunes. God help the outcasts." The Bakugo home was often a loud one, with so many noise complaints that most of the time, no police even bothered to come around anymore. But today was different. It was quiet. And when it did get loud, it was for short bursts, no constant throughout the day. Bitsuki Bakugo had slept in and had been rushing out to get to school when his parents stopped him with dead serious faces. Masaru had pointed him to sit down on the couch and the normally rebellious boy did as he was motioned. "Bitsuki," Mitsuki said. "Inko just called." Izuku's quirk finally came in. "So?" Kitsuki asked. Well, isn't that good?" Masaru asked. "Now you both can train to be heroes, just like you said all those years ago." "This late?" The boy smirked. "No way in hell the nerd. That nerd is your best friend." Mitsuki cut off. "At least. That's what we thought." Inko wasn't specific, but Izu's quirk is odd. So odd in fact, she's pulling him out of school for the year so he can figure it out. Bitsuki smirked at that. Good, the less he saw of Deku, the better. Now there was no one to distract him from proving he was the best. "But that's not why we're keeping you here," his mother said firmly. Apparently, Izuku said a lot in his sleep last night. Bitsuki began to feel a hint of dread. Still more annoyed than anything, he kept listening. "Is it true?" No response. "Bitsuki, answer your mother," Masaru demanded. "Masa honey." Mitsuki smiled. "Go finish your breakfast. Thus right here. Requires a more firm touch." Both men gulped, but Masaru obeyed his wife. "So, is it true?" Mitsuki asked. "You?" "All I did was remind the nerd of his place." Kitsuki grumbled. "No one's stupid enough to try and be a hero without a quirk, he'd just get in the way." "How long?" Mitsuki asked as calmly as possible. Her son didn't respond, instead grumbling to himself. Shitty nerd should have taken that dive. Unfortunately, he was heard. "You told him to what?" Normally meek Masaru had roared those words and stormed over to his son. "Repeat. What? You told Izuku to do?" He gritted. "The fuck you care?" Kitsuki asked, only to get slapped by his mother with such force he was sent crashing to the ground. "If you're going to give us attitude about this then go to your room and don't come out for the rest of the week," she snapped. "And you can forget about the UA entrance exam." Bitsuki's pride overwhelmed him. "The fuck I will. I'm a shoo-in for them and you know it. More than that shitty nerd ever was. Izuku is your best friend. Hell, your only real friend." Mitsuki snapped in her godson's defense. "You never talk about or bring anyone else around. He does nothing but worship you and. For the first time in her son's memory, Mitsuki broke down and turned away from her son. "How the fuck did I mess up so badly?" she asked herself, forcing her husband to hug her. Masaru patted her back. "If you can't understand, the fuck is there to understand? Heroes stop villains, all that matters." In a mix of anger at their son's attitude, shame and not catching this sooner, and being not nearly awake enough to deal with this, the Bakugo parents turned and walked out the door, which they locked. "Oh I got school." Kitsuki snapped. "Not anymore." Mitsuki growled as she and Masaru went to the car and drove off towards the Midoriya apartment. With an annoyed huff, Katsuki fixed himself some breakfast and then went back to his room. If he wasn't in school, he might as well play some games or watch Haruto. That had been the plan for what he'd do second he was in his room, until he felt two blades at his neck and the nozzle of a gun pressed onto his forehead. Inside of his room were a trio of red-skinned creatures, two in business suits and the other in a biker chick outfit. Katsuki Bakugo, right? The lead asked as his favorite employee kept his gun aimed at the blonde boy's head. Don't answer. You see. We have problem. In case it ain't clear yet, we're being paid way more money than we could ever hope to use in our semi-immortal lives to kill you, like we have. And will. The female giddily added. Thank you, Mill. The lead smiled. And will with your cronies, your teachers and a few others. To prove their point, Mill produced and emptied a bag that contained the heads of several of the blonde boy's teachers and the two extras who had been with him when he told Deku to take a swan dive. As it turned out, in spite of what many sinners thought, when the Princess of Hell wanted someone to suffer, she proved she was her father's daughter. Charlie's frequently put off hit for the imp had not just been her baby brother's primary bully. No, there had been quite the list for this one, more than enough to make up for the slump and business imp had been dealing with. Of course, Charlie planned on bringing them all into the hotel for rehabilitation, but unlike with Angel, they were not going to be coddled. With the attitude she had heard Izuku claim they had, any of these folks could just as easily become employers of imp services or fall in line with the overlords. These were among the reasons why the imps were being so swift with this job. But also being extra careful with the main target. The little known fact, while suicide was a mortal sin and damn the soul who committed it, suicide baiting was just as bad. There was no doubt where Katsuki would be going when he died. The only question now was when he would be dying. Under normal circumstances they'd have killed him the second he entered his room. However, we also know that the reason you're being targeted, for some damned reason, sees potential in you redeeming yourself in life. While our client wants you to do the same in the afterlife. And as it turns out, our client is not the only person chomping at the bit to have us kill you. You pissed off a lot of people where we come from, both in life and just with your attitude. And those people have a lot of money to throw at us. In spite of liking the young prince, Blitzo was a businessman first and foremost. He has employees to take care of and a reputation to maintain. The fact that his gang of imps and one hellhound were this successful was thanks to his ruthless adherence to IMP's idols and words. At least until payment was received, after that he couldn't care less. Besides, who reads reviews in hell? That being said, the imp also knew he owed his success to powerful royalty and that it was a mistake to get on their bad side. This was especially true, he believed, in the case of sweet little Izuku. The nice ones could often do the worst damage. Now that he apparently wasn't limited in where his power worked, Blitzo was in no rush to test that theory. Still, once again, IMP had a reputation to maintain, and as much as he disagreed with her, he liked Charlie and was in no rush to make an enemy of her either. So, you see our problem. Kill you, make potential billions and only lose face with one of the few positive forces in our lives. Or let you live, see our reputation plummet and hope you clean up your act. What's it gonna be? Meanwhile, the staff of Mufasta Junior High were torn between canceling classes, packing up and job hunting while they could, or sweating, pissing their pants. They had just seen a mama bear in its natural environment, putting those who harmed her child in their place. Flashback. Inko Midoriya had stormed into the school early that morning, a look of serene calmness that was offset by her enraged steps. Let me see if I understand this. Inko said, far too calmly and with a smile on her face. You allowed my son to be belittled, insulted and mocked, never once attempting to direct his dream to a more productive manner, ignored any signs of bullying due to his handicap, of which you were well aware, and praised several of his tormentors, many of whom performed under him in at least one class. Also that if, by some miracle, one of them became a great hero, this school would gain a better reputation. Is that correct? Yes. The man in front of her said, half trying to come up with reasons and the other half failing to hide lustful eyes. Mrs. Midoriya. Ms. Midoriya. Inko corrected. I am unmarried. And not looking. Ms. Midoriya, you most understand, since the age of quirks and heroism, if a school manages to produce a hero. And well, with your son's condition. Then you should have had your staff direct his interest towards a more suitable path. Like a police officer. And before you say anything, no, they never did try that. His cat suggestions were janitor, store clerk and various other low-end jobs. Hardly what one would expect from someone whose only grade below B was in gym. She then tossed copies of Izuku's report cards and cat tests onto the desk, giving the principal time to confirm she was in the right. Principal-san, are you familiar with the phrase big goddamn lawsuit? Inko growled. Because your teachers, all about to get served. And before you start on some tirade about how I cannot afford it. Inko opened banking on her phone and showed her account balance to the principal. His eyes widened. His jaw dropped. His pants browned. Inko Midoriya then stepped out, flipping off several teachers as she did so. Flashback end. God help the outcasts PT. 2. Izuku had needed to get out. He hadn't intended on so much to happen. Looking back, if he had been aware, he'd have just napped instead. Knowing his mother would be out until dinner, the green-haired boy had slipped on his headphones and visor and locked the door as he made his way to the train station. As he looked around, he mentally sighed in relief that he saw no kanji on anyone, nor did he hear any awful, sinful thoughts. Now if only people just stopped staring at him. You would think in an age where animal heads were normal, floating body parts were not cause for alarm and every other person could transform, very few would be looked at weirdly. I must look like a cyberpunk rocker. He mused. I wouldn't have to deal with this in hell. In truth, it may have been more due to sweet little Izuku really looking out of place wearing such things. Regardless, Izuku hopped onto a train after grabbing a bento and rode for as far as he could. He finally got off and walked around a very rural district, full of trees and birds chirping. The road was paved with smooth stones, and he was able to take off his gear without worry. Until the small town he had glimpsed not too far from the station had entered his eyesight. Then the thoughts came back. Izuku stayed to the side of the streets, looking for a place to hide for a while. When he came across what looked like shrine or a temple. He lifted his visor, no kanji. In spite of, or maybe because of his origins, Izuku had never given religion much of a thought. He thought everyone was able to believe whatever they wanted to believe in, even if he didn't understand or agree with it. After all, who was he to start another religious war or debate due to who his father was? None of his half-brothers and half-sisters had tried to. But today, a thought occurred to him. His only wish, to be a hero and help others. Yes, he had power now. Yes, he had planned to train. But surely one prayer wouldn't hurt. Stepping inside, he heard soft choir music being played. Spying no shoes out, he wandering in and saw a main room filled with long benches. And in front of those benches, a man in crown of thorns upon a cross. Letting out a sigh, Izuku made his way inside the church, being careful to keep an eye for any sign of his demon blood, giving him trouble. Recalling the proper etiquette, he made his way to the holy water and dipped 2 fingers into it. Immediately he's starting to feel the burns. The sizzling could be heard. But no one else was there, so Izuku continued. In the name of the Father. His forehead burned under the water. The Son. His chest ached and the burn felt stronger, actually creating a minute hole in his shirt. And of the Holy Spirit. The pain grew to point he stifled a yelp with a touch of each shoulder. Amen. Painstakingly, Izuku made his way to a bench. The second he sat down, his ass began to burn, but this was quickly gone when he flipped down the part that one knelt on. Then the burn went straight to his knees. He repeated the start of a prayer, the pain increasing by the second until he clasped his hands together. Then, it became unbearable for most. But when you've spent your childhood having explosions forced upon you and being pummeled by strength-enhanced quirks, you build up a pain tolerance. He closed his eyes, partially to block out the pain and put his forehead his thumbs. As he prayed, steam ebbed off his form and his skin began to crack, ash escaping the cracks. God? Izuku asked, waiting for a response. I've never done this before and if I've done something offensive I apologize. A sharp pain, like being stabbed, filled Izuku's side. Blood dripped from his mouth, but he kept praying. Please. Just help me. The sharp pain came into Izuku's back and another in his neck. Blood escaped his eyes and nose, but he persevered. Help me be a good son. The sharp pain attacked his right eye. His freckles were now ash on the floor. To my mother. Help me on the best way to becoming a hero. His left eye. Hair began to fall and flames erupted around his ears. My one wish is to help people. Izuku pleaded in prayer and through the pain, his understanding starting to fade. Please, it's all I've ever wanted. The pain did not cease. A crunch filled the demi-demon's ears. Izuku's fingers were little more than bone, and his lower jaw was now without flesh. Not for Lucifer, not for you, not for anyone. I just want to protect the weak and put their fears to rest. I won't do anything else. Whatever you're scared of me doing, it'll never happen. The pain still persisted, and Izuku's usual understanding mind began to come to a dark realization. So you really do punish many for the actions of a few? Is that why hell is so full? So few are good enough. Well, not everyone is made equal. And this pain. What kind of parent allows that? I thought you were as forgiving deity, but I've met sinners with more kindness and understanding than you. The fury filled him. A fury that made him forget the bleeding, burning and aching pain. So much sinners are just a deed or two off being normal. Fine, so many more truly evil and awful are there, but Baggy knee was forced into her way of life for crying out so loud. So many sinners didn't have much choice, and even when they did. Even in the age of heroes, help was not always available for free. In fact, most help still cost a pretty yen or two. Well, fine then. Izuku vowed. You, all or whoever is up there. Never hear from me. I will be a hero on my own and become so great you will wish I was the true Antichrist. I will help Charlie Nee prove redemption after death is possible, and when that moment comes, you will have to admit you were wrong. You will admit you're not perfect. I thought all people, regardless of whatever they believed, were your children. Izuku wrapped up. If this is how you treat your children, no wonder the universe is so fucked up. In spite of the pain, the green-haired boy stood up and walked away. Before walking away, he glared at the crucifix. Your death was in vain. Izuku thought as he stormed out, unaware someone had seen him. Ibarra Shiozaki, daughter of the church's head priest, made a note to keep an eye on the boy who had come to pray, in spite of the pain he was feeling as he did so. What in the name of God? The second he was out of the church, Izuku instantly felt the pain and burns begin to lessen. Spying his hands, he saw the skin repairing itself and a strange feeling filling his form. The feeling was warm, powerful, seductive. Like a drum roll being injected into him, hyping him up and reminding him of his great power. A sense of relief and satisfaction filled his form, a smile creeping onto his face. Before the thoughts and kanji came back in full. Glancing at his phone, Izuku saw his face was back to normal and hurried to catch a train back home. An hour or so later, Izuku decided to wander for a bit in the more average part of Mufasta. The school day had finished as he saw students begin the trek home. Home? Thoughts of his mother filled the boy's mind, and with a sad smile, he turned to head back. Only to pause. Down the street were two girls his age, cowering and tearfully eyed. A glance revealed why. One of the largest people Izuku had ever seen, wearing a raggedy old hood and cloak, was glaring down at them. His feet alone were the size of 3 Izuku. Espro Hero Agency. The hulking giant said. Tell me where it is. The girls cowered. What? You're not going to answer me? It couldn't have been more than a light push, barely any movement. But the giant's fingers cracked the building over them, sending bits of debris to the ground. There were others in the area, all frozen in sight. Izuku lifted up his visor. Sloth adorned their forms. No wait, one boy looked to be ready to move. The kanji slipping away slowly but never fully leaving. It was fear. Something Izuku knew all too well. Where were the heroes? It's a simple question, why wouldn't you answer? The giant pushed his fingers in more. Any more and the building would crumble. Just then, something amazing happened. The girl Izuku's age skidded in front of the distressed students. Now, Izuku may have been a teenage boy, but he had never really thought much about girls aside from Charlie. Most of that stemmed for a lack of confidence, thinking he didn't deserve a girlfriend, being the son of the devil. Yes, he knew Charlie had Baggy, and a couple other half-siblings had married, heck 1 or 2 had kids, but, in all honesty, human girls were rather plain to Izuku Midoriya, who had seen many colorful and beautiful, sexy demons in hell, ever since he was 4. But the brave girl here stood out without trying. Her hair was very akin to Izuku's, minus the 2 small horns. She was pink from head to toe and her eyes. Her eyes were like a blood moon sky. Around that corner and make a left at the big street. She shouted to the giant. The agency is 2 kilometers from there. Wait, that's the police station. Izuku thought in worry. He understood why the girl had given those directions, but going by how the giant had reacted just for not being given an answer. He spied a stack of unopened magazines and reached for them. Sir. Izuku called out in desperation, then compassed himself. I'm actually delivering to that agency, I could escort you if you wish. The giant turned its attention towards Izuku, whose uncovered eyes were nearly blinded by the kanji on its form. Wrath. Sloth. Pride. All over this being's face. And the sheer power that Izuku could sense coming from him. Thank you very much. The giant then began to lumber towards our hero, who pointed in the way the girl had been pointing. Everything is for my master. Izuku forced himself not to look over his shoulder to make sure everyone was safe, not wanting to risk anything. For a good 10 minutes, he was scared to so much as breathe and mentally screaming. Where are the goddamn heroes? He winced in pain. Screw you too. Izuku was so entrapped in keeping the direction of the agency and pondering this that he failed to notice that the second he had gotten the giant's attention, his power had sparked to a level comparable to his hero idol in his prime. Had the boy been more impulsive, he might have actually prevented many a deed that would follow in the coming year. Sadly, this was not the case. Upon the start of the 11th minute, Izuku saw their destination and let out a breath. Here it is. He announced. That girl. She gave the wrong directions. The giant noted, the wrath kanji growing as he declared this. Well, the design is similar to the police department. Izuku pointed out, trying to soothe the growing anger. It's a common complaint on all the hero sites, actually. To give the idea he was still doing his delivery, Izuku moved to deposit the magazines at the doorsteps and possibly warn any sidekick, only for a hand the same size as his whole body to block his path. "Thank you, young man," the giant said, almost gentle and tenderly in tone. "But that will not be necessary. Here, take this for your time." The very heavy and bulging wallet landed in Izuku's hands, making him drop the magazines. "Buy yourself something nice. Now, you might want to leave now." The boy did not have to be told twice and ran in the opposite direction. No sooner was Izuku out of the giant sight than he charged inside and destroyed the agency, building, sidekicks and hero. That evening, as the destruction of Desperado Hero Agency was being investigated, Detective Tsukauchi would notice a miraculous undamaged surveillance camera that had caught the whole scene, including the green-haired boy who had escorted the villain. Izuku had teleported to hell immediately, needing to catch his breath and calm down after that. "What have I done?" he thought. "I just helped a villain. A villain. And a crazy powerful one too. What was going on in your head, Izuku? I mean, I did help stop him from rampaging. No, I just moved his rampage to a hero agency. Wait, maybe I'm overthinking." Dodge. The boy's thoughts were cut short by a flurry of bombs being thrown his way. He barely had time to leap away before another hit him full on. He coughed out smoke and cherry-flavored powder of some kind. Compared to Katsuki's explosions, these were nothing. He turned to face his attacker, who swung another bomb at him. Izuku unleashed his green flames, incinerating the attack, but blocking him from seeing the one at his feet, sending him skyward. The pink and white blur rushed at him, and he could hear and smell the lighting of more bombs. Izuku swung a punch that landed, sending the attacker to the ground. "Ow. Punched me right in the tit." Izuku's battle instincts died immediately, a huge amount of shame and disgust at himself filling him. He looked upon the offending hand, screamed and punched it into the ground, hoping to erase the feeling of the bountiful breast he had assaulted. "Oh my gosh." Izuku gasped. "Miss, I am so sorry." "Are you?" The punch to the chin sent the boy on his back. "I deserved that." Izuku groaned. It was then that Izuku realized just who had been attacking him. Jerry Bomb. The spunky powerhouse. A wannabe overlord, one of the most desirable she-sinners and girlfriend of the late Franklin. In life, she had been part of an extreme feminist group founded by her mother. She had apparently died during a protest. Wait. Izuku asked. "I don't know what's going on and I apologize once again, but please stop. I don't want to hit a lady." Cherry cut him off. "Didn't stop you from what you did to Killjoy. She insulted my sister." Izuku retorted, suddenly feeling bad about what he did to the newscaster. "So, you'll hit to defend someone's honor but not your own life?" Cherry snapped. "Sexist hypocrite, just like I thought." Izuku winced. "I am? Okay, yes," he admitted. "I am a hypocrite." The spunky demon aside. This kid made it so hard to stay mad. Seriously, it was like he had been designed so girls would coo and awe at him. "Look, well cute of ya, this inability, reluctance to hit women. It's going get you killed," Cherry explained. "There are gonna be bitches that get on your last nerve, kid. So you gotta grit your teeth, clench your fists, and break her pretty face. BB but they'll threaten people you love." Cherry snapped. "Destroy things you care about. And they will laugh about it. Are you gonna let them get away with that?" Izuku punched Cherry in the face. "Please shut up." Izuku roared before he realized. "Oh my gosh. I am so." The she-demon laughed as she got up. "Not bad, kid. Haven't had a scrape like that in a while. Little training and you'll be fun to party with. Not as fun as Angie, mind ya, but..." "Huh?" Izuku asked, totally confused. "Sorry kiddo, just wanted to see what you could do." Cherry grinned as she leapt back to her feet, sauntering over sensually. "And I gotta say. Not half bad, cutie." The blush filled Izuku's face as he focused himself to focus in Cherry's face. But not creepily. Right. Aw, well ain't you a gentleman?" Cherry cooed, pushing the boy's chin up with her finger. "Most fellas stare and gawk. But you actually got class. For a kid. How about we go back to that hotel of your sister's and get to know?" The air was filled with a thundering roar. "These 14. Cherry was then sent flying by a two-legged kick from a glaring Charlie, who was followed by the other hotel staff and guest. "Huh." Vaggie and Alistair said together. "She beat me, Vaggie to the punch." The angel was quick to help his friend up as Charlie turned her attention to her brother. "Izuku Daiki Briner Midoriya Magni, what in Kane's name were you thinking?" And by turn her attention to, the author means read him the riot act. In her full demon form, making him cower. "Do you have any idea who that man was?" I'll tell you who that man was. That was number 4 on the most dreaded coming arrivals list. Who are the top 3? Izuku asked, mostly to himself. Don't ask. Charlie snapped, mostly because aside from number 1, Ichiro Shigaraki, she wasn't sure of the order. And another thing, what on earth possessed you to pray in a Catholic church? As Izuku listened to his sister, the others watched from not too far away. You had fun messing with the kid? Angel asked his friend. Meh. Cherry smirked. Too much of a moodle. Yeah, that sounds right. Angel smirked. Then again, with puberty. I can wait 4 years. Cherry and Angel said together. Do it and you die. Charlie growled. If that's the case, please do. All turned to see another prominent sinner, Serpenter, slither his way onto the scene. Oh suck an egg boy, old man. Cherry smirked. Unless you want to scrap again. Tempting ass that may be, I am not Sukdal. The serpentine demon said as he gave a gentlemanly bow. Good day, young Prince Izuku. Pleasure to meet you at last. Evidently Serpenter had researched the classifications of demons. BZZT. BVRRT. Hackle. BZZZT. BRRRRRM. Hello there folks. Alistair here with bit of information that may help you better understand the pecking order of this story. The radio demon produced a pyramid chart and used the end of his microphone to point. For the sake of simplicity, we will be using a ranking system adopted from various Japanese media, starting from lowest to highest. Be pointed at the lowest level, or the point of the pyramid. B-rank demons are no different than quirkless children. Familiars and summons are usually on this level. Emphasis on usually. Be moved up a level. B-rank demons are on the level of the average quirk civilian. Yes, they have some kind of power, but it is fairly low level. Almost all new arrivals in hell are at this level, myself being among those rare exceptions, ha 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 ha. Be now pointed to the middle level. C-rank demons are on the level of a pro sidekick, a useful power and adept fighters, but nothing too grand. Baxter, Imp and Serpentius are prime examples of this classification. Now onto the third last level. B-rank demons are on the level of the average pro hero, skilled, experienced and tough enough to throw mean punches and take territory. Angel Dust, Cherry and Nifty are on this level. The second last level. A rank is the bare minimum overlord level, and these demons are on the level of top 10 pro heroes. Believe it or not, Baggy and my good friend Husk share this rank. And now he pointed to the final level. Finally, there are the S-class demons. Alistair grinned. The mightiest of the mighty, who mold hell itself as they see fit. Whose moods can reflect their territory, and who have powers straight out of an anime or Lovecraft tale. Vox, myself, the remaining primordial demons and of course, Lucifer and Lilith themselves are on this level. The picture of Izuku and Charlie floated into his hands. Oh. And the royal siblings. He mused. High A rank for the prince and low S rank for Charlie. And only because they have never trained. With that being said, let us return to the show, shall we? BZZT. BVRRT. Packle. BZZZT. BRRRRRM. Had researched the power levels of demons and wanted to remain in one piece for now. Hello, Serpenter-san. Izuku said. Hey, are you checked into the hotel as well? Strictly temporary, I assure you. The second I uncover the source and secret of Alastair's powers, I shall depart and restart my takeover of Pentagram Society. Charlie leaned in and whispered to her brother. That's what he says, but he's so far the farthest along in the redemption process. Admitted his mistakes right off the bat. Silinx. I have a reputation to uphold. As Cherry laughed, Charlie hugged Izuku. Please. Don't scare me like that again. I'm sorry, Nissan. Wait, how did you guys? That would be moi, my boy. Alistair beamed. First 2 episodes and already sinners are chomping at the bit for more. Baggy stepped in and hugged her beloved and her beloved's brother. Well, to make up for that scare. We are going to put you through training from hell. Izuku winced. Wait, really? You guys'll help. Won't be much of a show if you don't even get into that school. Husk retorted. That in powers aside. Kid, you're a noodle. What, did you expect your power to solve everything? Izuku chuckled. Hit the montage music. Cherry declared. And play Hero A. Over the next few days, Izuku's powers slowly came into his own. Husk took over the boy's martial training, teaching him Krav Maga after Charlie proved to be too coddling for her brother. He chose Krav Maga because the art was among the quickest he could teach and still get Izuku to get to a decent level of fighting before the UA test. It took a while, what with Izuku's fanboyism towards All Might. What kind of moron shouts attacks? Husk ranted after one sparring session, downing a shot of bourbon in frustration before he saw Izuku wincing and softened up. Seriously kid, I know it looks cool, but think of it this way. In a fight, you need all the air you can get. Shouting a move wastes air, plus gives away your location. Also, if the enemy is smart enough, they might even be able to figure out what the heck your move is going to do and plan accordingly. Wait till you're badass enough, then start calling out moves. The green-haired demi-demon nodded in understanding and quickly jotted down some notes. No breaks. Husk shouted as he kneed the bot in the chin, sending him flying. Not until you can pin me down. But soon enough, Izuku had gotten the moves down a science. Husk smirked in pride as he hammer-fisted, knee slammed and side-kicked the various sparring partners Serpenter had whipped up. The ingenious former crime lord wasn't too upset over these. The spars gave him ideas on how to upgrade his technology so that, if the hotel ever stopped useful to him, he would have better equipment for the next time he launched a takeover of Pentagram City. And of course, this way, his egg boy supply didn't dwindle. Whenever robots were not available, Cherry sparred with the young prince. She stopped flirting with him, not wanting to risk Charlie's anger. But found other ways to tease him, mostly for his mama's boy nature. It was at these points that Baggy would leap in and help her beloved's brother learn how to fight off weapon-using enemies. While Husk had taught Izuku how to handle knife wielders and gunslingers, Baggy's skill with her spear presented quite a challenge for Izuku. Angel helped Izuku with coming up with strategies when in a fight. Admittedly, with the boy's analytic nature, he didn't need too much help, so more often than not, Angel would tell stories of his exploits in the family business or the Metal Liberation Army. They served as nice breaks in between training. Charlie had been able to help her brother manage his fire abilities. While her own flames were more akin to fireworks, the green flames her brother produced functioned very similarly. The siblings had even swapped ideas on other ways of using their flames, Izuku taking inspiration from Endeavor and Kamui Woods. In Fighty cleaned any wounds Izuku got as Baxter kept notes and did the timing. Interestingly, Alistair was missing for the days during Izuku's training. Something all were grateful for. Until he walked in at one of the worst moments. I feel the need to remind everyone that the only way to truly prove the prince has learned anything would be for him to actually do some fighting. Baxter had said aloud as everyone had a meal together. I can't. Izuku said. The law makes that clear, only heroes can use their quirks in public. Besides, after that whole thing with Gigantomachia. I'd rather play it safe. Who said it had to be on Earth? Baxter pointed out. Erases a fine point. Serpenter pointed out. Alistair, who had been listening from the doorway, smiled as an idea formed in his head. And Hero A. In heaven, several watched in interest. Odd was intrigued and actually touched by the demi-demon's prayers, rant, and made a note to make sure Izuku was given a slightly easier time. If for no other reason than to curb his exterminators. One of the exterminators, however, decided that first chance the demon prince showcased his power and danger to the masses, he would be slain. Best to keep the sinners in place, and what better way than to kill their prince. The day has come. All I see is failure. 5 words, all said at the same time in 2 separate locations. The first location was hell itself. More precisely, the throne room of Lucifer Magni, who was tuning out most of the complaints of the overlords, as he usually did. However, this time the complaints took a different turn, one that actually got his attention and gave him the excuse he was looking for to remind these sinners of the pecking order. They were all complaining about the actions of his youngest. In particular, the Prince of Pimps was very vocal in his anger. 3 days ago. Izuku had been heading home after another day of training when the door to the hotel was suddenly shot open, red smoke accompanying the bullet holes. Fucking now? Cherry asked. Shit. Angel dust, cowering in his feet. Stay behind me. Cherry ordered as she pulled her best friend behind her. Husk chugged down a bottle of bourbon and stood in front of them both. Izuku, get home. Now. Charlie demanded, her face serious. But Nicha. Now. A fully transformed Charlie commanded as a silhouette emerged into the lobby. De todas las veces que es radio psicopata no hasta aquí. Baggy growled as she grabbed her spear and stood in front of everyone, ready to fight to the second death before she let this intruder hurt anyone. Yes, everyone knew who this was, the overlord who they were most worried about facing. While not as powerful as Alistair or Vox in terms of physical or magical strength, this was one of the wealthiest sinners in all of hell, and they had a very personal connection to one of the hotel's own. So, this is where the fuck you've been running off, Angel Cakes. Valentino hissed, a bored and sinister look on his face. Cozy, I'll give you that. What are you doing here? Charlie demanded. You know this hotel is safe ground on top of belonging to the royal family. Not even you could. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Valentino snapped, making Izuku pause in mid-stride in the portal to Earth. He then stepped back and closed it before turning back. Aggie's temper flared and she poked at Valentino's shoulder with her spear. The prodigy of pimps umped back in slight pain. eyeing the pure white and grey spear his fellow moth demon wielded. He then spied her attire. Don't think you ever worked for me. Pity. You'd be a good counterpart to Angel Cakes. Take back what you called Charlie. Then get the fuck out of this place. Baggy commanded. Valentino simply smirked. Look, this redemption thing is cute and all, but Angel Baby still belongs to me. I was the first person who gave him anything in hell, so anything else he does comes second to serving me. Then he spied someone else. Well, Prince Izuku. In the flesh. Charlie's stern frown turned to one of worry when she saw her brother was still in hell. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you want to be a hero, little boy? Valentino asked, cackling in his words. Oh, that's a good one of the kids of hell's top dog helping the Oh wait. You just stood and hid when I came in, ignoring the trouble. Like a good little boy. Heh. Some hero. Won't even help out a slut like you, Angel Baby. Angel said nothing, motioning a frozen Izuku to leave. Leave Izuku out of this. Charlie demanded, looking over her shoulder. I told you to go home. Oh. And you didn't do a thing when I insulted your sister either. Valentino continued. Didn't you curse the killjoy bitch when she did that? What, did the princess soften her up for you? Or, do you? Yeah, I see it. You're scared, little boy. Scared to actually walk the walk, as it were. Izuku said nothing. Typical little mama and sister's boy. Valentino smirked. Well, here's your chance, Izu babe. Are you going to stand there stooling in anger and disgust like a good little boy? Or are you going to prove you really are a demon? And throw a punch? Instead of blowing up or outright cursing the overlord as he had Katie Killjoy, Izuku took a deep breath and made his way towards the overlord. You know, he said, getting everyone's attention. I like to consider myself a fairly tolerable human and demon. I try to find the good or tragedy behind everyone I met or hear about, and I never let preconceptions rule me. His face hardened and his voice becoming darker and his hair horns becoming calcium zed, taking on a white hue. Before anyone could dumbly ask if the younger royal was okay, he continued. Except for you people. Pimps, abusers, pornographers. Every fiber of my being is filled with hatred towards you. Ever since I was 3 years old, the first time mom brought me on a modeling job, I knew what I truly and utterly despised and why. My mom, hardworking, kind-hearted and who never once struck someone or gave up on me. Mom, who would help everyone she knew out for no reason other than because she cared for them. So many there and in general didn't see that, they all saw her as nothing more than a pretty face, not caring how uncomfortable they could make her. People like them and you? No respect for people as people, you sociopaths just see products or toys. Things that can be discarded at and treated however you see fit, even if they beg and ask for better. Green flames danced around Suzuki's form, and a pressure began to fill the room. Valentino's smirk vanished and a bead of sweat manifested. When I cursed Katie, I honestly just wanted to stop the fighting and had no real idea how my powers worked. But here, right now, I'm trained, running on close to full. And one of the few beings I hate is standing in front of me, threatening my friends and insulting my sister and her partner. You, on the other hand, Mr. Valentino. You haven't actually fought anyone yourself in at least 20 years. You've always had assassins or bodyguards around you. So, I ask you, do you want to test me? Suzuki's full demon form finally manifested, and it seemed to dawn on everyone that Izuku was probably just a little experience away from being on par with Alistair. Still, Valentino was unfettered, even if he was now visibly having second thoughts. Well, as interesting as that was, Prince. Valentino began as he unfurled a contract. It doesn't change a damn thing. Angel Cakes belongs to me until he stops being fuckable. It's his own fault, signing it with his human name. There, on the dotted line for all to see, read Angel Dust's real name, Anthony Arachnus. So, unless you or your sister can match his profitability and then some. The overlord grinned as the red smoke pulled Angel closer. I'll be taking Angel Baby back. So, like I said, either pay up. Or throw a punch at one of your daddy's pals. What's it going to be? Everyone looked worried. Guys. It's fine. Angel sighed. I had fun, glad I tried to hive this a try. But it's time to give in. Val's right, I signed under my real name. And Charlie. Save that money for people who actually have a fucking chance at this redemption shit. Hell, give it to Izu so he can. They then noticed Charlie was smiling, and Izuku had a look of realization on his face. You're right, Valentino. Charlie sighed. If it's an immortal name, the soul belongs to you. Finally seeing reason, princess. Only. Charlie cut off. Your mortal name isn't Valentino, is it? The moth demon paused. At least, it wasn't your birth name, isn't that right? Izuku leaned in and then whispered something into the pimp's antenna. No one could hear, but the shocked face on the overlord's face, as well as the smoke vanishing into his cigarette and his hat falling off, spoke for him. How the fuck did you? Dad told me. Charlie said. Research? Izuku followed up. Since I'm not going back to school, I have more than enough time on my hands. All I had to do was limit it down to America in the 1970s, which is when you died, then narrow it down to sex offender cases that were made public, because if you were a no-name you'd have been gobbled up the second you landed in hell. And I did all of that on Earth with a quick browse. Izuku then returned to the contract, which Baggy had scanned. Since you signed this under an assumed name, title whereas Angel signed under his mortal name, you technically forfeited any right to him and his form. All mouths dropped. Except Charlie, who was grinning ear to ear. Hey, there is a reason lawyers go here. Charlie mused as she continued. So, with that in mind, all the money you made through Angel would go to your partner Vox. Oh wait, he's also not using his mortal name either, so his right is forfeited as well. To whom is it going to Baggy? Baggy smirked. Angel Dust himself. The check suddenly manifested in Valentino's face. 3 million mons. From my account. Izuku said. Take it and leave. Before I enact every angry fantasy I've ever had with you. Valentino glanced around the room, then the check. With a frown on his face, he grabbed it. Don't get comfy, Angel Cakes. Valentino hissed. The second your ass steps out of here, alone. It'll be mine again. And you neither, Prince Pricks. You and this shitty hotel just made a powerful enemy with me, Voxy and Velvet. We may not be able to attack you directly, but… He was cut off by Suzuki's reply, spoken without hesitation in 2 words. Bring it. Then flashback. Izuku quickly proved he wasn't bluffing. He had started by putting signs close to Cannibal Colony to dissuade newcomers from venturing in, along with another in the place where most newcomers landed, offering them sanctuary at either the hotel or directions to the calmer territories in Pentagram City. He then alerted the appropriate Earth companies about the illegal streaming Vox did, before spending an undisclosed amount of his own mons to buy and give food to the poorest and weakest sinners and demons. Said amount of mons was slowly getting replenished through Alistair using him as the source of his radio show, as well as, to his and Charlie's shock and somewhat displeasure, merchandise with his face on it that Rosie was selling at her emporium. Prince Izuku the t-shirt. Prince Izuku the lunch box. Prince Izuku the coloring book. Prince Izuku the breakfast cereal. Prince Izuku the flamethrower. Kids absolutely loved that one, it was already on its 3rd model, this one with actual green flames. And last but not least, Prince Izuku the action figure with a voice chip of Jayam, saying I am a hero. This wasn't all. The youngest prince of hell stopped muggings, bar fights and turf wars all by himself. Admittedly, he often got a bruise or two, but nothing he powers didn't heal up when he returned to Earth. As if proving his words to Valentino, the most violent he got was what he did to any rapists, peeping toms or any of Valentino's subordinate pimps. Several were now missing body parts, others were just plain missing. Although considering that Cannibal Colony wasn't starving, many had the idea where he dropped them off. So, here they were now, the overlords, aside from Rosie, complaining about Izuku meddling into their affairs and requesting Lucifer to do something about it. You all seem to have forgotten the point of hell. Lucifer mused as he took a bite of an apple. You were sent here to suffer for your lifetime of evil deeds, not continue them. And while I am grateful for your aid in managing the chaos, all of this is reminding me that I haven't been doing my job. This caught the overlord's attention. Glad for this, Lucifer stood up and began to walk around them. You see, the Eldritch Dukes and the wife and I have an understanding with Satan. We punish those who failed in life along with helping in the destruction where we can, and he allows us to live comfortably in his domain. Quite a nice deal. If not for the overpopulation. Oversight on our parts. He then swallowed the apple and spat out the seeds, one for each overlord. In order to control the overpopulation and the chaos, I allowed some sinners climb higher and establish themselves over the others. Defeats the whole purpose of hell in all honesty, but I digress. While I am grateful for your efforts and the misery you sow, I am under no obligation to protect your ways of finance. You seem to believe hell needs you. It doesn't. As I stated, you're here to be punished for what you did. And if Izuku is the one doing such through his little hero game, who am I to judge? By all means, pursue revenge on Izuku, it'll toggen him up. His smile then vanished. But if any of you get the bright idea to attack the hotel again, you'll be right back where you were when you landed here. In case you need reminding. Weak. No money. No one in fear or awe of you. And unlike Alistair, you don't have the trump cards. Now get out of my sight. The overlords, sweat dripping from their brows, gulped and did just that. Oh, I almost forgot. Val and Vox. Might I suggest that you do try and save up as much money as you can before. Oh bother, now I can't remember the date. Well, after Izuku's first working with a pro. Spoiler warning. You're going to lose by his hand before his second year. The King of Hell cackled maniacally at the delicious looks of confusion and fear on the moth and TV demon's face. And speaking of his son. Lucifer shut off his computer and pulled up his radio, tuning to Alistair's station in anticipation. The second location the opening words were being said was none other than UA itself. More precisely, the office of Pranipal Nezu, who was tearing the letter he had received and the email that repeated it. He'd not read the whole thing, but he didn't need to. Being the smartest being on the planet, he'd merely had to glance to see what they were requesting of him. Humans are so quick to act irrationally when faced with matters they do not fully comprehend. He mused. Yes, this green-haired and freckled boy needed to be talked to. Yes, they needed to hear his side of the story. But to ban or arrest him on sight merely because he had escorted a villain away from a civilian populace. That was a tad too much. Besides, if the heroes had been patrolling the area like they were supposed to, considering the event happened just as school was being left out, the boy and the young pink-skinned girl would not have had to do such. Humans were so obsessed with noticeable power and skill that they frequently ignored something that, if their media was correct, they believed in so much. The heart of a human. The innate kindness to sacrifice for others. The bravery to do what others couldn't attempt. And the other pro in the room shared his belief. All Might may not have actually ever fought Gigantomachia, but he knew who he was. With his sudden attack on Despero Hero Agency, he suspected that the hero there had had some involvement with his old enemy and the monster's master. But the boy who had escorted him there? Yes, the boy was technically eligible to be charged, as much as the Boy Scout hated to admit it. But whereas the Comet and others saw an accessory for a villain, All Might saw someone who could potentially be his successor. But the entrance exam's physical aspect about to begin, the number one pro knew who he'd be keeping an eye on. Charlie. Blitzo beamed over the phone, grateful it wasn't Stolas, but inwardly dreading what was about to come. Charlotte. My prin. What's taking so long on the main target? Charlie cut him off, an uncharacteristically cold tone in her voice. She was alone in her office, wrapping her fingers on the desk as she waited for a response. And like that, Blitzo's fears were realized. Blitzo? Charlie growled. Answer me this, why is it, after getting all the other targets, who are now working at my hotel? That Kitsuki Bakugo, the shit stain in human flesh that made Izuku's Earth life hell, and whom I am paying you a third of the hotel's budget to kill. Is still breathing, and now is just a pending instead of coming attraction. Yeah. About that. Blitzo said. Your Majesty, I would have loved to kill that brat. No shit or sarcasm, I mean that. Hell, I'd have done it for free and recorded it for you. On the other hand, I like keeping on the prince's good side. You cannot deny that you're a little scared of what Izuku could do if he snapped. And do remember I am a businessman first, assassin second. Gotta make sure Moxie, Millie and Looney have enough to live on, okay gotta go bye good luck with Izu when he finds out. He then ended the call and broke out his megaphone. Looney. Who's up for a vacation to Lulu World? Charlie just sat in her chair, unsure of what just happened. Had Blitzo just hung up on her? Did Izuku suspect her? On my cane. Izuku. She shouted aloud as she raced to the break room, tuning the radio. Oh shit, is it time? Angel Dust asked in worry. Husky, babe. Don't call me babe. And I got you covered. The cat demon entered the room, carrying several bottles of alcoholic and carbonated drinks. I got the snacks. Cherry followed in suit. I managed to make a pseudo screen. Pensha slithered in as he began to attach a screen to the radio. Bazter was close behind him, eager to examine what quirks Izuku would see. He was nowhere as interested in them as the prince, but a scientist never stops looking for things to study. Nifty and Baggy were the last to enter, both carrying a tray of sandwiches and veggies and dip. Hello, sinners. Alistair's voice broke out over the radio as his face decorated the screen. Curses. Pensha hissed. Was hoping we could see the prinks. Give it a sec. Nifty assured him. It's time for the latest adventure of our darling Prince Izuku. In fact, we honestly should consider this the first true episode. Joining me now is my old partner in crime, Missy, here to give her thoughts on this development. Thank you for stopping by, Missy. For you, Ailey? Not a problem. Shall we get started? Of course. Right after a brief word out to one of our sponsors. Rosie's Emporium, where you dirty sinners can get your hands on all kinds of knickknacks, paddywhacks and other assorted junk with the prince's face on it. And speaking of, let's jump on in. The selection exam came sooner than Izuku had wanted. As trained as he was and in spite all of the praise the others had given him, the boy was convinced he needed more time. Especially since most in the audience were now laughing at him after that one guy with the glasses called him out on his mumbling and told him to leave if he wasn't going to take the test seriously. But the sigh, Izuku made his way towards the training grounds. Maybe punching a robot or two would distract him from. Hey kiddo. Izuku paused mid-step and turned in worry at President Mick. Why yes sir. Here. Go to the other area. Mick said kindly as he pointed Izuku to another group. That kid who called you out is in T1 you're heading to, and someone didn't show, so. Izuku looked at the ticket and then the friendly pro. If you're wondering the real reason why I'm doing this. Mick asked knowingly. UA tries to make sure everyone gets a fair chance. You seem shook up with his little tirade, so this is to give you a fresh chance. That. And I'm pretty sure you've tuned into my show a couple times, the kid with pro-level quirk analysis, right? Izuku blushed, not denying or confirming Mick's question. Oh, what am I doing, keeping you here? Get on over there, champ. Yes sir. Izuku salted as he raced to his new destination. Once he was sure Izuku was out of earshot, Mick looked up to the judge board and nodded to Nezu. Izuku transformed the second he heard Mick say go, his demonic look getting several views he mostly ignored as he jet forward. Husk and Cherry had drilled into him the fact every second counts in a fighter mission, and he was desperate to get as many points as possible. He had spent an entire year of training to mess it all up. He then spied a very short boy desperately throwing what looked to be balls at an advancing robot, and a very large boy who looked like a mix of a dinosaur and rocks backed into a corner after his punches did nothing. Without a second thought, Izuku unlashed green flames onto the advancing robots before pulling them back and slamming them together. You two okay? The older boy nodded and gave a thumbs up, while the shorter boy was acting like Izuku was a god he should be worshipping. Be safe, okay? Izuku called out before he returned to racing through the mock city to find ore robots. He didn't have to go far, several came from the shadows of a shadow building and raced towards the ground. Izuku opened a portal to deal with them all in an instant. I hope UA doesn't mind me giving those to the hotel. Izuku suddenly mused before slapping himself back into focus. Probably have about 8 to 10 points now, need more. MH equals HH. Something crash landed right outside the hotel, distracting everyone from the radio. The two geniuses looked out a window and started smiling like kids in a candy store. Thank you, Your Majesty. Pensius and Baxter called out happily together. Right outside were fully operational battle robots for them to use as they saw fit. Save some for the hotel, but go wild otherwise. Charlie ordered, not really caring at the moment if they listened or not. Izuku had moved to a rooftop to scan the area for robots for him to take down. The other potential students were handling Themsel very well, and seeing now robots here, he jumped down, the green flames cushioning him from suffering the bad effects of a superhero landing. He spied a bird-headed boy whose shadow seemed to act like stand bring down several of the smaller robots, but missing a few more sneaking behind him. Izuku dealt with them with a portal before continuing on. The boy seemed to have everything under control, after all. One of the large robots suddenly appeared in front of Izuku, who let his flames go wild and melted down before spinning in a circle to deal with several others. And getting dizzy when he stopped spinning. Ooh. He groaned. I just know someone's laughing at that. He then caught the smell of burning and decided to investigate. Maybe there was another fire quirk user. He hadn't updated his journals in a while. What, or rather, who Izuku found would change his life. The half-demon followed the scent to see someone sliding along the ground and up walls on a slime of sorts, which they flung onto the robots, melting their sensors. With equally impressive agility, they then leapt down, letting Izuku get a full look at them. His eyes widened. His jaw dropped. It was the same girl who had tried to give that giant villain directions. Enjoy the show, dude? She asked, getting his attention. Oh, why yeah. Izuku responded. And play Suddenly by Billy Ocean. And the original version, not the hilarious TFS version. Unless you want to, up to you. Instead of fear or worry, her face was now decorated with a smile. A confident, proud and kind smile. He liked her smile, wide, toothy and warm. And her giggle. As melodic as a bird's. And her eyes. They were like a blood moon night, but the darkness of them had a midnight glow to them that brightened them. The warmth filled Izuku's form, a warmth that filled him with a relaxing, euphoric feeling. He felt he could take on anything now. He had no need to hide himself from this girl. I gotta move on, good luck. The girl waved as she ran off. Wait. Izuku called out, but she was already out of earshot. Were your friends safe? Ordinarily, the lack of answers would have gotten to Izuku. But today, the image of this girl's smiling face brightened his mood and filled him with determination. She was a shoe-in for UA, so if he was to see her again, he had to get in. He then spied several robots advancing down the street from him. MHHH. Where did that music come from? In hell, two members of the royalty felt something. Something Alistair also felt. Wait a moment. The radio demon went over what he was seeing, hearing. Time slowing down. Romantic song. Vision focused solely on one. And then he realized it. Oh. Oh my. Dear listeners, I cannot believe it, but it is. I do believe that Prince Izuku is in love. Lucifer and Charlie, from their respective homes, raced to the pool in the Magni Palace, see what was going on. Despite the considerable distance on Charlie's end, they arrived at the viewing pool at the same time. Dad. Charlie said curtly, taking out her opera glasses. Apple pie. Lucifer nodded back, following in suit. They took out their opera glasses and spied the scene below, Izuku starstruck at the girl as she slid around and flung acid at robots, all with a grin on her face. She's cute. The two mused together, Charlie sounding happier than her father, the zoons of green and pink nieces and nephews already dancing in her head. She then grabbed the lens off of her glasses, which held an image of the girl, and stuffed it into her pocket as she raced back to the hotel. For Lucifer, it was less interest and more slight relief. Izuku had decent standards, an exotic beaming beauty instead of some plain and nice girl, how boring. And this one had a destructive quirk, too. Izuku was now confident he had enough points to get in, but was still scanning the area for other robots to destroy. Well, he didn't see them, something else caught his attention. The green thorny vine. Intrigued, he knelt down to examine it, but it pulled back to its source, a girl his age with similar vines in place of her hair. Nice quirk you have there. Izuku smiled, interest piqued. The girl rose an eyebrow but remained cordial. Have you attained enough points? She asked. I think so. Izuku mused. You? She shook her head, surprising him. I am not a fighter, in spite of my quirk's uses. I have been focusing on supporting or saving others. Izuku smiled. Ah, so I'm not the only one who did that. Oh my, where are my manners? Izuku Midoriya. Shiozaki. Ibara Shiozaki. The girl responded. The ground then shook and the two looked upwards, spying a gigantic robot advancing towards the city. Many students were already running, but Izuku and Shiozaki stayed, both in awe of the size of the dangerous machine and for Izuku, the slight build-up of power he was getting from the pride and sloth of the fleeing students. Pardon me, but have you seen Star Wars? Shiozaki asked. You need a distraction? Izuku asked, getting a nod. Without another word, his hands burst into flames and he let them fly, melting one of the robot sensors as Shiozaki raced forward, letting her hair fly wildly before it grabbed onto an important-looking joint. Lord, give me the strength. She prayed before focusing on Hour's task. And she succeeded. The robot fell sideways and crashed into an enmity lighting, crashing to the ground. Shiozaki. The girl turned to see Izuku racing towards her, a worried look on his face before he dived into her, pushing her away just before some debris landed on where she had been standing. Her eyes widened in shock, but then she smiled. The girl knew that this had to have been the same boy who came to her church not too long ago, but any jots on him being wrong were now diminishing by the second. Thank you, Midoriya. No problem. The green-haired boy smiled before he spied another zero-pointer and dashed to get a closer look, using his flames to push himself upwards. He spied a sight similar to what he and Ibara had. The students were all fleeing in terror, which in turn gave our hero more and more power. Except one. A girl was trapped under some rubble and right in front of the mech's path. Izuku appeared in front of her and tried to lift the debris, even with telekinesis, which he had admittedly not trained that much with, they wouldn't clear in time. The boy then got a good look at the girl he was trying to rescue, chestnut brown hair, cute rosy cheeks. And her grimace reminded him of Inko whenever she dealt with someone breaking off with her. Because of him. Seeing the still advancing robot, Izuku did possibly the dumbest thing in his life. After making the deal with Alistair, that is. He leapt upwards, channeled all the sins he had absorbed into his fist, and recalling All Might's speech on how to yell and attack, clenched his butt and roared with every fiber of his being. It's my Ayash. It never stood a chance. The zero-pointer vanished from sight, creating a sonic boom that pushed Izuku downwards as he began to fall to the ground. Vomiting suddenly wrapped around his arm, drawing some blood. He looked down to see Ibara helping the girl, while also slowing down his fall as the school nurse made herself known. In hell, jaws dropped at the display of the prince's power. They had felt the impact of the pointers landing near the hotel, forming a barrier. So, what do you think, Missy? Alistair asked. If they don't let him into that school, they're idiots. I think everyone agrees on that, my dear. What I meant was, what do you think of the prince and the lady who seems to have stolen his heart? Just because he was asexual didn't mean Alistair didn't know one true thing about showbiz. No one really cares for the story, they all want to see the action and romance. Well, if the image we're getting is the real thing, she is certainly bubbly and she can definitely handle herself and scraper too. Missy noted. Also, their similar hair could be cute. Maybe, but it would be so much tastier if the prince went with the Catholic Vine girl. Another voice appeared, adding their own 2 cents. Many already knew who it was, one of the weaker overlords, but an overlord still. And a good friend of Alistair's. And now Rosie is joining in. Hello, old girl. Ally. You didn't think of inviting me? I'm hurt. But, if I may add my 2 cents. Go ahead. The prince is already like his sister, a rebel against his father. He and the Catholic seem to work quite well together, plus it would really piss Lucy off. I don't think the prince really cares what his father thinks of him. Missy mused. Besides, you saw how he reacted to the pink one. Well, what about the girl he rescued? Oh, she is cute, but she's more of a sister or best friend. She didn't have that bad, eh? The two had just started a shipping war in hell and laughed manically as fights broke out over which of the girls Izuku had met would be better for him. In the coming days, many more would join, with a Deadpool racketing starting up. However, there was one soul who did not enjoy this. Like Missy had suggested in his son, Lucifer held little interest in Suzuki's personal life. It was expected for an anti-hero to start off with big, awesome moments like this, but soon enough they would outdo themselves or fumble. As he had said all those years ago, until Caesar did something truly extraordinary, the king of hell gave his youngest son little mind. But when he heard sinners and demons alike beginning to pair off Izuku with that girl with the vines for hair. The Catholic girl. Who followed the Bible and Jesus. It filled him with rage. Okay, no. He fumed, shouting at the sky. You are not taking another kid. I don't care how kinky they can get or amazing repressed honeymoon sex can get, I will not have another Catholic corrupt my children. He then took a breath and snapped his fingers, summoning a treasured subordinate. Toby. Yes, sir. Anyone who ships Izuku with that Ibarra girl is to be flayed on sight. He then thought again, his form slowly becoming more monstrous. No, shot. Yes, anyone who ships those two should be shot on sight. Or skinned. Yes. Skin them alive. No, or better yet, burn them to molten ash. He recomposed himself, his skin returning to normal, his horns vanishing. And then flay them on the rack. Of course, master. Toby nodded before his phone rang. Oop. New arrivals. Better get them sorted. The imp teleported away, leaving his master to continue listening to his youngest son's journey towards heroism. To be continued. When Izuku came home around dinner time, he just wanted to eat and go to sleep. Well, proud he had done so well at the exam, or passed at the very least, he just wanted to rest up and let fate take its course. So when he saw the Bakugos sitting next to his mother and a police officer standing at the side, he was not happy. Izuku. Inko said, leaving no room for agreement. We need to talk. The red-cheeked and sleep-deprived but otherwise silent Kitsuki Bakugo was the most standout bit. But when Kitsuki remained silent, Izuku truly knew something was wrong. Detective Tsukauchi. The police officer introduced himself. If you don't mind, I'd like to cut the chase, as well have 2 cases to discuss. Izuku's worry became clear to anyone, but he took a breath and sat down as the detective produced a picture and placed it on the coffee table. Izuku, did you ever see this man? While mostly in shadow, there was no questioning it, it was the giant man Izuku had led to Despero Hero Agency. With a sigh, Izuku nodded. Okay, this is ridiculous. Mitsuki cut in. What we're here to discuss, yeah, Taunt needs an explanation. But what happened to that Cowboy Heroes Agency? You really think my godson would ever have any part of that crap? Izuku would never. Yes. Izuku said, cutting in and looking down at his feet so that he wouldn't see the shock faces he knew adorned most of the faces. I led him to Despero Hero Agency after he threatened 3 students of Mustafu Private. One of them had given him directions to the police station and Tsukauchi prodded, a little more gentle than he usually did. This kid seemed to be good and filled with well-intention. Still, he had a job to do and he listened to the rest of Izuku's story. I was worried what he would do if he realized he'd been fooled. I mean, he was prepared to bring a building onto 2 girls just because they didn't answer him fast enough. So, I took. Oh wait. Oh geez, now I'm realizing that might have been stealing. Well, I grabbed an unopened stack of papers and told him I was delivering to the address he was looking for. He then thanked me and followed me to the agency. I was just about to drop off the papers when he stopped me and gave me a wallet before telling me to leave. Izuku then let out a deep breath and covered his face in his hands. What did you do with the wallet? Tsukauchi asked. I need it for evidence. Izuku finished. I gave it to the first station I found. Never opened it. I have the receipt in my room. Tsukauchi sighed and motioned Izuku to go get the receipt. It took him a minute, but our hero found the receipt and returned to the room, handing the paper to the detective. Alright, with that out of the way, we can move on to. Tsukauchi started, only for Kitsuki to finally butt in. You have a sister who sent demon-looking fucks after me? The Pomerian growled, shocking the Midoriyas, although not for the reasons Mitsuki and Masaru were expecting. Hooking for. Wait. You actually saw the imps? Izuku asked, a mix of confusion, shock, worry and annoyance in his tone. They were real. In hell. They weren't disguising themselves. Charlie roared so loud she could be across all rings of hell. The fearful nod from one of the masses she had ordered killed for belittling her brother, whom she had gathered to permit them to listen yo the Izuku show, and were now housecleaning, cooking staff under Vaggy's watchful eye, pun not intended, was her answer. Oh, wonderful. Charlie laughed and she tore out some of her hair, ignoring Vaggy's concern. Just fucking wonderful. The curse got everyone's attention. It wasn't that Charlie never cursed, she'd called Katie Killjoy a bitch after all, but she only did it when she was truly, unbearable enraged. The Princess of Hell let out an enraged groan before collapsing on her desk and bawling her eyes out. Charlie? Vaggy asked her girlfriend in worry, before seeing that Charlie's face seemed to be an effusion of anger and sadness. Now Izuku is going to figure out what I did. That really a bad thing? Angel asked. Cause if either of my sibs ever killed my bullies, I'd be fucking grateful. The went ignored while Baxter, Husk, Pentious, Cherry and Nifty watched how the scene unfolded amidst Alistair's narration. Back on Earth. Imps? As in. The detective started, getting nods. Hell does indeed exist. Inko sighed. And no, that is not figurative. I am talking about the fire and brimstone place. Izuku's father. Her son cringed at the mention, as did Mitsuki and Masaru, but Inko continued. Is a demon. Of the mythological and biblical sense. For once, Tsukauchi wished his quirk didn't work. But they're telling the truth. He gasped, too shocked to wonder how the heck he was going to report this, and sinking deeper into his chair. Hey, and you're saying that? Masaru asked for clarification. Kitsuki was a hit from Izuku's half-sister. Inko and Izuku nodded. Who is a literal demon? Mitsuki followed. Inko and Izuku nodded again and hoped the Bakugos would understand. Sadly, life was not on their side. Heh. Gotta admit, I'm almost impressed. Kitsuki smirked, his usual personality slowly starting to surface. Whoever this sister of yours is, she has more balls than you, Deku. That in common sense. Kitsuki. Masaru, uncharacteristically firm, growled at his son. But really, Deku. Getting your sister too? Izuku was no longer listening, heck he hadn't really been listening after hearing Imp had not disguised themselves. His mind was on the horrible revulsion that his big sister, one of the most positive people in his life and the primary encourager of his dream, had ordered the murderer his childhood friend. It baffled Izuku's mind. Charlie had taught him made cases in hell were two-sided, and Earth was no different. She had encouraged him to look beyond the villains and see how and why they became what they were, and if they could have been something else. To hear that she had wanted Kitsuki dead. As much as he wanted to deny it, Izuku knew where Kitsuki would go had Imp followed through on killing him. If you died young enough and never saw what you did as wrong, evaded karma, it was hell for you. Yeah, surprisingly, heaven was not as forgiving as one would expect if what he'd heard of the CHE was true. And that was the reason Velvet was an overlord when she wasn't too much older than he was. Well, what's to think about? Kitsuki finished whatever rant he had been on. Wrap this up, Copper. Take Deku down to the station and get everything you need. Maybe he'll finally see his place without me to hold his hand and watch his back. The adults were all shocked and disgusted to hear such a thing, but they would get no such check to berate the blonde boy. Why? Something snapped in Izuku. Blitzo's worries were about to come true. To an extent. Really? Izuku asked, his tone broken and agitated. You've had my back since we were kids. That's funny, cause I remember it different. Oh never mind, you'd never. Question, Kitsuki. Did you have my back when I was deemed quirkless and the other kids started picking on me? Wait, what? Mitsuki and Masaru asked. Why do you think I'm suing the school boards? Inko asked. Mitsuki was not really deterred. Really? Playing the sad excuse story, Deku? You. Answer my fucking question. Izuku snapped, although his voice was still calm. But Katsuki noticed this and answered. Well. No. That's right. You didn't. Izuku snapped, not noticing his skin was becoming paler. You just let them mock and bully me. Hell, sometimes you lead the bullying. And, when I said I at least wanted to try and become a quirkless hero, what did you do again? Was it A. Talk to me as a friend and give me your support. B. Point out alternative ways to accomplish my dream of helping people. Oh, wait. Now I remember. It was C. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope you get a quirk in your next life. Am I recalling your words correctly? The adults all gasped. He's telling the truth. Tsukauchi gasped. He'd seen stuff like this before, minus the devil bits, of course, but still, he could never get over the callousness of some people. Itsuki, what the actual fuck is wrong with you? Mitsuki snapped, only not striking her son because her husband held her at bay. Inko, however, was tearing up and feeling disgusted at her godson's words and actions. How could you, Kitsuki? You were like Izuku's brother. Seeing his aunt in such distress made the normally arrogant boy feel genuine pity and regret. Although only because it was Aunt Inko who was crying. It was just a joke. He'd started, only to be cut off by an enraged repeat of what he had said. A joke? Izuku roared, his transformation accompanying the roar and the two whips of his hair sharpening and taking a different hue. But he was so enraged he did not see it. Suicide baiting is a joke to you? Oh Kitsuki, you really are some piece of shit. Honestly, I don't know why I'm surprised. You've always been like this. Prideful, arrogant, short-sighted, never once questioning if there are people better than you. And you want to know the sad part? The reason you're like this? It's because deep down, you know for a fact that without your quirk, no one but me, mom and your parents would have ever given a rat's ass about you and you'd just be another face in the crowds. Izuku. Inko called out. What mom? Her son snapped, only to pause when he smelt something burning. He then looked down at his hands, which now had talons instead of nails, and his skin was now chalk with aside from his now red freckles. Itsuki's eyes widened in shock as Deku had revealed what looked like a transformation and pyrokinetic quirk. What the hell is all that shit? He asked. Izuku's quirk and the other reason I pulled him out of school. Inko said, a cold finality in her voice, as Izuku simply glared at his one-time friend. You should crush him. That voice he had heard when he cursed Katie Killjoy suddenly manifested again. So what if you were friends? That stopped the minute he started beating weaklings up. A hero. Ha. He'd throw a fit the first time he lost. Probably ignore any injuries and casualties, blaming them for their weakness. And look at him, he knows nothing of failure, he even talks back to Aunt Mitsuki, mom's only friend. Izuku was tempted to follow through on this voice's suggestion. Meanwhile, Mitsuki and Masaru were torn between fainting from and cheering for the fact that their godson had such a powerful quirk. And the true story behind how he was conceived. I can't. I dunno if I can report this. Tsukauchi sighed. At least not without getting suspended for stress or something. Itsuki would have tried to point out Deku was an accomplice for attempted murder, but was so shocked at seeing the stepping stone he had mocked for so long transform into a gigantic mountain he would need years to surpass. A mountain now looking down on him and for once, him being unable to do anything to it. However, due to suicide baiting and being under observation due to Miss Midoriya's lawsuit, I can at least temporarily blackmail Kitsuki from any hero school and install a restraining order. You both do the second one. The Midoriya said together, then realizing they had spoken differently. What? Izuku. Kitsuki needs to learn that his actions. Inko started, her son suddenly returning to normal. And being away from me will not be enough. Mitsuki sighed. He's already missed the UA exam, but Shinketsu. Tsukuchi mentioned. He, provided of course the Midoriyas allow it, could go to Shinketsu. It's as halfway around the country, but for that reason it has dorms and is more military style in how it's run. Izuku was smiling in relief and looked to his mom, his body slowing returning to normal. There, he goes away and still has a chance to be a hero. Izuku smiled. Only way I do that is if Deku is. Kitsuki started. You're in no position to demand anything, Kitsuki. Masaru cut his son off, not noticing the surprised look on his wife's face. Any other person would have had you blacklisted and be done with you. Izuku is giving you a chance. Take it. Also before you try that old accomplice by association line, he had no idea of his sister's attack on you. The detective said. How the fuck do you? I don't rely on my quirk, but it helps my job. Tsukauchi said before continuing. So. While the investigation will show up on his record, it's nothing to ban him from a hero school. Now, outright bullying and suicide baiting. That is going to be iffy. Shinketsu makes some exceptions, but most hero schools refuse anyone of that type. However, the explosive blonde had ceased listening, his mind only focusing on one aspect. Pity. They were pitying him. Itsuki Bakugo did not do pity, and in spite of everything, he leapt towards Izuku, only for his arms to be grabbed, his stomach knees, a hammer fist delivered to his back, and side kick sending him towards the door. Izuku simply walked over to him. So predictable. He sighed. You always leap forward and expose at least one arm for a grab. Itsuki was coughing and wheezing as he found himself being pulled upwards. I'm not that little boy you picked on, Kitsuki. Izuku said. I've trained since that day. I am going to be a hero. And I'm giving you the chance to try. Please. Take the chance. He then remembered the police officer in the room over. Will that go my record? He asked sheepishly, getting a shake before hearing Kitsuki's response. Don't fucking need pity. The blonde snarled and wheezed. Pity? Izuku asked. You think this is pity? No. Pity would be me allowing you to stay in town. Pity would be letting you hit me to feel better. I have never pitied you. At least not until now. Kitsuki was about to call Izuku a liar, but the green-haired boy continued. You've always been smart, strong and a quick learner. And your charisma. God. Ow. I wish I had that like you do. And you're going to be great, no matter what. But now? I don't see that. I see a brat throwing a temper tantrum. Why do you care? Kitsuki suddenly roared. Because until recently, you're my only friend. Izuku roared back, being so done with this. And newsflash, I was your only real friend too. Don't believe me? Then name one other person. Kitsuki could not. At least, not actual names. Woodhead. Sharp jaw. Fingers. Chad. Oh dear Kami ow. You don't even know their names. Izuku sighed before he turned to walk away. Huh. Funny. Neither do I. The wee chuckle escaped both boys' mouths. Then the chuckle grew into a laugh that had them holding onto each other. Before Izuku karate chopped Kitsuki into the floor. Still angry and got years more to go, you Pomeranian Philistine. Izuku snapped, then worrying he was spending too much time with Angel Dust. Kitsuki simply chuckled as Deku helped him up. I have no idea what is going on anymore. Masaru sighed, Sakauchi nodding in agreement. Devils, quirks, bullying. It's too much. The mothers were just happy that their sons. Well, they were no longer best friends. They probably never would be again. But at least they had mended fences, somewhat. We'll take the restraining order. Inko said. But only for Kitsuki. Mitsuki. Masaru. You're my friends and the few adults good to Izuku. This is what had shifted Kitsuki from coming attraction to pending. It also started something that would dampen things for two half-siblings. Once the Bakugos had left, Izuku excused himself and opened a portal to hell, where, once he made sure he knew where he was, he let out a roar and punched the nearest building. Which was Valentino's porn studio. Alright. 3-day weekend everyone. A hooker called out, as others and hookers cheered and ran off to party, just missing Izuku land on the ground and realizing what he had done. Knowing he had hurt the overlord he hated the most cheered him up a little, and a weak smile crossed his face. Ah shit. Kiddo, you doing okay? A familiar voice called out, and Izuku turned to see a familiar spider demon accompanied by a winged cat demon. You're looking like Baggy all of a sudden. Izuku hugged the spider demon, who hugged him back after a moment's hesitation, gently patting his hair. There. The porn star cooed. Without a second thought or being motioned to do so, Husk opened up a can of soda and handed it to the boy, who downed it in a single guzzle. Charlie, with her sixth sense of Izuku being upset, quickly bolted so fast to his location, it was like she flickered through existence. Izuku. She called out in worry, said worry overwhelming any fear she had of the possible repercussions of what he now knew. What happened? Why are you in? She stopped when she saw him sobbing in Angel's arms. Just to be clear. I had nothing to do with this. With a nod of understanding, Charlie reached to pull Izuku into a hug. He briefly tried to pull away, but then returned the embrace. It's okay, big sis is here. Tell me what happened. You had him try and kill Kitsuki. Charlie was wishing this wouldn't happen. But she did not deny it. I did. And he wasn't the only one. Izuku, Charlie struggled to find the right words, but she ignored this when Izuku broke the embrace and took a step back. How many? Izuku asked. How many did you have him kill? Charlie looked down at her feet. How many? Izuku asked again. She did not answer, and that was all her little brother needed to ask his next question. Nissan, why? His question hurt both him and her, the pain and tearful way he asked. On instinct, Charlie told Izuku what she had been telling herself as she had done this. They weren't going to change, and the hotel needs someone to fill it. Might as well be those ID. From the first word Charlie knew that she no longer believed that story. At least, not the bits she had said about this helping Izuku. This had been for her, a small modicum of power, and to give her dream a chance that just so happened to get rid of those who hurt her beloved baby brother. Staff? Izuku asked. What staff? He then realized that while he had been training, the hotel was not dusty or falling apart. As competent and skilled as Baggy was, especially now with Nifty, the hotel was too massive for her to handle alone. And Husk and Angel were certainly not going to help. And Alistair cooked enough. I did it for you. Charlie weakly said, even though, as stated above, she no longer believed that. Izuku stepped back again. Izuku, please. Charlie begged. I know I went overboard. You were the one who taught me everyone deserves a second chance. Izuku reminded her. And they're getting it here. Charlie responded, her eyes welling with tears. They were villains in the making. They're getting star. Again, she did not believe a word she was saying, and neither did Izuku. The boy started. You're just like Dad. He immediately regretted saying that and clamped his hands over his mouth, but the damage was done. Just like Dad. Those words. From his mouth. Charlie couldn't take it, and for a split second, her kind and loving nature was overshadowed. She transformed and stepped forward, but paused when she saw the fear on her brother and friend's face. That's not true. Charlie denied, but the damage was done. Izuku portaled back home, missing the sight of Charlie falling to her knees and sobbing into her hands. Which he later did as well in his room. It was their first fight. Those who knew him could tell Izuku was dead inside for the next few days, his eyes half opened, his minimal speaking and his lack on hero battles. Heck, even when All Might himself welcomed him into UA and declared Izuku the new record setter for rescue points, the green-haired boy's mind was elsewhere. Inko knew where it was, and on the day before he started his high school life, when she could no longer take it, she did her job as a mother. Izuku, I know it's hard to understand what Charlie did. And yes, maybe it was not the best way to go about it, but sweetie, sometimes people do wrong to keep those they love safe and happy. You don't. Izuku mumbled half-heartedly, missing the shocked and guilty look on his mother's face. The woman then returned the book she had meant to read to its place on the shelf, took a deep breath, and then sat down beside her son, looking down at her feet. Do you remember what I told you about my parents? Inko sighed. Surprised by this question, Izuku sat up, a concerned look on his face. You said they died in a car accident after you learned you were pregnant with me. I didn't tell you everything. Inko sighed. Yes, they did die in a car accident. Yes, it was around the time I was pregnant with you. But she sighed and then came out and said it. They're not in heaven. They're suffering in hell. Living in a trailer park. Your grandpa is a factory worker and your grandma cleans the other trailers. Izuku was shocked to hear this. What did they do? He asked, sounding more interested in this than his mother withholding such a bombshell on him. They wanted me to abort you, and when I refused, they made plans to disown me. Inko confessed, still hurt to relieve that memory after all these years. All because of Dad. Isaac growled, surprised when Inko laughed. They never knew what happened that night. Heck, I didn't know for certain until your father showed himself to us. But no, it was. I think at least. Because in that moment, they favored reputation over my own being. The cold fury filled Izuku, destroying any interest he held in meeting said grandparents. Except for one occasion. Which ring and trailer park do they live on? He asked. Inko adopted a slight smile, but feigned shock and worry. Izuku, if you do this, you'll be just like Charlie. No. Charlie did that for herself, I'm doing this for. I don't need you to. Inko added. Well, they hurt you and they. Izuku started, only realize. Oh dear God. Ow. Inko cupped her son's face and gently smiled at him. I'm not saying you shouldn't be upset. I'm not saying what Charlie did was right either. Although part of me is proud of her for doing that. Mom. What, it's true. Inko chuckled. The point is, Izuku. Family does things like that. It's what makes us human. Or demon, in Charlie's case. Besides. Won't you kind of be doing the same thing when you become a hero? Helping people because they're hurt. Don't you mean, if I... Izuku started, but Inko cut him off by nuzzling his forehead with her own. You will become a great hero. And no matter what happens, I'll always be proud of you. Inko smiled. Izuku, overcome with emotion, let out a cry and hugged his mother, who with a small smile on her face, lifted the visor her son wore to kiss his eyelids. Love you, Mom. Izuku whispered. I love you too. Inko cooed. Before gently handing Izuku a bowl of katsudon. Now eat that and then go get some rest. You got a big day tomorrow, my little hellion hero. Izuku cleared his eyes, did just that. Early the next day, Izuku found himself in front of his homeroom, which he found without much difficulty. He made a mental note to ask his mom how she's somehow getting a detailed map of UA when he had the chance. Then the reality of the moment hit him. Behind these doors were the most promising hero students in all of Japan. The second he stepped in, he would begin the journey to his dream of becoming a hero who saved everyone, civilian and villain alike. He then chuckled, mentally imaging the denizens of hell listening in on this screaming just go in already. Taking a deep breath and opening the door, Izuku found he was one of the last students to arrive. He could see 3 other uninhabited seats. There you are. Izuku jumped in surprise, only to see the girl he and Ibarra had saved waving at him and ditching the blonde with a lightning bolt in his hair she had been talking to. Present Mick said you'd make it, but I was worried when I didn't see you in the crowd. Thank you again for saving me. Oh. And no problem. Izuku chuckled weakly, not used to praise like this. Oh, where are my manners? The girl realized, reaching out for a handshake. Echako Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya. Our hero smiled back, returning the handshake as the boy she had been talking to made his way over. So, you're the hero of the test? He asked, then smiled. Nice to meet ya, Dinky Kaminari. Izuku shook his hand as well, smiling at delight that so far this was going so well. Waka listening to? The blonde boy asked. Realizing his gear might lead to some questions, Izuku chuckled. Well, I normally listen to older American rock, pop and a couple of vaudeville show tunes, but these aren't for music. My quirk gives me mind hearing, but I only got it last year, so I'm not fully used to it. Hey you. Pulled out of his thoughts by the shout, Izuku leapt into the air and held onto the roof for dear life. Glancing down, he then saw her. That amazing smile. Those adorable horns. Her pink skin. And those eyes that Izuku could drown in. He made a note to thank God for putting her in his class as soon as he got back down. Jumpy, ain't ya? She mused with a smile. Come on, Mina. Her company, a red-headed boy with a muscular build, sharp teeth and a scar above one of his brows chuckled weakly. I think everyone's a little nervous. Izuku couldn't help but blush at the sight of the pink-skinned girl in a school uniform, alongside the red-headed boy, who suddenly made him feel very self-conscious. And with that train of thought he accidentally let go and landed on the floor with a scream and splat. Ow. Izuku groaned, getting many concerned looks through his way. GG gimme a sec. His hand reached down and pulled upwards, peeling the green-haired boy from the ground. Miraculously, his visor and headphones were unaffected by the impact. Okay. I'm good now. He declared. Morning. Mina, was it? She smiled. SND gave him a thumbs up. Izuku's heart swelled at her smile. That's right. Future pro-alien hero. Alien Queen Mina Shido. Ready to protect and serve while looking good. Mina Shido. So even her name is beautiful, Izuku mused. And this is my old classmate, Ijiro Kirishima. Mina said, pointing to her companion. So, you're the guy that Mina keeps going on about. The red-haired boy smiled, making Izuku praise a brow in confusion, but also some pride that the girl he liked talked about him. Although for what he couldn't be sure. I hope she didn't say anything too bad. Izuku said shilly. No worries, it's cool. Kirishima smiled, quickly took Izuku into a hug that nearly broke his back before setting him down. Besides, anyone who can handle that monster is a hell of a manly guy. This got the attention of their other classmates, who listened in. What monster? A white-haired boy with a ninja mask asked, the crow-headed boy also listening in. Worry began to fill Izuku, and he tried to divert the topic. Oh, nothing really. He started. Eyes, whatever happened, leave it be. A girl with short purple hair and earjacks in her ears motioned. I can hear his heart racing from here, he's not comfortable. Whoever she was, Izuku was now determined to pay her back this favor. As was Kirishima, who suddenly looked ashamed. Ig. Mina cooed with a sigh. No one is judging you. I was freaking scared too. But I could have done something. I just stood there while you and Izu here. Not liking seeing these two sad, Izuku took a breath and steeled himself. About half a year ago, a giant villain was in Mufusta, asking for directions to Despero Hero Agency. I led him there after Mina tried to get him lost when he threatened two friends of hers. All eyes were on him now, and Izuku wished he could vanish. But if he vanished, he'd forfeit his dream. Which was probably going to go bye-bye, judging by the looks he saw on a glittering boy and a girl who looked like she could be a swimsuit model. If you got a problem with what he did, forget what he said. Said faces changed to ones of concern and worry, as if they had done what had just been said. Izuku looked over to see a boy with gravity-defying hair and bags under his eyes. A tear nearly escaped his eye, but he managed to mutter. Thank you. The boy was shocked to hear this, but smiled back and offered a handshake. Hitachi Shinsho. Izuku Midoriya. Our hero smiled and he returned the shake. Well, whatever happened, if you're here that means you did good, right? Echako asked aloud. Seems legit to me. Dinky noted. Pretty sure I heard that Endeavor and Mirko did some less than legal stuff before they came here and look how they turned out. No one noticed the red and white-haired boy with burn in the back wince and growl at Endeavor's name as Kirishima, then adopted a worried look. You weren't hurt badly, were ya? Mina then adopted a concerned look. Oh yeah, did. The police. The guy never touched me and I do have a mark on my record, but apparently the heroes who were supposed to be watching the area are in more trouble than me. Izuku explained, vaguely recalling a call his mother had taken with Tsukauchi. Moving on. I didn't know you had horns. Mina beamed, suddenly getting close and feeling the tips of the two horned wisps of hair. Kiri. We got another horn buddy. Izuku's brain had stopped working the millisecond the pretty girl being, and his face exploded into a blush. He willed himself to focus on Mina's forehead, but then he got sight of her eyes and began to relax. She smells like rainbows. He mused inside of his head. You lucky bastard. The shortest teen Izuku had seen, seriously nifty, Razzle and Dazzle were each a little taller than him, suddenly screamed at Izuku. You lucky bastard. The boy ranted. You have a kick-ass quirk and can talk to hotties with no problem even if you're kinda shady. Izuku was not listening, cringing for a different reason. This boy's form was covered in a pulsating lust kanji that Izuku could still see with his visor on. Oh dear lord ow. Izuku shouted, covering his visor and eyes and recoiling while still pointing at the boy. You are the single most lustful person I have ever met. And I know a freaking porn star for crying out loud. Realizing what he said, he covered his mouth as the room went silent. And with that, I am officially the class weirdo. Izuku sighed. Goodbye, any chance of a friend, be it romantic or platon. Forget the last sentence. Hitachi said aloud. And again, the shocked faces at Izuku changed to glaring at the boy. If you're here to make friends, pack up and get out. A voice cut in. All turned to see the source of the voice. Eyes that a caterpillar with an unshaven human face. A boy with a tail asked. A hand holding a juice box came right under said face, which emptied the drink. It took you 5 seconds to realize I was here. In the field, you'd have been killed 10 times over. Not a good sign, even for beginners. Get dressed for gym and then meet me outside. 10 minutes later. Let's just get this over with. Aizawa sighed. The quicker this goes, the sooner I can go back to my nap. He made his way to the front and wasted no time explaining what was going to happen. Listen up, today we will be doing a quirk apprehension test to see how far you all are in regards in versatility with your quirks. Pretty much the same as your usual fitness course, only now you'll be allowed to use your quirk in junction to your actions. In case you're wondering, us teachers have control of how things work, so no orientation for you. Ichako put her hand down. Also, the lowest ranking of you will be expelled and blacklisted from other hero academies. Aizawa added. The life of a hero is not fair, natural disasters, supervillains, invasions. It is no place for the weak or fun-seeking. His words made several, like Mina and Hitachi, look down. Midoriya. Yes, Eraserhead sensei. Our hero asked. I'll ask how you know who I am later. Toss the ball as hard as you can. Izuku did such, tossing the ball with all his might. And it only landed just a few feet away. What? Both he and the teacher asked. Izuku looked into himself, trying to feel for anything. Nothing. He tossed off his visor and headphones. Aside from the birds, breeze and whispers of his classmates, he never heard so much of a sinful thought. And when G glanced over, no one had kanji on their forms. It was at this point Izuku realized. He couldn't use his quirk. Back in hell, jaws dropped. What was that? Baggy asked. Seriously, what the fuck? Husk hollered. The kid's a beast. Why is he blowing it? Cherry added. It's not that Hess blowing it. Serpentius realtsied, his eyes widened. It's more like. His quirk isn't money. Alistair smiled at this development and couldn't help but let a chuckle escape. Seems he did forget the rules of the contract. Training doesn't count as hero duty. All over hell, many were shocked. But then nodded that made sense. But his teacher said. Baggy started, only for Alistair to push her aside. Considente de Deseos Bastardo. Charlie, who had spent the last few days wallowing in depression, suddenly raced forward and grabbed the radio demon by the collar. Alistair, she began. No can do, my dear. Alistair smiled as he slapped her hands away from his collar, which he fixed up. The moment we shook hands, those were the rules. Hardly my fault he wasn't specific. He ain't wrong. Husk shrugged, then realizing something. Wait, but when he was. Hell is a birthing ground for heroism, of course it'd work here. Nifty pointed out absent-mindedly as she dusted off the pictures and tables. Oh, so getting into school to save folks don't count, but anything with mama and it does. Angel Dust smirked. Alistair had no verbal response to this, but the ever-so-brief pause in his step spoke volumes. However, the biggest surprise was Charlie, who sighed but then smiled. Well, it was a quick but short run. This got everyone's attention, most prominently Alistair and Baggy. However, while the former was intrigued, the latter adopted a smirk and shushed the others. My dear. Charlie smiled. I'm kind of surprised, Alistair. You said you wanted to kill your boredom by detailing Izuku's adventures. But if he doesn't get into UA, what will happen? Sure, he could become a vigilante on Earth, but you know how by the commandments he is. No you just him going around, doing what he can. Oh, I'm sure a lot of people will still tune in, but only for so long. Sooner or later, the show will belly flop and eventually die off. She then looked back at the radio demon. The contract you had with Izuku, however, does mean that you're now stuck taking care of the hotel and everyone in it until the end of time. And sure, you could do a radio show about all of us, I'm sure that'll be interesting. But still, you looked so happy and excited when you were explained how Izuku level grinded, how heroic he was at the test and dealing with Gigantomachia. Oh, if only you had a clause in the contract to fix this. You know, I am fully aware you're playing me, my dear. Alistair mused, but still smiled. But this once. I'll go along with it. He then snapped his fingers, manifesting Izuku's contract and a pen. Reaching to make a few adjustments, he suddenly paused and then snapped the contract and pen away. Looks like I don't have to change anything. Surprisingly as it may seem, Shota Izawa, aka Underground Eraserhead, did not want to fail this kid. He saw so much of a Boro in him it hurt. The way his flames worked as a portal and cushion just as well as combat purposes, his genuine desire to help others, and how he had spent so much of his exam doing such. Unprofessional as it was, Izawa did have a soft spot for this problem child. Just as much as he had for Hitachi Shinsho, who he'd had to call in a few favors to get into his class, and who would probably one of the lowest ranking students. I stand by what I said. He forced himself to say. You can watch the others and then try. While he had been musing, Izuku had been racking his brain to figure out a way to salvage the situation. No quirk, just a stronger quirkless kid. His furor was due. He felt something, a wisp of flame cross his fingers. Izawa saw it too. Try to save your chance. At the word save, the feeling came back, a little stronger. Save? Izuku whispered. The feeling grew stronger and his skin became paler. An idea. Izuku looked at Izawa. Instead of a hero, Izuku tried to looking at him in a different sense. This man was an obstacle to prevent the saving of people. The feeling, his quirk, came back in full and Izuku transformed, quickly grabbing the ball and throwing it with all of his might. The ball vanished into a streak which was then accompanied by a growing screech. Duck. The earlobe girl shouted, and everyone did so as something whizzed by only to return to Izuku's hand, now covered in dirt, feathers and a nail or two. That better, sensei? Izuku asked. Izawa smiled. This kid. Much better. Whatever you did. Keep it up. Izuku saluted and returned to his spot, only to realize others were staring at him. The bird-headed boy and frog girl stepped up to him and both said. Awesome. Mina then raced towards Izuku. 2 pairs of horns. She squealed. I am so jelly Izzy. Hearing that nickname, Izuku felt warm. He then saw his visor and headphones being held up by a flatting empty uniform with a bust. Dear, you dropped these. A soft voice mentioned. Izuku smiled warmly. Thank you. Hagakure. Toru. The suit answered. Dude. How manly are you? Did you freaking throw that bowl around the world and back? Yes he did. Izawa said. And for shouting. You're up. Half an hour later, all the tests were done. You're all welcome to go home now or after lunch, but be at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. We'll be starting right away. Meantime, I'll be napping. He then walked away, leaving the students standing there in shock, awe and some confusion. Oh, and no one's getting booted. Izawa mentioned offhandedly. Wait, you thought he was serious? The maturely bullet girl asked. It was a ruse to get us to go all out. Sorry, guess I should have said something. Yes. You should have. Many students shouted. Thank God. The short boy, Minoru Mineta, praised. I'm not going to have to say goodbye to ogling all these hot. The temperature suddenly became chilling, and Mineta turned to see Izuku coldly glaring at him. Mineta, was it? Allow me to explain a few things. I have been raised by a single mother my whole life. I have seen how some guys look at and view women, so when I see someone lustful, I am immediately on edge. I know that's not fair, you're in this class so clearly you want to be a hero. But please, control yourself. Or I will gladly be expelled for what I do. He then realized his entire class had seen that whole thing and chuckled weakly. My name's Sayu Asui and I always say what's on my mind. The frog-like girl said. Midoriya. You're kind of weird. Izuku held his head in shame. Yeah, I get that a low. But you seem nice and cool too. Izuku's head shot up. Eh? Well you could have handled that better. The maturely bullet girl mused with a smile. It is nice to see a gentleman in this class. Izuku became shy. Well, like I said. Single mom raised me. The girl's eyes then widened. Wait. Midoriya. As in. Inko Midoriya. All of the girls and the glittering boy turned to Izuku. Why yes. Oh my goodness. She's my idol. The girl said. My parents, the Aorizes, once had her model for their latest health chain. She was so nice and kind-hearted. And so pretty. Toru and Ichako cooed together. Izuku smiled. Yeah, she is. And she's the best mom I could have asked for. Liking of Izuku went up exponentially that day. Minus denying Mineta and Kaminari any model's numbers, Izuku quickly became very popular in his class, and when everyone said goodbye, he was almost proud of this day. Just one thing to do first. Izuku teleported to hell, straight into Charlie's room. I'm sorry. They said together. Wait, what? You're sore. I was the one who. Okay, knock that off. Xenophobia deserves a TV show. Their eyes glistened with tears. I missed you. I missed you too. I'm sorry. The siblings hugged each other, Charlie peppering Izuku's face with kisses and Izuku nuzzling his nose with his sister. The others saw the whole thing but just watched, happy and relieved to see this. For a good hour, all was quiet. Hey, Nissan? Izuku asked. Yeah? Remember the one part of Lulu World I never wanted to see? The circus. What? No, I like the circus. The other part. Charlie thought for a minute before it came to her. Oh, that one. She mused. The one that. Well, our extended family is the highlight of. Do you think that? Maybe. We could go and see it? Izuku asked. We could bring everyone else, call it an activity for redemption. Hey. We don't need an excuse to go to Lulu World. Angel beamed. Yes you do. Baggy reminded the troublesome patron. We'll talk. Charlie promised. But right now. I have to say. I am so proud of you. Izuku smiled and hugged her back. Izuku came home late that night and was greeted by a warm hug from Inko, along with a great big serving of katsudon. How was your first day? She asked as they ate. Mine was kind of boring. Izuku smiled. I think high school is going to be way better for me. I've already made a couple of friends and. He suddenly paused. Izuku? Inko asked in concern. I think I might. Have. A possible. Crush. Inko stopped thinking. Then smiled and teared up as she began to squeal. She then saw her son's face and recomposed herself. You can tell me about the lucky person when you're ready. Izuku smiled sheepishly. But you must tell me about these friends of yours. And so he did, starting with Tsuyu, then Ijiro. By the end of the night, Inko knew one thing for sure. High school would be far better for Izuku than the rest of his schooling had been. This week was a special one. It was in which one of Izuku's greatest dreams became reality, just as he faced not one, but two of his greatest fears. The first greatest fear was faced the very next day. Choose a class rep by lunchtime. As Awa said bluntly, exhaustion from his midnight patrol obvious as he collapsed into his sleeping bag. Immediately, almost everyone had been clamoring for the position, save for Izuku and the rock-headed boy, Kauji. The green-haired boy racked his brain, trying to figure out who was best suited to lead his class. Momo seemed to have a good head on her shoulders and was quite friendly. Hitachi had also garnered his favor by erasing the memories of his less than ideal reveals, never mind not prying into them. Then our hero recalled how Kyoka, the girl with Urge Axe, had tried to stop everyone from poking their noses into his, Mina and Kirishima's past. Speaking of his crush and her friend, Izuku didn't deny he loved their passion and eagerness, something he wished he had, and that reminded him of Charlie. Ichako seemed interested and her kindness was clear to all, along with the invisible girl Toru. Tsuyu had said she wouldn't mind the position, but also didn't seem to be hung up on it. Ijiro, the tailed boy, was quiet along with Shoto, the scarred peppermint boy and Fumikage, the raven-headed boy. Sato, Shiro and Shaoji, maybe. They seemed laid back but focused. Enki, the electric manipulator and Yuga, the laser belly button boy. No. Just no. It wasn't that Izuku didn't hate them, they just seemed too eccentric. That and Mineta had too much sway on Denki. If elected, I'll make the girl's skirt shorter. And then there was Mineta. Mineta, what did I say yesterday? Izuku snapped at the shortest student, his demon form manifesting before recompassing himself and shooting his classmates an apologetic look. Sorry. I'm sorry. Force of habit. Luckily for Izuku, this just made the girls in his class respect him even more if the smiles were any indication. Why don't we just vote? Hitachi asked. Then everyone'll vote for themselves. Denki remarked, but Hitachi ignored him. The others smeed to agree with the brainwasher, and so. 5 minutes later. How in the hell, home did I get so many votes? Izuku and Hitachi shouted together, awestruck that they each had the same number of votes. Before they could resign, the bell rang for lunch. Well, guess I'm stuck with it. Izuku mused. Well, guess I'm stuck with it. Hitachi sighed aloud. The two boys looked at each other in shock, shrugged and then headed for lunch. Hey. Class reps. Over here. Izuku did not need to be told twice when he saw Chako waved him and Hitachi over, but Hitachi stood in place. Shinsho? The green-haired boy asked. You go on ahead. I think I'll eat alone. Hitachi said. School? Izuku guessed. Hitachi nodded, smirking. Don't suppose you'd have any idea what that's about, a nice guy with a quirk like yours. I was bullied by everyone. Izuku cut him off. My quirk only manifested last year. Hitachi's eyes widened. So, this lucky kid had lived his life as a quirkless. Izuku nodded. I'm scared, to be honest. Our hero confessed. My only friends were my mom, my sister, her girlfriend, an old babysitter and that guy I mentioned you made everyone forget. So, I have no clue what to do and how I'm not going to screw up. Hitachi was hating himself for doubting this guy even more now. But then I remember something my sister told me. How will you know if you don't try? So come, Shinsho, sit and eat with us. I mean, a hero does need to be sociable. Alright. You got me. Hitachi smirked. You sure you don't have some kind of guilt quirk or something? Izuku shook his head as he and Hitachi sat down. No, but my sister kind of does. Sorry for the wait, everyone. Izuku convinced me to be sociable, which we're both rusty at. Hitachi explained. Please be patient and gentle. That's our class rep for you. Chako beamed. What's this about being rusty? Toru asked. A cute and strong boy like you? Izuku blushed and poked at his katsudon. My quirk didn't awaken until last year, so. He started, missing the looks of shock on his classmates aside from Hitachi. Well, they missed out. Shaoji said. The ignorant followers of light and flash will be blinded by your dark awesomeness. Fumikage followed. I've got to ask, who voted for me? Izuku asked. And why? Surprisingly, almost everyone rose their hands. The only one who didn't was Shoto, who was sitting by himself. He has a lot on his mind. Momo said. Perhaps another time. But to answer your question, Izuku, well, quite frankly I think your gentlemanly nature is an asset. And you would know about assets. Mineta smirked, only to be glared at by both Momo and Izuku. And feeling the glare of Shoto. You were man enough to do what I couldn't. Kirishima explained. You're the strongest here. Denki followed up. But you're also smart. Ejiro said. Before anyone could inquire as to how he knew that, he pulled out his phone and played an excerpt from Present Mix radio show, which had Izuku breaking down several quirks and offering alternate ways of using them. And that was formed 3 years ago. It was my hobby. Izuku confessed. I thought I didn't have a quirk, so. Dude, please say you'll help us with analysis assignments. Mina begged. Of course. Was Izuku's immediate response, before the others continued giving their reasons for choosing him to lead. I heard you listening to Carlos Santana and figured if you liked good music, were strong and smart you'd be great. Kyoka followed. Plus it's no contest, it was either you or Momo. The raven-haired and ponytailed beauty blushed. You saved my life, how could I not? Chako added her own 2 cents. The rest gave similar responses. And me? Hitachi found himself asking. Similar responses followed in suit, but most had voted for him due to the fact he had been the one to handle situations that, if left unattended, would have made Izuku an outcast. Plus, as teenagers we may need blunt orders sometimes, and Hitachi can do that. Sayu added, with Momo nodding. And Izuku seems a little too nice. I don't know how to respond to that. The brainwasher confessed. On one hand it was better than being called a future villain, but still. You know how blunt Sayu is. I'm sure she doesn't mean anything. Momo assured him. You got a great power and I can tell you want to help. Kauji said. Wait, you can talk. Almost everyone asked. The greatest dream came right after lunch. I am here. Izuku and his classmates' eyes widened in anticipation as the door was swung open. Humming through the door like a normal person. And there he was in all his glory. Their idol, the legend himself. All Might. Hell. Many in Pentagram City and in all the circles of hell grimaced or cursed at that voice. Some because they'd been ruined by its owner, others because they hated heroes in general. Surprising all, however, was the reaction of one Sir Pentious, who was out purchasing materials to upgrade the bots Izuku had donated. Dropping the minimum amount of mons for a drink, the crime lord rose a glass and cheered the symbol of peace. The toast to the man who toppled the bastard who ruled over or killed so many of us. May he teach the prince something worthwhile. This sparked some talk among the sinners and demons, many finding themselves reluctantly agreeing with the snake, who was meanwhile finding himself wandering down memory lane and fighting back a tear or two as a little boy filled his mind. Son. He mused, hurriedly downing his drink before rushing to finish his shopping. Earth. Now, I imagine all of you wish to dive into heroic studies, but this is still the first week of class, and we here at UA know it will take a bit of time to get used to everything. All Might explained, then filling with embarrassment. There was an unfortunate incident with the third years and 13, so the locations of said training are in need of repair. Elsewhere in UA, both Cementus and 13 groaned in irritation along with the big three of UA, Mirio Tagada, Nijire Hato and Tamaki Amajiki. I'm not apologizing. Tamaki said bluntly. Hell. The response to the number one hero's words was immediate. Boo-oh. You suck, All Might. We wanna hear the prince kick ass. Vortex, wearing a Prince Izuku t-shirt, howled. Or kiss. Ascubi noted. Or that, yeah. The prince needs a real teacher. Imps in wrath bellowed, feeling no care for proper or intellectual aspects of heroism, all they wanted was the violence. They know he can't hear them, right? Angel Dust asked from the break room at the hotel. Oh, let them have this, it's hell, and no one cares. Baggy sighed, her focus being on how Izuku would react to this change. From Imp's room in the Lulu World Hotel, Blitz tensed, feeling a kindred spirit. But oh, on the contrary, dear reader. Someone did care. She just only wants people to know, see what she wanted them to see. From her apartment and amid music blaring, the third and sole female of the V3 overlords, Velvet, twirled around in her chair, typing away on a phone before she twirled and faced the reader. How do you think I got to overlord level so quickly? She asked. After all, Alistair may be telling the story. But what good is a story without conflict? Conflict she could and would arrange with social media on both Hell and Earth. Speaking of said arrangements, Velvet pressed a send icon, delighted at the prospect of what she was doing. Orc HQ. Well, that could have gone better. Agent 2 mused as she poured herself and Agent 1 a hefty shot of bourbon. Her partner took the drink and downed it in one gulp as he recalled the past few hours. On the one hand, corporate was indeed taking them much more seriously, doubling their budget, giving them raises, and paying out to all their deceased colleagues' families, as well as the hefty bonuses for the janitors and better quality weapons. Baddest as the Edo period was, they'd need the good stuff to get shit done. On the other hand, sadly, while the footage of the attack was real, the members in corporate still refused to believe that the attackers were actual demons. Instead, they were convinced they were merely mutation quirk users, aside from Stolas, whom they mused was an emitter with mutation background. Despite the fact Stolas was clearly a dead ringer for an actual recorded Prince of Hell, and had outright confirmed his and Imp's place of origin. Well, it's a start at least. Agent 1 let out a sigh, taking a seat and letting out a groan. Agent 2 embraced him and patted his head and shoulder. If only we'd gotten some DNA or some shit. In hindsight, yeah, they really should've. Perhaps I can be of service. The two turned to see a shorter, bald old man with a bushy mustache and surgeon goggles, pushing a box the size of one of the agents. I represent someone who knows all about these devils. The old man said. He's heard of your mission and would be delighted to provide you funding and equipment. Without a record, you must understand. He then produced an envelope one grabbed and tore open, revealing what looked like a contract of sorts addressed to someone named Mammon, first-class flight tickets to Japan. And checks with more zeros than either agent had seen addressed to Dork. Consider this part a gift. The doctor pressed a button, revealing a long-limbed Harlequin robot. Hey, am I ready to play? The robot grinned in a voice eerily familiar to Alex Brightman. I got a few holy upgrades and can tell you where one uber important demon is. The two agents looked at their robotic minion, then the flight tickets and then each other. What are border laws in the face of saving the world anyways? Agent 1 mused, 2 following in suit. Unknown to them, right outside, 3 children-sized angels, 1 human and 2 lamb, overheard as well. Back at UA. So, let us instead start this class with a question. What is the most important aspect of being a hero? All Might asked, his smile dropping ever so slightly in hope that one of these kids would give him the answer he wanted, no, needed to hear. Overwhelming power and results. Shoto Todoroki answered. No. Was All Might's blunt response. Looking amazing as you battle villains. Yuga suggested. Not exactly what I was looking for, but that is important. Minimizing damage. Momo asked, Achako nodding and hating herself for doing such. More damage meant more work for her parents. Another important bit, but not quite. Scoring with babes. Mineta grinned, then covering his mouth. No. Standing tall and not backing down. Kirishima shouted in pride. Oh, so close. Then he finally heard the answer he was looking forward to. Putting the worries of everyone at rest while smiling. Izuku and Mina had both said those words. Jinx. You owe me a pop. The girl beamed. Izuku chuckled happily as he blushed. Correct. All Might beamed. While the media focuses on the fights and rescues, you must never forget this guidance. Whenever you save anyone, they've probably gone through something terrible and need someone to look up to. That is why I smile, to ensure everyone knows that, as a hero, I am here to save the day. If nothing else, my students, remember these words, which I live by and which I learned from my own mentor. Those who smile in life are the strongest, and a hero's smile can change everything for anyone they save. In hell. While many Izumina shippers had cooed at the two guessing the right answer, many in hell were pissed at All Might's words, a single thought filling most heads. Where was my help? Hearing those words, many of them remembered being wronged by still living folks and F messages for IMP. When they came back from Lulu World, they would be swamped with business. The Magnies faced their second greatest fear over the weekend. Lulu World was Hell's first and greatest theme park, established by Lucifer mere days before the idea of Disneyland entered the mind of Walt Disney, or so he claimed. In a manner of speaking, Charlie was to thank for its creation, as the king and queen wanted her to have some semblance of fun in her childhood. Lulu Land, its shameless and poor rip-off under the management of Overlord Mammon, could be done in a day. Lulu World required a week to see most of what it contained, and that long list was still growing to this day on a nearly yearly basis. To say nothing of special events, like the celebration of monumental birthdays or Halloween. Speaking of the Magni family, Charlie held Izuku's hand as the two siblings, accompanied by Vaggie, Angel, Husk, Nifty, Pentious and Baxter, made their way to the least popular attraction of Lulu World. The Antichrist Wax Museum, an exhibit dedicated to the beings that they were now destined to become one of. From the first time he had been brought to Lulu World, Izuku had avoided this place, a mix of fear and disgust filling him every time he came across it. Worry that if he stepped in and saw even one of his predecessors, he was as good as one of them, either a villain or a failure. But now that his dream of becoming a hero was finally coming true, he had to see this exhibit, learn where they had failed, and how he could avoid falling down their path. And with his sister by his side, his mother's assurances before he left and the knowledge he was, for now at least, going to be a leader, he was going in, no more bullshit or excuses. Charlie herself had similar reasons for coming here. Like Izuku, she had never wanted to see this exhibit out of fear it would ensure her own dream was destined to fail. But if the hotel was going to succeed and she truly wanted to help redeem the souls that would come, she needed to learn from the mistakes of others. This place was as good as any, as much as she hated it. Luckily or unluckily, the gang was sidetracked when the youngest member of the party spied someone familiar. V-chan. Izuku beamed, breaking away from Charlie to hug who he saw. Octavia Gosha, who had been texting on her phone while contemplating where to go, especially if it meant she would not be in Blitz's sight, tensed. Only one person ever called her that. And here he came, racing towards her to give her a hug. Now, normally, Octavia was not one for physical contact. Or any kind of interaction that was not a father, to be honest. Sure, she had been to the Eldritch and Magni girls' parties and knew them, and given the choice, much preferred Charlie. But otherwise, she was very much a lone wolf. Alto Blitz's hellhound daughter Luna was cool, she mused. This one person was the sole exception. True, his curiosity could be annoying, but he was the closest to her in age, only being a few years younger than her. Plus, the fact he actually spent most of his time in the living, human world and would often tell her about it made him someone she could tolerate at the least. In a sight few ever got to see, aside from her father, she smiled and accepted the hug he wrapped her in, much like a favorite babysitter, which she had been once or twice. Hello, Izu. She smiled. What brings you here? Izuku's happy mood dampened ever so slightly. Oh shit, is this hero related? Octavia guessed, seeing the party that accompanied Izuku. Thankfully, Alistair was once again indisposed and not present in person, but judging by the concerned looks on Charlie, whom she gave a nod to, Vaggie and Baxter's faces. Well, yes and no. Izuku answered, then shaking away his unease to focus on seeing a familiar face. But forget about that, what are you doing here? Mum sent me here for a few days. Stella's new abode. The ex-princess was putting on her best face in order to hide the dread in her form. Someone has been getting a big head. And unlike that spider's comments to my daughter, your stupidity is threatening the balance of things. Lucifer Magni, the undisputed king of hell and a being so powerful her ex-husband was compared to an ant beside him, was in her dining room, sipping on some tea she herself had prepared and poured, since in her rage, she had fired most of her staff. Millard. She started. Don't talk, listen. Lucifer cut her off, motioning and waiting for her to sit down before he continued. Stolas is essential to how the universe works. Whereas you served your purpose the moment your daughter was born. She was rightfully offended by this, and if this were anyone else, Stella would have unleashed hell on them. But here, she held her tongue and listened. Confused. Allow me to explain it simply. Lucifer groaned, finding the tea rather less than ideal. You see, Stella. Stolas and I. Contrary to human belief. We won't be around forever. The look overtook the king's face, one that seemed a myriad of emotions, sadness, acceptance, annoyance. And then shifted to one of joy and adoration. When that day comes, our daughters will take over where we left off. Now, my Lily also has a role in the grand scheme, one which it seems dear Izuku will be taking over from her. Even if he doesn't realize it yet. The look of adoration shifted to one of annoyance as the king of hell continued his tirade against Stella. But you are nothing. You were a rich and pretty breeding partner for Stolas to create and secure his legacy. Nothing more. Nothing less. So, when I learned you planned to have Stolas killed. Let me clarify something else. Yes, I pay little attention to the affairs of hell, the point is for all below to suffer, so I do not give a whit about most, especially since almost none of them ever come close to rivaling me outright. Unless they may threaten the human world, in which case. Well, I get to show just why dear old dad still considers me going Rouge's biggest failure. He then whistled and smiled evilly, looking upwards. Oh, Kane. The snake on his hat slithered onto the table and grew 3 times its size, saliva dripping from its mouth as it slithered toward Stella. Now, don't fret. You're not dying today. Lucifer assured her as he made to take his leave. But will no doubt probably wish you were dead. What happened next had consequences. On the one hand, Stolas was now safe. On the other hand, Stryker lost his cash cow and now would direct his efforts to fucking up Lucifer's son. But that is for another time. Lucifer had other goals at the moment, checking on his children as they did something they had avoided for so long for starters. And then chuckling at the reason Izuku at least had avoided for so long. The humans are so convinced I'll want him to open the gates of hell. Lucifer mused. So literal, those idiots. Lucifer did want to triumph over his father. But to destroy Earth and humanity. Why in the multiverses would he do that? They were his primary means of entertainment and power. Sure, he could use any of the other races, but they weren't as fun. Besides, he played a role in their creation, and few creators ever wished to see their works come to harm. No, instead, Lucifer's insidious plan was to merely destroy the very idea of good and evil. And with his children soon to shake up the world. He might just succeed this time, even with Mammon and the Overlord's upcoming interference. Lulu world. But I ran into Imp. Octavia continued her story as she and Izuku turned to see Imp begging Charlie to show them mercy, thinking she was still angry they chickened out of killing Kitsuki. I'm still peeved about that. Charlie admitted, despite everything. You could have at least crippled him. Well. Now that you mention it. Blitzo realized. Sir, please. Moxie groaned, not being in the mood for this, but managing a smile and waved to Izuku along with Millie. Luna looked up from her own phone and shot Izuku a wave as well, before raising said phone to Octavia to show she was now following her and bringing even more of a smile to the Alette. See, he gets it. Angel mused, handing Blitz his card and winking flirtiously at him and Moxie before Millie growled at him. Aw dang. All the good ones are taken. Nissan, it's fine. Izuku called out, then spying Octavia's confused look. Oh, she put a hit on my former best friend turned bully. Oh. Octavia turned to her phone. Dad, could you help me torture somebody, or is that not something we can do? No. Izuku pleaded, trying to pull the phone back. That's not necessary. He's not in his dream school, he's halfway across Japan, and his permanent record has a huge black mark on it. Plus, he's appending for suicide baiting me, and I said too much, haven't I? Silence. And then. Dad, go through with it. And make sure it violates every part of his being. Now you see why I like her. Charlie beamed, the others nodding in agreement. Please don't, Stolas-san. Izuku begged. Wait. Is this about that Kitsuki boy Blizzy was telling me about? Well. Sorry to burst your bubble Princey but. He's no longer appending. Besides, it's either me Advi right now, or you in 9 years. Izuku opened his mouth but found himself unable to say anything. Octavia on the other hand was curious. What does he do? Oh, nothing much. Stolas said, but before he could give more details, Izuku desperately cut in. Is there a way to change that? Actually, yes. Stolas said. Oh, come on, Dad. Octavia groaned. Octavia, sweetie. Respect Izuku's wishes. Stolas then whispered. At least while he's looking and listening. I can hear you. Izuku hollered. Just wait and do whatever you feel you can, Izuku. The Owl Duke said. But. Octavia, Lucifer and I reserve the right to curse him when the time comes. Fair enough. Izuku mused, knowing it was the best he could get. His smile returned as Octavia messed with his hair. Well, when you're done with you got to do, come and find me in Loons. She smiled, then glancing around and producing a notebook. And. Could Izuku happily signed the notebook and took a selfie with Octavia, then one with Luna, and then with the imps of IMP before they separated. He then took a deep breath and took Charlie's hand as they stepped in. First up, the most successful which, to the surprise of all, was the wizard Merlin of Arthurian legend. Wait, what? Izuku, Angel and Pensius all asked in confusion. Oh yeah, not all of these folks are related to us. Charlie explained. I mean, Dad adores Mom and yeah Izu and I do have some half-siblings, but you need to remember that Dad is technically under Satan, who is the god of hell. Charlie, maybe we should. Baggy started, her love catching on. Okay. In short, Antichrist refers to anyone who lived on Earth and has the blood of a devil, not necessarily Dad or Satan, in their veins. And Mab, Merlin's creator, was essentially the devil of Fey folk, so. Yeah, he counts. And look at all the good he did, Izu. But that revelation, the Magni siblings felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. And kicked themselves for dreading this for so long if not everyone here was related to them. Then came the main reason they had dreaded coming here. Damien Thorne, whose statue did not detract how creepy he was. Arguably the most successful Antichrist. He had held the presidency here and very nearly accomplished all of his goals before being lured into a church and fatally stabbed. At least, that's officially what happened. For his death date was still blank. He's still alive? Husk and Baggy asked in shock. Yeah, apparently he was picked up and rushed to a hospital at the last second. Charlie reminisced. He's been living on Earth just despite Nazarene. Crippled and hooked up to tubes though. Unknown retirement home. FFUOOK. The nearly 250-year-old Damien managed to curse through his oxygen mask from his bed. Back to the exhibit. Woolen was next. Wait, that book was telling the truth? Angel asked. You've read The Master and Margarita? Husk asked, honestly surprised. What? Russian authors know how to write a great book. Husk's liking of Angel went up ever so slightly. Izuku glanced at the information about the man. While wrapped in mystery, there was enough symbolism to draw a comparison to the Son of God or his most devout disciple, and while Woolen had only stayed in a small town and had many imitators, most which didn't even know who he was, he most certainly left his mark. What with commanding the likes of vampires and a giant talking cat for starters. Izuku made a mental note to find an online summary of the book and possibly one of the movie adaptations. From what he had heard, seen Russian literature was epic in length and he'd need to focus on his studies, along with other things. Next up was Adolf Hitler. As it turns out, while born a human, Hitler had been possessed by a demon long enough for it to be considered with him for life. That and the horrendous acts he committed all but guaranteed is spotted. As horrible as hell's denizens are, and even with a few sharing Hitler's beliefs, even demons were rather put off by the Holocaust. I knew it. Husk and Angel roared together. Adrian, aka Rosemary's baby, had been killed in a gang shooting. Lucas Bloom was, in Izuku's mind, what he could have been, created for Antichristum, but raised by a loving mother and, after a few others, loving stepfather who saved him from the cult that created him. Lucas was still alive, like Damien, although he was only in his 40s, living as a small-town librarian. Next up was Mr. Shaitan, aka Santa Claus. I knew. Baxter and Pensius started. No, not that Santa. A different one. Charlie cut off. Seeing the shocked looks on their faces, she explained. There are two Santas, the Saint Nicholas adored by children all over the world and one of Satan's kids. Seeing the confused looks, and in her brother's case, relived look, she continued. From what Mom and Dad told me, this Santa was the result of a virgin birth produced by Satan. Christmas was the day of slaying for Santa until AD 1005, when an angel defeated him in, I kid you not, a curling match and sentenced him to deliver presents on Christmas for 1000 years. He was beaten in by the same angel in 2005, but since he's not down here. Well, fuck. Angel sighed, motioning Charlie to continue. Lucius, a serial killer as a child, suffered a similar fate to Damien. One of the few exhibits Izuku had looked forward to seeing was Hellboy. The information card revealed he had fraternal twin children who had returned to the BPRD and were following in their father's legacy. And they were in the prime of their youth. Suddenly, the banging of hammers and buzzing of saws ended the sense of wonder and education. Poking their heads over a wall, the siblings saw that Charlie's exhibit was halfway done, and there was an unexpected patron standing in front of said exhibit. Mom? Charlie asked. Lilith was brought out her musings by her daughter's voice and adopted a warm smile. Charlie dearest, what are you doing here? She then hugged her daughter before spying her beloved's youngest child, who tensed up at her but managed to utter. Hello Auntie Lilith. The poor boy's relationship with Auntie Lilith was complicated. Years ago. Do it. Lilith commanded 8-year-old Izuku as he coughed and gagged on the funny long black and white toothpick. Suck on the cigarette, my little darling. Life is shit, get used it. Present day. Hello, Izuku. Lilith cooed, kneeling and pecking him on the forehead, making him blush. Here to learn about the others. Izuku simply nodded, not sure how to feel about being killed by his sister's strikingly beautiful mother. Aside from the fact he knew Mineta would call him a lucky bastard if he ever found out. Your timing is perfect actually. Lilith mused. They haven't gotten your figures in yet, your father wants them to look perfect. That small bit filled the two siblings, even Izuku, with some happiness at the idea that Lucifer cared enough to want good statues of them. But they do have your info, if you're interested. The siblings looked over to where said information usually was, but all they found were mirrors next to their names. They started together. Just press your hand to your name and you'll see. Lilith explained. No one else will see N until you either accomplish your destinies or die here, all that people will see is your name, date and birth and dreams. Not even Lucy know what the future hold for you too, and anything else will be illegible to anyone you don't trust or who will not be important in your life. Charlie and Izuku really tried to fight the temptation, they really did. They were proud of what they were doing and wanted to take things as they came. Besides, with their friends and Baggy here, never mind Alistair's likeliness to broadcast whatever Izuku saw, which could be used against him. I'll do no such thing until you're ready. The radio demon's voice suddenly manifested in Izuku's head. Also, do tell Angel he has excellent taste in books. Chuckling at this, Izuku gave Charlie a look. She in turn gave him one. They nodded cusped hands. And did as Lilith had instructed. What they saw would change their fates forever. Charlie saw souls ascending the skies of hell and flying towards heaven while she, dressed like her father and with a proud smile, watched on with a bundle in her arms and Satan himself bound to her, a smile on his face. Izuku's was sadly, not as pleasant. Accompanied by what looked like a black lamb cherub, it lacked a halo, Izuku stood atop the bloodied and battered body of the giant he had helped, wearing Vox's head as a necklace with one of his hands aflame. People seemed to be cheering him, but their expressions seemed forced. And Izuku had tears rolling down his cheeks as he smiled. Then the image changed to something morbid. Here lies Izuku Midoriya Magni. Beloved prince, brother, son and hero. But what got our hero's attention? The date he died was only 10 years away. Sizzle. Turning back, he saw that a child had flung something into his grave, what looked like flaming acid. The child had bushy hair like his own and 6 horns on their head, 1 pair of ram horns, 1 pair of small antlers and 2 wisps of calicomized hair. And what they had flung onto his gravestone sizzled to form 2 words. And Papa. The child suddenly tensed and turned around, their eyes making contact with Izuku. And what beautiful eyes they were, emerald like a Granny Smith apple offset by a gold and black sclera. And the smile that accompanied those eyes. Izuku, now human again, found himself back home on Earth, his mother looking at him with a concerned look as his eyes were tearful. Gluttony. The maw and dump of hell, where all ideas eventually end up and are ripe for the taking. Where lawyers go after they die. A ring of perpetually laziness, overindulgence, and materialism, commercialism. The ring where most sinners would want to go if they could leave the pride ring. Even if it was a veritable battleground and free for all. Observe. Ever since the Izuku show began, one small section of the ring had become very popular, with hundreds of demons vying to take something from it, whatever came from Mustafu. Why? Well, Izuku living there was a major point. Anything even remotely related to the demon prince training to be a hero could bring in the major mullah. That was why Velvet and the gang of Verasika Mayday were glaring at each other as the newest drop came. A small treasure chest this time instead of the usual garbage bag, hinting something in there was good. Wait a sec. Vortex cut in. Before we attack each other do the whole tear ourselves to shreds and then eat out the other. The Sukubi laughed at that last part. Why don't we just open the chest first and see what's actually in it? It might not even be worth the trouble. The Hellhound finished. I really can't afford to be too bruised up. Versoki amused, acting indifferent. In all honesty, she didn't have to be here. Vortex, however, had been so good at his job, she decided he deserved something special for his troubles, so here they were. And she was most definitely not trying to find Izuku's scrap plans for any reasons of her own. Certainly not because of what had happened when he was 8 years old. Back to the story. A brief muttering among the gangs before one of the demons answered. Okay. After using her claws to pick the lock, Milky began to go over what she could make out. A rancid skunk butt rug, an all-might action figure missing an arm and leg with fading and peeling paint, a half-eaten Big Mac, a first-generation BlackBerry, tax receipts from Earth's 4 trillionaires from a decade ago, the first half of Casablanca on VHS, partly chewed bubble gum spat back into the wrap, the second half of Titanic on DVD, a Keroppi and Hello Kitty calendar. The underwear of hero couple after 3 hours of bondage sex, some crumpled papers from Prince Izuku's room. Okay, it's worth it. Velvet cut off before a fierce, bloody, gory, and hilarious battle began. But that is not why the hero of this tale and his guests are at this ring. Not today, at least. Izuku was here for a mix of education, entertainment and just hanging out with Via-chan. "So, how did I get talked into this?" he asked from a judge's booth. "And how did we get Mom, Mirko, Midnight Sensei, and Mount Lady here? We haven't reached the post-sports festival." Up. A feathery finger from Stola silenced him. "No spoilers, young prince. Aizu, just relax and unwind." Octavia smiled, enjoying being with her dad and old friend. And a part of her looking forward to what was about to come. "Can we get this started?" Maruko smirked as she rubbed her hands together. "I skipped breakfast for this." "I don't know why you're bothering, we all know who's going to win," Mount Lady added while Midnight simply smiled. "We'll see, you two. We'll see." The 18-only heroine then turned her attention to a blushing Inko Midoriya, fidgeting in her chair. She felt so out of place here, 3 heroines and one of her son's escorts, friends in hell. "Now, don't you worry, Mama Midoriya." Millie beamed. "Just eat what you want and have fun. I mean, you look amazing, but when was the last time you really enjoyed what you ate?" The imp assassin brought up a good point, Inko mused. She had stuck to her modeling diet for so long, she figured she deserved this. Suddenly, Stolas manifested a microphone and cleared his throat. "Good morning, citizens of hell. Today, we take a break from brawls to enjoy the only thing from this ring we all look forward to seeing." Many chuckled at that. "The Gluttony Gurgias Gourmet Eating Festival. Alternate names pending." Izuku cut in. "No, they ain't." Octavia cut in. "This year is especially special because we have heroes from the living world joining us. If you're asking how. This is an omic, you silly humans, anything is possible. Prince Izuku, as you are more familiar with them, please do introduce our guests." Taking a deep breath, Izuku put on a smile and, manifesting a microphone of his own, and with razzle and dazzle handling a spotlight, began to do just that. "First off is my godmother, Namuri Kayama, the R-rated heroine." "Midnight," Izuku said as Namuri grinned and waved, getting many hoots and hollers. "I was there when he was born and ladies." Narumi smiled with a tease. "He's gotten cuter." "It's true," Inko and Millie added. Hiding back a blush and ignoring the many lustful looks he was given, Izuku continued with the introductions. Followed by the self-proclaimed hottest new hero, Yu Takeyama, aka Mount Lady. Izuku continued. "Wait, if it's not me, then who's the hottest?" Yu asked. The old hag. Midnight gritted her teeth, barely held back by Inko patting her hand. "Nope. One of my classmates." Izuku said bluntly, making many burst into laughter and various shipping camps taking this as proof he and whomever they wanted him to be with were destined to be together. "Oh, come on." Yu pouted in annoyance. Back on Earth, Mina Ashido blushed for some reason as warmth filled her heart. "Mina?" Ijiru asked his best friend. "You okay?" "Why yeah, of course." Mina hurriedly replied. "Just felt like someone said something really nice about me." Izuku, somewhat proud of himself for bringing Mount Lady down a peg or two, continued with the introductions. "And next, we have the top female hero in Japan. Please give it up for the tough and ready to rumble Rumi Isagiyama aka the rabbit heroine, Maruko." Many more cheers erupted as the top female heaped in the praise before shocking many by taking Izuku into an arm lock and giving him a noogie. "Thanks for the intro kid, huge fan of the show." "Wait. You. Listen to the show." Meanwhile, Alistair whistled innocently as he handed off records to a human who worshipped him. Vaggie and the hotel staff did not look amused but said nothing else. Izuku suddenly found himself pulled out of Rumi's arm and spied his mother glaring at her. "Please refrain from being so friendly with my baby," Inko said before returning to her sweet normal self. "Izuku, sweetie. You can skip me. No one wants to know about little old Inko." "I beg to differ. We love you, Mamadori. Why could you be my mother?" Many demons wailed. Inko blushed and retreated into her seat, with Izuku smiling before finishing up. "And last, but certainly not least. My mother, Inko." Cheers erupted as Izuku made his way back to the judge's stand as Stolas came up. "Let us not forget the hell local taking place in this event." Stolas cut in. "From my darling Blitzies. Not in public. Immediate murder professionals. Millie." Many Wrath citizens cheered for the local, with her family and Moxie being the loudest and Millie blowing her husband a kiss. Now in previous years, Princess Charlotte would be joining us as well. Stolas began, delightfully chuckling when many Gluttony residents screamed and begged for it not to be. But she is otherwise preoccupied with her hotel. Many sighed in relief. Izuku. Explanation. Narumi asked. "Charlie Nee has been banned from this contest ever since." Izuku started, then paused to find the right words. "That unfortunate incident on my 8th birthday. Many shuddered in recollection. Hearing that, Charlie beamed as she pulled out a wall, revealing several centuries worth of trophies and pictures of her at various ages with messy mouths and hands. "Ah, I miss those days." The Princess of Hell smiled. "How?" most of the staff asked. "You're thin as a rail." Angel Dust gawked. "3 words." Vaggie said. "And I'm." Protagonist. "Metabolism." "Ooh." Many said in understanding. "Also, Angel." Charlie said as she made a portal. "I'm not thin. I'm petite." Angel Dust waited until she left to ask aloud. "What's the difference?" "Rules are simple, so no need to explain." The second Izu fling some fire, start pigging out. Octavia groaned. "The first one to finish everything wins." Of course, since this is the Ring of Gluttony, food is hardly scarce. In fact, Beelzebub himself will be acting as proctor and food provider. Stolas said. The demon lord and embodiment of gluttony, a turkey-like demon marched forward, speaking like a certain lovable cartoon rooster. I say, nothing like some lovely ladies cleaning their plates and getting stuffed for all of Ozzy's kids in the lust ring to gawk over. Izuku fired into the sky to silence Beelzebub, who took that as his cue to start getting the food ready. The ladies all got ready and soon began digging in as fast as they could. Inko was unsurprisingly the first one to drop out, considering she ate the food provided to her with manners and grace, and tapped out when she felt full, stifling a petite belch as she scooched her chair back to continue watching the other ladies feast. And Inko has dropped out. But she did her best and we appreciate her being here all the same. Octavia said as the crowds all clapped, making the Midoriya matriarch blush. Midnight and Mount Lady were glaring at each other, their stomachs already having bloated into potbellies, and their hero costumes getting rather snug. Unlike you, I can fit in way more than this. Namuri snarled. Don't be mad if I eat what you plan to first. You seethed back. Rumi felt her chair creaking under her growing ass and turned to Millie, who was looking quite round herself. Not bad, you're really putting it away. Hey, my family often struggles so we don't take food for granted. I hear that. 3 hours later. It's done. The winner is Millie. Izuku cheered as everyone screamed in cheers, Moxie and Millie's family being the loudest. Irk. Midnight groaned as she leaned back, her chair struggling to support her massive girth. Her handcuffs dug into her fat wrists as the garter belt detailing on her thighs snapped apart thanks to her tanker-sized legs. Her belt lay on the ground, having burst off her bulging belly. And no, wahoo, Yu belched out loudly. She was now massive without needing to have to activate her quirk. Her belly roared loudly as her jowls bulged a bit. Phew. Why you beat me? Rumi sighed, patting her massive stomach with her hammy hands, feeling a sense of satisfaction in her own inflated form. Her chair had broken underneath her girth a long time ago, and she turned to Millie, who was now much larger than normal with a nice round gut, thick arms and legs, a chair-crushing posterior, a pinchable soft face, and a triumphant look in her eyes as she was handed the champion's belt. Moxie quickly ran over and hugged his wife happily, feeling a sense of pleasant satisfaction at how soft she was now. Millie giggled and rubbed her head over her husband's horns and hair as Rumi heaved herself up, slapping her gut and letting out a loud, proud and unashamed burp. Man, you certainly put it away, Mills. Me, you and them couldn't keep up. This ain't my first eating contest, Rumi. I've entered a few before. Millie giggled as Moxie laid himself out against her mass, a content and dazed smile on his face as he purred like a cat who found its perfect sleeping spot. Ugh. I feel like I'm gonna have to roll to move around now. Namuri groaned as Inko moved over to rub her belly. Oh, that's nice. Thanks, INKO. Anything for a friend. Ugh, gag me. Yu groaned as she leaned her head back, trying to soothe her belly ache as she slowly got up, looking down at herself. It's going to take decades to work this off. Ah, chin up, you big baby. Rumi laughed, slapping Yu's big butt, making her squeak and turn beet red in her chubby face. You look great. Beauty is skin deep. My weight means nothing. Namuri chuckled as she got up, slinging her marshmallowy arm around Inko, who squeaked in embarrassment at being pressed against such soft blubber. Says you. Yu snapped, poking her pudgy finger into Namuri's gut, making her chuckle before a burp erupted from her throat. Rumi got behind Yu and jiggled her belly with a grin. Hey, a lot of people would love to feel all this. The rabbit heroine said as Yu squealed, followed by a slew of burps and belches at the cauldron that was her stomach being unsettled. Stop herpit. I borp mean it BWRAAP. Hey, guys can't have all the fun. Even girls need to let it out. Rumi laughed as she slapped her own belly, letting out a truly massive and Victoria-sounding belch. Says the queen. You gals are just so funny. Millie giggled before blushing when she felt her belly rumbling loudly, followed by a hiccup. Damn, how am I still hungry? No idea. Rumi said, shrugging her chunky shoulders before smirking. Wanna see if we can stuff ourselves into immobile blobs? As sexy as that would be, please don't. Namuri sighed as Yu looked nervous at getting any fatter than she already was. Do it. Blitzo called from the bleachers. Sir. Moxie shouted, getting off Millie to snap at his boss. His wife, being the more understanding of the two, smiled. With all due respect, Blitz, I don't want to let my skills as an assassin go to waste. Millie giggled. Buuuuut. I can think of a few things me and Mox can get into with this blubbery bot. Moxie's nose began bleeding as his brain literally short-circuited. If you're gonna do that kinky BBW stuff, take it to the ring of lust, sheesh. Luna groaned, rolling her eyes as Millie's family gathered around her to congratulate her on her victory. Damn, sis. You really know how to put it away, huh? Sally Mae chuckled as she slapped Millie's belly, causing her to belch before giving her sister a dirty look. Hey, only Mox gets to touch that. Yes, I do. Moxie said as he hugged Millie close, despite his wife now being much larger than him or even Blitzo put together. OOOHMOXXIE. AWWWWW. Kudas Izuku and Octavia smiled from the stands, only for Blitzo to turn to the young prince. So, when are you finally going to ask that pink chick out? And with that, this omic is done. Izuku announced as the scene cut to black. Wait. Don't cut to black. How am I gonna lose this weight? Yu cried desperately. We'll lose it in the next chapter. Just enjoy it, you brat. Namuri barked, slapping Yu's belly, making her let out one last undignified belch before the chapter ended. Alistair then manifested in the black void that followed. Hope you enjoyed this, folks. Especially you kinky fat femme lovers out there. Soon but not telling when we return to the canonical bits of the story. Including something that I'm sure no one will see coming but welcome all the same. And no, it's not romance related. Ooh. But who knows? Maybe Mrotrax will feel the need to make more BBW related stuff. Till then. Tada. My Hero Academia. As his mother explained, Izuku had fainted at the sight of whatever he had seen in his future, and IMP had hurriedly returned him home, where he had slept for an entire day. Due to the way their displays were being built, neither Charlie nor Lilith could peer into whatever the boy had seen, and Alistair refused to break the mental promise he had made with Izuku. About the radio demon, who had now taken up residence at the hotel after spending a few days with Rosie and Missy as they caught up on the good days, his mood seemed to fluctuate whenever the subject came up. If it were any of the guests or staff that asked, he'd initially be chomping at the bit to reveal what he had seen before remembering his professionalism and denying the many details. However, if it was Charlie who inquired, his mood would dampen and he would go quiet. So here our hero was, playing with his breakfast of almighty cereal, guaranteed to be 90% sugar. As the haunting images played over and over in his head. People smiling out of fear of him, his gravestone. And his child. Honey, you know can talk to me, right? Inko had cooed worriedly. Izuku didn't respond. How the hell was he supposed to talk to her about this? Despite his origins and her elation of his bond with Charlie, Izuku knew that if his mother had possessed any strictness in her, he'd never have so much as entertained the idea of being a hero. If she found out he was too not even live to be 30, never mind make her grandmother to a child he would never know. And that child was the main reason for Izuku's unease. It was not their appearance that bothered the boy so. He thought his child was beautiful. And by the way they appeared and how they had flung what looked like hell acid. It seemed, nay, it was almost guaranteed that he had a chance with Mina. But then he'd recall that he wasn't in the picture at that point. This made him question himself. He knew, going through the Antichrist Wax Museum, that happy endings were few and far between for his kind. But at least the ones before him rarely left someone behind. Call it daddy issues if you would, but Izuku did not like the idea of leaving his child behind, forcing them to live in his shadow. Elsewhere, Shoto Todoroki felt a smidge of kinship with someone. Izuku Midoriya. Inko called her son out of his musing with a firm voice. When she saw she had his attention, she smiled softly and kissed his forehead. I know whatever you saw scared you. And I probably won't understand or like whatever it was. But. She smiled as brightly as she could, emulating her son's hero. I am here. Izuku chuckled, which turned to laugh when Inko tickled his cheeks until he was smiling that smile she adored so much. I am here to talk and help. She repeated herself. I'm your mom, after all. Izuku smiled and brought her into a hug. Thanks, Mom. Inko just smiled and returned the gesture, fighting back tears as she remembered when he was barely up to her knees. Now he was a full head taller than her. Anything for my baby. Now finish your breakfast, something tells me you've got a big day today. Izuku hurriedly finished the meal his mother prepared, grabbed his lunch money and, after kissing her on the cheek, raced towards the train station. Little did our hero that would be the final normal morning of his life. The day's lesson is rescue training. Aizawa announced. Go get your hero costumes and meet me at the bus. The kids dashed out the door and raced to their lockers and then the change rooms, all exist and happy. All that is. But one. Alistair. An enraged Izuku's voice suddenly roared to the heavens, shaking UA itself. Hazbin Hotel. The radio demon chuckled. You'll thank me for this later. UA. Izuku was the last to arrive at the stop, dressed in a tuxedo. Interesting choice. Hitachi noted, in a costume not unlike Aizawa's. This is not my costume. Izuku growled. It was in my locker. He then pulled out a notebook and turned to a picture. This was supposed to be my costume. What was on the page was a green one-piece costume with goggles, gloves, an air mask. And very All Might, bunny-like horns. Wait, if that's not our costume. Then. Adrio started, confused. I have my suspicions. Said Izuku as his anger turned into slight embarrassment. Sorry. Just. Well. Mom and I made that together. Oh. The girls in Kauji cooed. Shoto, for the briefest of seconds, smiled as Izuku took another look at his attire. And again. I do kind of look like Charlie Nee this way. Hazbin Hotel. Oh. Charlie, baggy, nifty and even Cherry cooed at Izuku's point. Lilith herself did the same from her and Lucifer's bedroom, while her husband smiled, very appreciative of Alistair, giving his son a nice suit instead one of those tacky costumes. UA. Well, I think you look cool, Izu. Echako said. Izuku turned to see his classmate in a very form-fitting spacesuit. In fact, minus Kyoka, none of his female classmates' costumes did anything to hide their figures. And? I will not describe every costume. Look them up. Best day ever. Mineta beamed, only for Izuku to bonk him on the head. I regret nothing. See? A true gentleman. Momo smiled. Just for today, Ribbit. Sayu added. Probably a mix-up. Doubtful. Izuku grumbled under his breath, only for Mina to come over and glance at his costume design. Hey, what about your actual horns? She asked. Huh. You know. I never thought about that. Izuku realized. And then he spied Mina's costume. Pink tiger skin, Featheredboa, vest and boots. Like it? Been on my mind since I was a kid. The pink-skinned girl smiled. But the blush from both seeing his crush so close to him and what he was about to reveal, Izuku muttered. Them mine. T2. Mine too, Midori bro. Ijiru beamed, revealing a rather minimal costume. Still, I gotta admit, you rock the baddest in a nice suit look. The others nodded or muttered in agreement before Aizawa called them to get in the bus. You know. Suddenly this isn't too bad. Izuku mused. Hazbin Hotel. No one can resist fine-looking ass in a suit. Angel smirked with Husk and Alistair nodding in agreement. Charlie was not sure how to feel anymore. On one hand, Izuku was getting attention he was starved off from his last school and deserved. On the other hand, she didn't want any less than ideal girl showing him the time of day. He didn't need to go through the drama and heartbreak she'd had with her ex. The Princess of Hell's mind briefly wandered to said ex, Sevathan Eldritch, the brother of her rival, whose name she refused to think so that she could focus on listening to her brother's show. He was also one of the very few people Izuku had hated from the moment they'd met. You know, I think there's a reason he disappeared now that I think about it. Charlie muttered to herself. Oh well. She then pulled Vaggie into a HG and peppered her neck with kisses. Yeah, safe to say the Princess of Hell was happier now. Undisclosed location. 20 Earth minutes later. How had things gone downhill so fast? The bus ride had been fun and happy, the students going over who they thought was going to make it biggest and erupting in delight when they saw Space Hero 13 waiting for them in front of the Unforeseen Simulation Joint Training Center, USJ for short. This was the first true test in heroism. And then a portal had opened up suddenly. Out came a man covered in hands, a giant of blackened flesh with an exposed brain and beak, and an army's worth of villains. Real villains. Hello there. The portal, now manifesting eyes, greeted. We are the League of Villains. The duo in suits and shades held back laughs. League of Villains. That's the best name you schmucks could come up with. Like dorks is any better. The man covered in hands grimaced before he realized something. Hey. Where's All Might? He was supposed to be here. Aizawa and 13 stood in front of their students. And back on the bus. The door suddenly slammed and shut into lock behind them. I don't think so. The portal said. Don't bother calling for help, all communications are down. He then turned to the one covered in hands, who was violently scratching his neck. Tamura Shigaraki. Remember Plan B. The two in suits had not been aware of this, but before they could inquire, it was answered. Right. Tamura. If the number one isn't here, let's just kill some of his students. Seeing the smirks of the villains, Izuku was reminded of his childhood bullies. In a mix of instinct and going all out, he flung his hands forward, producing a stream of green flame that latched onto several of the villains before they vanished. "What?" Tamura asked. "Midoriya?" Aizawa asked. "Where did you send them?" "Somewhere in hell." "Good day, ladies and gentlemen." The villains regained enough semblance to see they had landed in an area of red. Lots and lots of red. And some of them were looking different. Now, as the more perceptive of you have probably realized by now, this is hell, and I am a demon. You can call me Toby, if you like. We try and keep things informal here, as well as infernal. He waited for a moment, as if expecting a response. "That's just a little joke," he explained. "It's hell, no one gives a fuck." A passing demon hollered. "Ooh. Fresh meat," another said. They went ignored as Toby focused on his job. "Now, you're all here for eternity, which I hardly need tell you is a sort of a long time, so you get to know everyone well by the end, but for now I'm going to have to split you up into groups. Before I do that, are there any questions?" "Yes. Can I change my pants?" a villain asked. Many muttered in agreement. "No, I'm afraid we don't have any bathrooms for sinners. I don't know if you read your Bibles, or Torans or whatever sacred script you grew up with, but if you did you would have seen that it was damnation without relief. So, if you didn't go before you came, then I'm afraid you're not going to enjoy yourself very much, but then, I believe that's the idea." And at that moment, the villains knew they were screwed. "Right, let's split you up then. One moment. Would you please cut it down on the rack?" "Oops. Sorry." A bigger and stronger demon who had been cranking the rack apologized and paused, which his victim was grateful for. "Alright, off we go." Toby began to read down the list. "Murderers, over here. Looters and pillagers over there please, thieves if you could join them, and bank managers fornicators, if you could step forward." Most of the villains and several new arrivals did just that. At least 100 or so. "By Cain, there are a lot of you. I'll have to split you. Adulterers and lollicans, if you could just form a line in front of that small guillotine there." Many whimpered. "The rest of you line up behind them for now." "Okay Americans, any of you here?" Surprisingly, a few did raise their hands. "Yes, I'm terribly sorry, turns out the big guy had a falling out with your founding fathers, and damn the hole in preparatory. He sends particular condolences to the Shield and Walker families, Stars and Stripes and the Mormons, who he realizes, and I'm quoting, put in a hell of a lot of work." Toby let that one sink in for a moment before continuing. "Atheists? Over here please. You must be feeling a right bunch of twits, aren't you?" They were indeed. "Okay, and Christians?" "Ah yes, I'm sorry, I'm afraid the Jews were right. And on that note, anyone who saw Monty Python's Life of Brian?" "Oh come on. Well, I'm afraid he can't take a joke after all." Toby chuckled as he looked down the list. "Okay, Moonies, Maniacs, Marmite Eaters, Male Models, Masochists, Mass Murderers and Masseurs, if you could take a pew at the back." Geez, when were the terms for this last updated? A few minutes later everything was sorted out. Somewhere now without whatever made their gender and still terrified beyond words, but considering where they were, they considered those acceptable sacrifices. "Alright, one final thing," Toby announced. "Hope so?" someone whispered, only to sliced right down the middle by a nearby demon. "You lot now have a choice. You can wander around and pray to survive. Or, you can follow me towards the Hazbin Hotel, where the Princess of Hell herself will work towards rehabilitating you in hopes of sending someone to heaven." There was no choice. Everyone raised their hands. This made Toby sigh. He loved seeing these arrogant Quirk humans being brought down a peg or 6. Still, he had a job to do. "Now, I hardly need tell you that in heaven, if you ever do go, you will be expected to behave in an exemplary manner, so I hope you will do the exact opposite, tear off their wings, use their halos for frisbee practice, that sort of thing. And do record and send it, please. But won't that send us back here?" "Why do you think I'm telling you?" "Well, I have to go now, unfortunately, but Beelzebub here. I say, good day. You foolish fodder." The turkey demon chuckled. "We'll show you the ropes. And the chains and electrodes. That way, you'll try to behave. I'd just like to leave you with a favorite joke of mine, if I may." Everyone groaned, but Toby continued. "Quite apt to the circumstances, I think, which goes something like, knock, knock. Who's there? Death. D." Before he could finish, his phone ringed. "Yes. Yes, sir." No, just about done." "Yes, I've got time for an errand." "To Greed, you say?" "You know, I've never been to that ring." "I do say." "Yes, I know. You'd think that in 300 years and with the position you have me I'd have been there once, but nope. What is it you need?" "Oh. You want me to bring Overlord Mammon in about a contract?" "Yes, I'm sure I can do that." Of course, sir. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. He then vanished in a streak of black and red flames. USJ. When the League had entered the USJ, they had been 70 villains strong, not including Tamura, Kurogiri and Nomu. Now they were down to 8, again not including the top 3. Despite this sudden upset, Tamura only scratched his neck twice before commanding. Nomu. Kill their mage. No need. An electronic voice burst out with a cackle. Boy. Hold up. One called out too late as another presence leapt behind him and two, turning a wheel that struck Izuku and sent him flying farther away. Izuku. His classmates called out, only to be cut off by the remaining villains. After a few tumbles, the green-haired boy managed to kick his attacker off him and pushed himself to his feet, only for shock to cover his face. Fizzaroli. Hey there, kiddo. The cybernetic clown demon cackled. Sorry about this. Oh, who am I kidding? I ain't sorry for shit. Ever since Izuku's show had erupted in popularity, Fizzaroli sales had gone down substantially. And while the actual Fizz didn't much care, his work and interest were more adult-orientated. This robot had been edited to hate this kid for stealing his spotlight. You've been ticking off some real powerful folks with your hero work and show, kiddo. So, Mammon, in his grace, sent me to get rid of you. Izuku wasn't surprised by this too much. He had expected such a thing. But to send a robot. Blitzo had dealt with one already. He then realized this one wasn't glitching. And it was glowing. Oh, you've spoiled the surprise. Naughty boy. Fizzaroli smirked before leaping forward and slashing at the boy. The slashes burnt and bubbled, making Izuku scream in pain and look on fear as he realized what was going on. This robot's claws and teeth were made of holy material. Hell. Where did he get those? Was the question on everyone's mind, despite the fact it really should not have been. After any purge, there was always a little bit of holy material left behind from the exorcists and their weapons. While it was toxic and deadly to sinners and demons, there did exist the means of handling and shaping it into something else. Something that could turn a cheap robot into a killing machine. The question remained, however. But this was not on the minds of any of the hotel staff. Charlie had stopped listening and was about to break into a run. Charlotte. Everyone turned in a mix of shock and horror to see Lucifer himself sitting down with a martini in his hand. You know that's not how it works. Only way we can go to the human world is if someone summons us. Or we possess someone. Charlie did know this and she hated it. Dad, please. There has to be some kind of exception. Lucifer sipped his drink, seemingly finding it more interesting than his youngest being in mortal danger. Izuku is a smart kid. Plus, if he does die he'll be here all the time. It'll be good both for you. And besides, he knew the risks going into heroism. Back with the students. What was that thing and what the hell does it want with my student? Azawa demanded as he and 13 dealt with the lesser villains. Agents 1 and 2 had prepped for this. Lem ask you this, don't it strike you as odd that one kid has a whole bunch of powers under one quirk? A quirk that awoke so late. You did read his info, right? 2 asked. So what? 13 asked. You're creature rejection, aren't you? Mina glared at them, Kauji, Sayu and Fumikage joining in her glare as less than ideal memories filled their heads. What? No. We ain't those racists. One shouted in disgust. Although, his birth story. 2 started, only to duck under a 4-armed villain being thrown at her. Meanwhile, Tamura, whose irritation was getting worse, decided to do what all villains eventually do, but never do it first. You want something done right? Do it yourself. Eyes. Kill them all. Starting with the suits. Tamura demanded as he raced towards the teachers. Now. One of the villains, wearing a skull mask, noted. Let's not finish all of them off too quickly. Some of these girls ain't half bad. The entirety of the class was mixed between rage, fear and you disgust me. That came from Mineta, who had flung his balls at the perverse villains, gagging some of them and sticking other together. The other students looked at him in shock. I may be a perv and I fully admit I only want to be a hero so that girls will like me. Mineta admitted. But you guys are sick shits. If I'm going to be with a lady, I want her to want it. Unlikely as that may be. And thus began the redemption of Minoru Mineta. The villains suddenly fell to the ground with holes in their heads, courtesy of 1 and 2's guns. Wait. What? Toru asked. Aren't you? Shaoji started. We only want the broccoli brat. 2 snarled. None of you other kids are jetting hurt. 1 then whipped out his phone and, seeing it had a full 5 bars, tossed it at Kyoka. Call for help and then go back the kid up. We'll help your teachers. He ordered as he and 2 raced to do just that. Tamura had to admit, Eraserhead and 13, now with her back destroyed, had lived up to the hype and pushed him to his limits. So did these dorks from Dorks. Who had killed the rest of his pawns. It's over, Shigaraki. 2 declared. "Oh, you're right about that. But you see, I'm not the final boss." Tamura smirked, pointing behind Izawa. "He is." The teacher barely had time to register the blackened, meaty fist that sent him flying. Agents 1 and 2, however, did have time to realize that Nomu was now glaring at them. "Welp. Fuck." The two agents said together as their own beatdown began. Things weren't too good on Izuku's end. Fizzaroli was faster than him, and all the injuries he was amassing slowed him down. "Man. I was expecting to at least lose a tooth or break something. This is just sad." The robot beamed. "I mean, you really thought you could be a superhero? You? Ha. That's hilarious." Maybe it was the blood loss and pain, but Izuku started laughing too, even as the robotic Jessier slashed and bashed him to the ground. "Aw, nice to see you go out with a smile, kid. But I gotta ask, why are you laughing?" Amid his laughs, Izuku managed. You. Forget that. Alistair is hearing every word of this." The fight went silent. "What?" was all the robot managed to say. "Why do you think he's called the radio demon?" Izuku chuckled. "He broadcasts all over hell. By now, everyone'll know whatever you and Mammon did." Fizzaroli's jaw dropped in shock before he was suddenly reduced to dust by an annoyed Tamura. "You know, I set 3 goals for myself this morning." Tamura ranted. "Wake up before 10. Eat something healthy. And kill somebody at UA. And for a minute, it looked like I was going to get one of them done." He turned his attention to Izuku. "And then you show and fuck everything up. First you warped most of my party away. Then that hunk of junk can't finish its damn job. And now its handlers have started killing what few minions I have left because they wanted to give the fanservice what they deserve and want." Instantly, Izuku's hate for this guy went up as did his tolerance for dorks. "Kurogiri. On it." Izuku felt his torso slipping into a portal. "I'd normally not wish this on anyone. Save All Might," Kurogiri said. "Especially not someone with a warp ability like yourself. But you are indeed a problem that needs to be axed." Tamura started laughing. "Looky here. A hero in need of help. And nobody here to save him. Hey, handjob." A familiar, gravely voice roared. "Shut up." Tamura felt a 2-footed kick push him back, just as Izuku saw and felt Tate pull him out of the portal. He then caught sight of a Jiro tail whacking Tamura further away. Before he could defend his master, Kurogiri felt a strong hand clamp on his brace, and his face hit the floor. "Not very manly to do this, but for my press's sake. I can make an exception," Kirishima hollered. "Excellent work. Hold him as still as you can," 13 said as she activated her quirk, Black Hole, and began to suck the warp gate villain into a container. Eyes suddenly burst and engulfed Nomu up to his neck, revealing Todoroki. Izuku saw his classmates had all come to aid. "You should surrender," Momo announced. "While our communicators are still down, those 2 agents were in perfect condition. The teachers know and are on their way." "Looks like you done, goofed." Mineta blew a raspberry at Tamura, who seemed too calm. "Fine. More the merrier." Tamura smiled as he rose his hands upwards. "Always wanted to try this anyways." Remembering what had happened to Fizzaroli and not wanting to test the limits of this villain's quirk, Izuku's eyes snapped open and he released a streak of flames onto his classmates, who found themselves outside of the USJ with the injured Izawa, 1 and 2. Did he just?" Kauji started. "He warped us out," Achako voiced. "And in such a rough state." Ribbit. Sayu followed. "Wait. Izuku's still in there?" Mina gasped in shock. Indeed he was. Izuku, his stamina draining from just that, looked at the villains. "Well, you certainly are talented," Kurogiri mused. "But from the looks of it, that took a lot out of you, didn't it? I think you deserve a treat for all of the shit you've thrown our way." Tamura smiled. "Nomu. Get out." The creature's free head then struggled out, ultimately did pull free of the ice. Minus its body. However, it then began to regrow the entire body. "Neat, huh?" Tamura smirked. "Nomu here has multiple quirks, super regeneration, super strength and shock absorption, and even a little super speed. He's basically a punching bag that punches back. The only way to hurt him is to gouge out his flesh. But no one can do that. Certainly not a kid like you in your state. We made him to kill All Might at his peak. How'd you like to experience an All Might punch?" The villain's happiness returned as he saw the look of shock on this boy's face. Looks like he was going to kill someone from UA after all. Izuku, however, had heard this differently. "So, you're saying I could punch him with 100% of my strength and he wouldn't feel it?" "Yep. You're saying I could unleash my full firepower and he'd just tank or regenerate from it?" "Bear a point to these questions, kid." Tamura grimaced. "Yeah. You're telling me someone who was bullied, neglected, ignored and insulted for 13 years of his 15 years of life and has had to suppress his urges and settle for revenge fantasies. Every single day. That no matter what I do, he won't fall. No, a sane person might have stopped and realized that this series of questions did not bode well for their artificial human. But sadly, Tamura was not a sane person. You know what? Give it your best shot. He dared the boy. Izuku simply removed earphones and then his visor. And seeing those familiar kanji of wrath, sloth and greed, he felt better. And play Burn It Down by Skillet. Thank you Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku smiled as he found himself being pushed back to his feet, his bleeding wound sealing up and his bones and muscles put back into place as his demon form manifested and green flame danced around his form. Okay, that's cool. Tamura admitted just as Izuku delivered a flaming punch to Nomu's stomach. Didn't you hear a thing I said, kid? Nomu. He cut himself off when he saw that Nomu's burns didn't heal. Smoke accompanied a cough and the creature stumbled briefly before returning to its fighting stance. Tamura and Kurogiri's worry became clear. As Izuku's delight became clear and he sent Nomu flying with a kick. Then hell. Alistair found himself pausing during his narration of the beatdown that followed. Through his link with the prince, he could see and feel what he felt. And at that moment, he saw Charlie alongside Izuku as he replicated her kick. Then he produced fiery wings and claws like husks, slashing at and beating the behemoth, which swung a meaty fist he managed to dodge, only for his other arm to be grabbed and his pinky and third fingers crushed. Grimacing and working through the pain, Izuku stabbed Nomu with his horns, forcing the creature to release him. He then unleashed a barrage of small fire bullets from his 8 remaining fingers, mimicking angel dust shooting style and pushing it backwards towards a fall. The demon boy then created a green version of Cherry's bomb and flung it at Tamura and Kurogiri, pushing them back and allowing him to go wild. In the Ring of Wrath, cheers for the prince could be heard all over the ring. Lucifer and Lilith cackled in pride and Charlie cheered the loudest. Yeah. That's my baby brother. USJ. 5 minutes later, the USJ was wrecked, on fire and Nomu and Izuku, his elation starting to settle down, were still fighting. However, the artificial human was slowing down and was close to death, its form filled with burns and holes that were not healing, its lower jaw non-existent and one of its arm just dangling. Channeling every last bit of fire, sin and strength into his right fist, Izuku smirked and did something he had wanted to do for a very long time. Testament. Nomu, invigorated, leapt towards him in an attempt to land a killing blow. Smash. The flaming fist hit Nomu right in the brain and sent him flying out of the USJ, just overhead Class 1A, who had been able to make out green lights from within and had been stuck in their places by the power their class rep was pouring out to defend them. Remind me to stay on his good side. Kaminari begged of everyone. Out of the students, none was more shaken than Shoto Todoroki. He had come here thinking, knowing he was the strongest student. And then this happened. He would have little time to reflect on this however, as a blur zipped past the students just as the teachers arrived. Back inside, Izuku fell to a knee, gasping for air. Whoa boy. That. I don't think I can do any more of that. For a while. He then saw and felt he wasn't alone. Oh yeah. Forgot about you too. He chuckled weakly. Tamura was breathing in and out, trying to keep his temper in check as he raised his hand up high. Why you cheated. But whatever Tamura was about to do was forgotten when the USJ door fell between him and the student and in stormed a mighty figure with a look of pure, unadulterated rage. Have no fear, young Midoriya. All Might said through his teeth. I am here. Back in hell. Where in heaven has that idiot been? Charlie roared, her words heard all throughout hell, which seemed to shake in her anger. Angel, Nifty, Cherry and Husk all clung onto each other in fear as Baggy tried to calm her lover down. Charlie, me Corazon. Don't you Charlie, me Corazon me. The Princess of Hell roared. Some #1 hero that moron is. Let Izu do all the work, eh? Charlotte Magni, that is no way to. Lucifer started, only to be cowed by Charlie's glare. Baggy, sympathizing with her love's father, gently mouthed for him to let her handle this. Lucifer smiled and tipped his hat to her and left the room. Back at you, eh? With rage clear on his face, the #1 punched Tamura in the face with an enraged fist, destroying Kadora's hand and sending Tamura skidding across the flood zone like a skipping stone before punching into the hull of the ship and sinking it. Leave. Now. He growled at the warp user. He didn't trust himself, he had some time before he reached his limit, these two were nowhere near as strong as that thing Izuku had fought. If they pulled anything here and now, he might just kill them. Kurogiri did just that, with Tamura, now bleeding and broken, shouting. I may have failed today. But mark my words All Might. Your days are numbered. Yours too, Izuku whatever the hell your name is. I am going to kill you. You, your families, your friends, your lovers. I will not stop until everything you love is dust between my fingers. You fucking hear? In hell, his status went from pending to arriving shortly. Something that delighted Lucifer, who pulled out his pocket watch and saw that it was counting down to 3 months from now. It's been far too long since we had a destroyer in this place. The king of hell smirked. Who knows? Maybe he'll get rid of Vox for me. Back on Earth. All Might was quickly by our hero's side, catching him as he fell. Young Midoriya, are you alright? Tired? Izuku managed. Everyone. Your classmates and the teachers are safe. Thanks to you. Izuku smiled weakly at that news, fighting to keep his eyelids open. Rest up, my boy. You've earned it. All Might assured his student with a gentler smile, closing the boy's eyes for him and then leaping back to the others. Izuku, however, continued to grimace before his headphones and visor were put back on him by Ejiro and Mina. Is he? Hitachi started. Extreme quirk exhaustion, mostly. All Might said. The worst of his injuries seemed to be healing already. Recovery girl can take care of the rest. He then eyed the two dorks agents. You two have some explaining to do. 1 and 2 were in too much pain to claim diplomatic immunity when the police came. However, when the students recounted how they had fought to protect them for as long as they did, their treatment was a little better than most. Certainly the remaining villains and what remained of Nomu. The number 1 gently handed Izuku off to Ejiro and Ichako, who carried him over to Recovery Girl. Pride in the young man filled the pro's heart, along with concern and some confusion. He was aware Enji's boy had a dual-element quirk, but was with Izuku's. I can probably explain, Tashi. The number 1 looked up to see his police friend, Detective Tsukachi. You know him? The detective smiled and nodded, shooting the kid a look that seemed a mix of resignation and liking. It's kind of a long story. Although, let me just say this now. You're not going to believe this. All Might smiled. Try me. A few hours later, Izuku awoke in a hospital bed, his classmates all looking over him. Oh, thank Kami, you're alive. Hitachi said in relief. I was not looking forward to another election. That's his way of saying he's glad you're okay, Ribbit. Tsuyu said, Kauji and Toru nodding in agreement. You were so cool, dude. Mineta and Denki beamed, making Izuku wince from the volume. Quiet, you morons. He just woke up. Kyoka growled after slapping them. You okay, Izuku? Ichako asked worriedly. Need anything? Juice. Tea. Snacks. A 5-course dinner. Say the word and I'll deliver it personally. Momo opened her wallet, producing a wad of cash most dreamed of having. Some ice water, please. Izuku requested. Here. Shoto handed him a chilly glass of water, which Izuku downed greedily. Thank you. So, is everyone okay? All Might said so but. Dude. Mina cut him off, her smile honed and replaced by a look of regret. You almost died. Twice. We're all fine, thanks to you. But we were so scared. Izuku felt guilty for making his crush lose her smile and frowned. I'm sorry. I just didn't want anyone to get hurt. And that's a hell of a manly thing to do, but you shouldn't do it all yourself. Ejiro added. The darkness is not yet ready for you. As we are not ready for you to leave. Fumikage followed up. Indeed, a shining emerald like yourself deserves to share the spotlight with us. Aoyama posed as Izuku, tears stinging his eyes, smiled and thought. I've barely known these guys for a week and a half. But if anything happens to any of them, I will happily damn myself. It was then that Izuku finally saw the kanji that had been on Aoyama. Liar. He tensed at this, and doing such irritated one of his scars, causing him to fall back. His classmates inched forward in fear. Alright, that's enough. In came Izawa, bandaged like a mummy. Everyone out. He needs his rest. The students slowly started to leave, whispering goodbyes and thanks to Izuku. Mina was the second last to leave, and before that she knelt down and gently pecked Izuku on the forehead. Rest up, Izzy. She smiled. Izzy was frozen. A pretty girl had just kissed his forehead. His crush had just kissed his forehead. A dopey, happy smile crossed the boy's face, getting a giggle from Mina as she then left to leave with Ejiro. He happily waved goodbye. From outside, the others spied this, and while Mina continued on her way with her best friend, the other girls made a silent agreement with a shared smile. This left Izuku with Izawa and Hitachi. The teacher looked at the brainwasher, who just stood there. What you did was brash and foolish. Never do that again. I don't think he heard you. Hitachi smiled, waving his hand in front of Izuku's smiling face. I'll repeat it to him later. Izawa sighed, but motioned for Hitachi to go home as he made his way back to his room before Chio beat him back into it. Luckily, she was helping Inko clear her son out. Said mother was prepared to barrel in and hug her baby. But then she saw the state he was in and had to, despite herself, hold and squeals with glee. She then settled in to sleep in a chair beside her son, closing his eyes and tucking him in. "Sleep well, my little hero." Inko cooed before she pulled out a book to fall asleep to. Izuku stirred a few hours later and spied his mother sleeping in the chair beside him. Smiling sadly, he kissed her cheek and wrote down a note for her. "Going to see Charlie and the others. Be back for breakfast. Love you." He then snapped his suit on before washing his face. But being careful not to touch his forehead, the image of Mina filling his head. "Feels good, doesn't it?" He hadn't heard that voice in a while. "Hiding for your pals. Them coming to back you up. And all while looking like an innocent, adorable kid when underneath, you're a bloodthirsty battle nut. And speaking of adore," the voice suddenly said. "Mina." Izuku froze. "Oh ho ho. You've always denied those kinds of feelings, ever since you were a kid. But now, in the throes of puberty." Izuku turned up the volume on his headphones, trying to drown out the voice. "How badly do you want to make her laugh and keep smiling? Oh, how you long to hold her in your arms. How you dream of running your hands over that amazing body. Smelling that shampooed hair, be the one whose name is in her head and heart. Make her the queen she deserves to be. Your queen. What's stopping you?" Izuku slapped himself and got off the train, summoning a portal. The voice was gone. For now. Being raised right by mom certainly helped. The portal opened right inside the hotel lobby. Our hero headed straight to Alistair, who was amid getting dinner started. However, his quest was sidestepped by Charlie, who hugged him tightly and peppered his face with kisses. "I know your teachers already said this, but that was so stupid of you, taking on that thing when you were halfway dead." Izuku winced and looked down at his feet. "So, why am I so damn proud of you?" He looked up in confusion, but then smiled and hugged her. Their hug was then joined by Vaggie, Angel, Cherry and Husk. "Heard what you did, kid." Flattered. The porn star smiled, messing with the boy's hair as Husk handed him an ice-cold milkshake, which he gulped at. "Ah. Izuku." Alistair made himself known. "Wonderful to see. Mom made my costume." Izuku cut him off. Alistair's smile vanished, replaced by a look of shock. "Oh." He mutely responded. "Oh. Oh my. Oh dear." "Yes." Izuku frowned. A deafening hush fell over the hotel. It was of such intensity that no one could appreciate the fact that Izuku had cowed the radio demon. "Alistair?" Charlie said after 2 minutes of silence. "Yes, my dear." The radio demon whimpered. Not in fear of Charlie, but in shame of how he had ruined such a kind mother's token of affection for her son. "Cooking and dishwashing duty. Izuku gets enough jambalaya for a week," the Princess of Hell demanded. "Fair enough." Alistair nodded, making his way to the kitchen. "Not too spicy this time, please," Izuku requested. Now, some readers may be wondering where Alistair got the suit and what happened to the costume Inko made. The answer came the very next day, when Class 1B moved to take their first combat trials. Just before being sent home for the next few days. "So obvious." All Might mused, holding back a chuckle. If only Alistair could have known what he had unleashed, because as it turns out, a rival overlord had a spy in UA, and the incident had just given them an ideal pawn. To be continued. And thus, on this day, we conclude Season 1 of Hazbin Hero. Hope this was worth the wait and lived up to your expectations. To whet your appetite for what's to come. In Season 2, we will start to get into the redemption aspects of this story after the sports festival, and a very important mini-arc after that. Not going to lie, looking forward to that and have feeling that the MHA aspect has been overruling this story. So, you can look forward to Charlie's time to shine in the latter half of Season 2. As well as see Alistair being the magnificent bastard and trickster mentor we're expecting him to be. Also, in Season 2 and Season 4, we will see some crossover aspects with other Hell-based media. Some of these will appear in the main fic, others may warrant their own separate entries, and whether they are canon will be up to the reader to decide. And now, with that being said, a deleted scene from the mind of Devil Dragon Stan Knight. Amek. The one. Is that? It couldn't be. But yet. It had to be. But was what he doing here? Our hero's mind flashed back to many years ago, when Charlie had read him a bedtime story. Flashback. 7-year-old Izuku, nestled comfortably in his big sister's lap with an All Might teddy, listened intently as she began her tale. In the first age. In the first battle. When the shadows first lengthened. One stood. Burned by the embers of damnation and sin, his soul blistered by the fires of hell and tainted beyond ascension, he chose the path of perpetual torment. In his ravenous hatred he found no peace, and with boiling blood, he scoured the umbral plains, seeking vengeance against the dark lords who had wronged him. He wore the crown of the Night Sentinel, and those that tasted the bite of his sword named him the Doom Slayer. Izuku's eyes widened in awe and glee. Before he promptly fell asleep. Present time. Doom Guy saluted Izuku before, without any hint of doing so, ripped Nomu's head off with the spine still attached, then crushing it in his hands. Once this was done, he went to town on the artificial human's body until it was not but a tomate paste. Then just as quickly and suddenly as he had appeared, the bougie man of all demons vanished, leaving all in shock, awe and in some cases, disgust. Who the fuck was that? Tamura managed. I don't know. Kurogiri stuttered in disbelief. But Dork certainly did, judging by 1 and 2's glasses falling from their faces, revealing widened eyes. And little puddles under their feet. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Was all the 2 agents could whisper. After a pregnant pause, Tamura finally broke the silence with an enraged speech. Bitch. Nobody told me there was a secret. Izuku punched Tamura in the face with a demonic fist, breaking the hand covering it and sending him skidding across the water into the ship in the shipwreck zone and sinking it. Acting quickly, Kurogiri quickly teleported himself and Tamura out of there before anything else could go to shit. Midoriya, what the heck was that? Before our hero could answer, the door crashed down. Have no fear, for I am. You're late, you overly athletic asshole. Aizawa shouted. Doomslayer reappeared in the hotel lobby, putting everyone on edge. However, he ignored the various demons and made his way to Charlie, his way only blocked by Baggy, who held firm and tried to hide the fear in her form. Charlie gently pushed Baggy's spear down and walked to face the being in front of her. She then smiled and bowed before groveling on her knees. Thank you. Was all she said, relief Izuku was safe filling her form. Doomslayer said nothing, but gently cupped the Princess of Hell's chin and raised her head up. He then gave her a thumbs up, bowed to Baggy, turned and walked away. Was this the last they would see of him? Not likely. The only question was whether or not he would be on their side. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.